Καλημέρα σε όλους. Καλώς ήρθατε. Θα μιλήσω στα αγγλικά γιατί υπάρχουν και άνθρωποι που μας παρακολουθούν online και είναι στα αγγλικά. So, good morning to all and welcome to today's event. This is the 5th seminar on energy and shipping convened by IENE, with the first such event organized back in 2012. As an institute, we have been tracking the developments in the shipping sector because they have particular relevance to energy. As you all know, almost 50% of cargoes transported nowadays represent energy, oil, gas, LPG, LNG, coal, thermal coal, iron ore, even other related cargoes, like fertilizers, for example. Energy security, energy transition, and the maritime reality has been chosen as today's theme to reflect the prevailing issues in the global environment. Energy security has indeed returned as a major concern following the unilateral attack by USA Israel on Iran almost 2 months ago. This has resulted in an unprecedented energy crisis, and this has impacted almost everything through supply chains, economy, agriculture, you name it. International shipping and Greek shipping in particular have been affected in more ways than one, and we shall discuss this in the sessions which will follow. Energy transition, at the same time, has evolved over the last decade as a response to concerns over climate change and the need to move to cleaner fuels. As we all know, this has affected shipping as the search goes on for fuels that will minimize the impact on the environment. Here, we face a rather complex situation, as it is not yet clear if and when, and if indeed it is necessary to adopt costly carbon emission practices and a carbon market which will inevitably increase costs for everybody. The fight goes on at IMO level, and it remains to be seen what the verdict will be. And obviously we will hear more on this later today. One thing is clear, though, as we're going through a period where governments and international organizations will have to decide what is more important in terms of priorities: energy security or energy transition. Under the present circumstances and the tremendous uncertainty we are facing on energy supplies, energy security is apparently gaining ground. Developments in all the above point to a new maritime reality, which is being shaped, and it is influenced by the two ongoing wars, Ukraine and the Middle East, with extreme price volatility of energy prices and the quest for conventional and new energy sources. All these issues shall be discussed in the 5 sessions which are planned in today's event. Without further ado, I shall move straight to our first speaker, Mr. John Trifilis, a scion of one of the oldest Greek shipping families and a member of the board of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, under the auspices of which today's event is being organized. So, Mr. Trifilis, you have the floor.
Thanks for that introduction. I think that it's clear to anyone watching the news that energy is at the center of global events. It used to dominate the news in terms of its transition, as you correctly said, but now it's dominating in terms of its reconfiguration. And we are seeing the whole world flows being rebalanced. This is also possibly going to affect the financial system, especially after yesterday's declaration of the UAE to depart the OPEC, which could result in a different pricing mechanism for this important global commodity, and it could be a step further away from the dollar towards possibly a digital framework of reference, which in turn could end up also being of relevance to shipping itself, another global commodity settled in dollars. But that's further down. Let's talk about what the world used to look like until now. And of course, you're right, energy represents well over 50% of what our vessels carry. I would argue that we should add food into that, because food is basically energy for living organisms. So the interplay between shipping and energy is constant. It's what they call in IR these days multivectoral, in terms that we consume a lot of energy. We're very, and we consume a lot of dirty energy. So we were at the center of the greening of industrial procedures. I think that the verdict on that experiment is still out, but it's not looking as if it was such a wise decision to move so fast in an unknown and untested direction. So we're seeing some reversal on that front. And I think that apart from the use of energy and the carriage of energy, we are also, we need a lot of energy to produce the vessels themselves, which featured into the whole concept of replacing massive steel hulls with newer versions simply for incremental economic benefit in terms of the fuel. It remains to be seen whether the basic energy mix will remain the same and whether it will remain based on hydrocarbons. For the foreseeable future, it looks increasingly as though it will, although other energy sources, especially nuclear energy, seem to be rising in the horizon as a potential solution to cover the ever-increasing energy needs of this planet, which used to be a lot with a few people. It got even more with a lot of people engaged in too much, possibly, activity amongst us all, of course, to the benefit of shipping. But now it's also going to include machines, not only machines that carry stuff for people, but machines that think instead of us, and hopefully not machines that tell us what to do. But anyway, there are a lot of them, and they are also reshaping the energy market. They are also related to the electrification of everything. They are also feeding back into the development of the Internet of Things, blockchain, back to digital currency, back to the repricing of commodities. So energy and digital, I would say, are shaping the future of humanity, possibly faster than we are able to keep pace with. And a lot of the damage that we are seeing around us is a result of people that have a preconceived view of what the future might or ought to look like according to their own perception of priorities. And this is something which, you know, the rest of us, including our industry, slowly needs to catch up and understand more in order to address these, let's say, to borrow the term, unilateral decisions to reshape the rest of the world for our benefit. So coming from a marginal, I would say, industry like shipping, which is also a very central industry at the same time, we are caught in this crosshairs of participating in the grand design of the world without really being able to influence the grand design of the world. But shipping is used to being a price taker, not a price maker. We're a derived industry. We offer a global service to world trade. So let's see what our master, world trade, will look like on the back of this very important energy transition that we're all experiencing. Thanks a lot.
For a very overall and well-grounded introduction. Very useful to hear that from the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, το Ναυτικό Επιμελητήριο, under the auspices of which this seminar is being organized, and we thank very much the Chamber for all the support it has given us. You may not see many people today, especially in the morning, but mind you that yesterday there was a big energy shipping security conference taking place at the Viennidion, and tomorrow, also at the Viennidion, there is another one. So obviously, people are a little tired going to various seminars. But in today's seminar, we have a very exclusive team of speakers and participants, and I think this is what differentiates us from others. So, I would now like to ask our colleague, good friend, and supporter, George Kyriadakis, to take the floor. George is the founder, managing director of XRTC, business consultant, and I'm sure most of you lately, you follow him almost daily in his television broadcast and participation in very interesting panels. He always has something new and very useful to say. So, George, you have the floor.
Actually, in today's audience, we have, and the keynote speaker of the first session, we have the patriarch of the TV panels. It is Mr. Sirigos that he's going to follow me in a while. And I understand that he's coming from a very important country. He will tell us later. But in any case, I'm in front of you with my capacity as president of the Association of Banking and Financial Executives for Greek Shipping, an organization and an association that's supporting IENE's fifth energy shipping seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and guests, it's a great honor and pleasure to welcome you today to the fifth IENE Energy and Shipping Seminar here in Athens, at a moment when the world around us is being reshaped by forces that directly affect the very core of global trade. We are witnessing an historic transition. Energy security is no longer a theoretical discussion. It is a daily concern. Energy transition is no longer a long-term ambition. It is an urgent necessity. And shipping is no longer just a facilitator. It is a strategic pillar of global stability. From the Straits of Hormuz to the Eastern Mediterranean, from LNG flows to crude oil routes, from decarbonization targets to freight volatility, the maritime sector stands at the center of it all. And at the center of maritime power stands who? Greek shipping. With its goal reach, operational excellence and adaptability, Greek shipping continues to ensure that energy flows remain uninterrupted, markets remain connected, and economies remain resilient, even under the most challenging geopolitical conditions. But this new reality also brings responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we must ensure safe navigation in increasingly complex geopolitical environments, sustainable transition to new fuels and technologies, efficient financing frameworks to support innovation and fleet renewal, and above all, international cooperation, because no country and no industry can address these challenges alone. Today's seminar brings together leading experts from energy, shipping, finance, and policy to address exactly these issues. Our objective is clear: to bridge energy and shipping into a unified strategy vision for the future. Because the question is no longer how these sectors interact, but how together they will shape the new maritime reality. Allow me to thank the Institute of Energy for Southeast Europe for organizing this important initiative, as well as the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping for its continued support. Above all, of course, Dr. Stamoulis, that he's the real power of all of us on this event. I would also like to acknowledge the valuable contribution of the Association of Banking and Financial Executives for Hellenic Shipping, which actively supports dialogue between finance and maritime sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, Athens and Greece more broadly has the potential not only to participate in global developments, but to lead, to become a central hub of energy flows, maritime services, and geopolitical connectivity between East and West. This is not just an opportunity. This is a strategic responsibility. I wish you all a productive and insightful seminar, and thank you very much for your attention.
George, thank you very much for a very warm and precise introduction. And of course, we will have the opportunity to hear George at a later session. We're now going to a video message from Dr. Nicholas Liapis. Dr. Nicholas Liapis is a chemical engineer. He's a business consultant, many years worked for IENE, but today he is joining us as the chairman of our institute's Downstream Committee. And the Downstream Committee is one of 7 scientific committees operating in the institute, is the one which looks over the shipping matters and fuels. Refining, shipping, and all that comes under downstream. So Nicholas Liapis is the chairman of this committee, and with him we organized this event. Unfortunately, he's not with us today because he had another long-standing engagement, but we have a video message from Nikos. Can I please have the video?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good morning. Well, it's a great pleasure and a great honor to participate at this seminar of the Institute of Energy for Southeast Europe, which is about energy security, energy transition, and the new maritime reality. The topic that we are addressing today is not only timely, but it's fundamental. We are living in a period of profound transformation where we have energy, geopolitics, and the economy that are increasingly interconnected in so many ways that really they do not allow any simplistic approaches. Energy security, as we once understood it, has evolved really. It is no longer just about resource availability or any supplier diversification. It is in reality about the resilience of entire systems, starting from production and transportation up to infrastructure and networks. It has to do about the ability of economies to respond to crises, no matter these crises are geopolitical, technological or environmental. At the same time, the energy transition is accelerating. But of course, we found a lot of uncertainties in this acceleration. We have a strong pressure for decarbonization, which is, of course, both institutionally embedded, but also socially demanded. However, the path towards this cleaner energy future is neither linear nor uniform. Different regions move at different speeds. Technological pathways vary, and investment challenges remain significant. So, we are in reality in a very complex environment, and the maritime sector holds a dual and particularly critical role. Because on the one hand, it remains the backbone of global trade and energy supply. The transportation of LNG, oil, crude oil and products, and the increasingly new energy carriers, such as hydrogen and its derivatives that will be in the future like ammonia or methanol, they rely heavily on shipping. Even the carbon that is captured or is going to be captured from activities like that, it must be transported with shipping. On the other hand, the maritime sector itself must undergo a profound transformation. It must reduce its environmental footprint because shipping stands only for 3% of the total carbon dioxide emissions, but it's still a big pollutant. Shipping must adapt new fuels, must invest in technologies that are still maturing, and must comply with an increasingly stringent regulatory framework. So this is where the new maritime reality emerges. It's a new reality in which all the fuel choices are far from straightforward. We don't have technological neutrality at the moment, and we don't have technological maturity. And of course, all the decisions are made today will determine the viability of the fleets for decades to come. And this is really a big question, a key question is arising, that how can we reconcile energy security with energy transition without undermining either of them? How can we ensure that the transition does not lead to excessive costs that will undermine competitiveness? How do we avoid the risk of technological lock-in in solutions that may prove transitional and not finite? And how do we mobilize the necessary capital for investments in a high-risk environment? We understand only that the decarbonization of shipping needs something more than $1 trillion. In my view, the answer lies in collaboration and realism. So, at the moment, there is no single technology that can provide a universal solution. We can have a mix of approaches that will be required for that, to improve energy efficiency, to adapt alternative fuels, to leverage digitalization, to optimize operations, of course, and to implement smart regulatory mechanisms that will support rather than hinder innovation. Equally important for that, of course, is the role of financing. Investments in shipping and energy are capital intensive and long-term investments. So they require clear policy signals, stable regulatory environment, and mechanisms that will help mitigate investment risk. And finally, we must not overlook one of the most critical factors, which is the human factor. Talking about this transition means that we must understand that this transition will demand new skills, new knowledge, and a different decision-making mindset. So, education and training are asked to play a crucial role in enabling this transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, shipping has consistently demonstrated its ability to adapt from thousands of years ago. From the past technological revolutions to today's challenges, the sector has shown resilience, flexibility, and innovation. Today, it is called upon to do so once again, and this time in a far more complex and far more demanding environment, and very quickly. But I'm really confident that through today's presentations and discussion, we will have valuable insights and the foundations will be laid for more targeted and effective strategies. Thank you very much, and I wish you a productive and insightful seminar.
Okay. We thank Nikos. He was very complementary to what was already discussed, and I think that's a great achievement because he didn't know what we discussed earlier. So Nikos has always been very instrumental in forging concepts together and providing the sorting out what really matters. And I think his message was very clear. So now we move to our keynote speaker for this session by Professor Angelos Sirigos. Now, Professor Angelos Sirigos does not need any special introduction. He's very well known. He's professor at the Pantheon University for many years. He's a commentator and prolific writer, specializing on Greek-Turkish relations, not only that, but many other issues, and then a member of parliament. So he's very active on many fronts. And I wish to thank him very much for accepting instantly our invitation to come and speak to us today. So we're going to listen very carefully what you have to say, Angelos. Thank you.
Αν μπορούμε να βάλουμε τις διαφάνειες που έχω στείλει, παρακαλώ. Θα σας λέω και θα το αλλάζετε. Α, ωραία. Τέλεια. Και έχει και λέιζερ, έχει και λέιζερ. Εξαιρετικά. Λοιπόν, ξεκινώ με τις αυτονόητες ευχαριστίες προς τους διοργανωτές και ιδίως προς τον κύριο Σταμπολή, ο οποίος μου έκανε τιμή να μιλήσω σήμερα ενώπιόν σας για αυτό το εξαιρετικά σημαντικό θέμα του τι συμβαίνει για την παγκόσμια, για τους εμπορικούς διαδρόμους που έχουν δημιουργηθεί όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, όσα συμβαίνουν στα στενά του Ορμούζ. Ξεκινάω με κάτι εξαιρετικά βασικό. Τα στενά του Ορμούζ αποτελούν κατά το διεθνές δίκαιο διεθνή στενά, international straits. Υπάρχει ειδική πρόβλεψη στο δίκαιο της θάλασσας για διεθνή στενά. Διεθνή στενά είναι περιοχές που ανήκουν στα χωρικά ύδατα ενός κράτους ή δύο κρατών, στην προκειμένη περίπτωση ανήκουν στα χωρικά ύδατα του Ομάν που βρίσκεται εδώ πέρα και του Ιράν από πάνω, αλλά χρησιμοποιούνται από τη διεθνή ναυσιπλοεία. Εκεί υπάρχει ένα ειδικό δικαίωμα που λέγεται transit passage, το οποίο έχει μεταφραστεί στα ελληνικά ατυχώς ως πλούς διελεύσεως ή λιγότερο ατυχώς ως διέλευση transit, που δεν μπορεί να διακοπεί για οποιοδήποτε λόγο. Διαφέρει δηλαδή από την αυλαβή διέλευση, το innocent passage που λέμε, διότι την αυλαβή διέλευση ένα κράτος μπορεί να διακόψει για λόγους ασφαλείας. Τη διέλευση transit δεν μπορεί να διακόψει ποτέ και με τίποτα. Επομένως, ό,τι και να ακούτε για τη διέλευση στα στενά, στο τέλος της ημέρας δεν μπορούν να επιβληθούν διόδια, δεν μπορούν να επιβληθούν περιορισμοί. Είναι η κλασικότερη περίπτωση διεθνών στενών που υπάρχουν στον κόσμο. Αυτό όμως ισχύει όταν τελειώσουν οι διαμάχες στην περιοχή και ο πόλεμος. Τώρα, τι μας ενδιαφέρουν τα στενά του Ορμούζ? Μας ενδιαφέρουν διότι σύμφωνα με αυτά που γράφει εδώ πέρα και είναι στοιχεία τα οποία βασίζονται στο 2024, αλλά εγώ μπορώ να σας πω νεότερα στοιχεία του Ιανουαρίου του 2026, τον Ιανουάριο του 2026 διακινήθηκε από τα στενά του Ορμούζ το 38% του παγκόσμιου όγκου πετρελαίου. Όχι το 24% που λένε. Ήταν το 38%, γι' αυτό έχουν διαταραχθεί τόσο πολλοί αγορές. Και περισσότερο από το 20% του παγκόσμιου LNG. Τώρα, εντάξει. Δεν είναι πολύ καλός ο χάρτης. δεν φαίνονται όλα όσα θέλουμε να δούμε. Αυτός ο χάρτης απεικονίζει την σημερινή εμπορική πραγματικότητα. Ποια είναι η σημερινή εμπορική πραγματικότητα? Πριν από μερικές μέρες ήμουν στο Καζακστάν. Επισκέφθηκα ένα πολυτελές μολ, όπου πουλάγανε πολυτελή κινέζικα προϊόντα. Επισκέφθηκα ένα παζάρι, στο οποίο πουλάγανε ευτελούς ποιότητας κινέζικα προϊόντα, και επισκέφθηκα και ένα μεσαίο μολ που πουλάγανε μεσαίας κατηγορίας κινέζικα προϊόντα. Φεύγοντας από εκεί, κατέβηκα στην Κωνσταντινούπολη, όπου από περιέργεια άρχισα να περιεργάζομαι τις ετικέτες των προϊόντων που ήταν στο αεροδρόμιο Κωνσταντινούπολεως, τα οποία ήταν μέσης προς υψηλής ποιότητος κινέζικα προϊόντα, όπου έρχομαι στην Αθήνα και η κόρη μου λέει «Μπαμπά, από το Τεμού τα έχουνε σε αυτή την τιμή», το οποίο Τεμού είναι κινέζικο και κατά πάσα πιθανότητα χρηματοδοτείται από το κινέζικο κράτος. Οπότε τι έχουμε? Έχουμε ένα σύστημα ολόκληρο παγκοσμίως, το οποίο πουλάει κινέζικα προϊόντα σε διαφορετικές τιμές. Για να καταλάβουμε δε τη σημασία, μου αρέσει μια παλιά ελληνική ταινία με τον Κώστα Βουτσά, του 1969, στην οποία ο Βουτσάς ισχυρίζεται ότι υπάρχει ένας θείος από την Αμερική, ο οποίος έρχεται και μοιράζει λεφτά, μοιράζει δολάρια. Ο Βουτσάς ξέρει ότι ο θείος είναι ανύπαρκτος και τον βλέπει μεγάλη καχυποψία. Οπότε κάποια στιγμή ο θείος βγάζει το ρολόι του και το δίνει σε ένα φίλο του Βουτσά και του λέει «Πάρ' το παιδί μου, δικό σου». Και σκύβει ο Βουτσάς και του λέει «Ρε εσύ, κοίτα το καλά, είναι καλό ή είναι τίποτα ιαπωνέζικο?» Το 1969 τα ιαπωνέζικα είχαν τη φήμη που είχαν τα κινέζικα πριν την προηγούμενη δεκαετία σε εμάς. Αυτή τη στιγμή τα ιαπωνέζικα είναι συνώνυμα της κορυφαίας τεχνολογίας. Αυτή είναι η πορεία που ακολουθούν οι Κινέζοι. Οι Κινέζοι λοιπόν τι έκαναν? Έφτιαξαν αυτό το δρόμο, τον περίφημο δρόμο του μεταξιού, όπως τον λέμε εμείς, ο οποίος ξεκινάει από την Κίνα, συνέχιζε προς το Καζακστάν, εδώ πέρα είναι η παλιά πρωτεύουσα του Καζακστάν, το Αλμάτι, το Μπισκέκ, η πρωτεύουσα του Κυργιστάν, συνέχισε στη Σαμαρκάνδη στο Ουσμπεκιστάν και περνούσε από την Τεχεράνη με σκοπό να πάει στην Κωνσταντινούπολη και από εκεί πέρα στη Ρωσία. Αυτός ο δρόμος δέχθηκε ισχυρότατο χτύπημα λόγω της επιθέσεως της Ρωσίας στην Ουκρανία. Την ίδια περίοδο, όχι την ίδια περίοδο, πριν από 3 χρόνια, η Ευρώπη θυμήθηκε και η Δύση θυμήθηκε τον δρόμο IENE. Δυστυχώς δεν φαίνεται πολύ καλά. Μήπως θα μπορούσαμε να κατεβάσουμε λίγο τα φώτα για να φαίνεται πιο καθαρά τα... Αν μπορούμε λίγο να σβήσουμε τα φώτα τα μεγάλα. Λοιπόν, εδώ πέρα βλέπουμε, έρχεται εδώ από την Ινδία, περνάει στα στενά του Ορμούζ και από τα στενά του Ορμούζ υποτίθεται θα πέρναγε στα Ηνωμένα Αραβικά Εμιράτα, θα συνέχιζε στη Σαουδική Αραβία, από τη Σαουδική Αραβία θα μπαίνει στην Ιορδανία, από την Ιορδανία στο Ισραήλ και από το Ισραήλ ο IENE έρχεται προς την Ευρώπη και μέσω Ελλάδος. Αυτή τη στιγμή ο IENE έχει δεχθεί γερό χτύπημα και πρέπει να επανασχεδιαστεί. Τι εννοώ να επανασχεδιαστεί? Είναι σαφές ότι δεν μπορούμε να βασιζόμαστε σε έναν δρόμο που περνάει από τα στενά του Ορμούζ. Μου έκανε εντύπωση ότι ο πρόεδρος Μακρόν με τον Έλληνα Πρωθυπουργό αναφέρθηκαν προχθές 2 φορές στην ανάγκη για επανασχεδιασμό του IENE. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι βγάζεις από την εξίσωση τα Ηνωμένα Αραβικά Εμιράτα ή τα βάζεις εμέσως, αλλά θα πρέπει να βάλεις και το Ομάν μέσα στο παιχνίδι. Είναι από τα πράγματα που πρέπει να δούμε. Τι βγαίνει όμως στην επιφάνεια τις τελευταίες μέρες, μετά το τέλος των στενών του Ορμούζ? Βγαίνουν 2 πράγματα. Το ένα σχετίζεται με την ελληνική ναυτιλία. Η μεταφορά των πραγμάτων διαθαλάσσης παραμένει ο πιο φθηνός τρόπος μεταφοράς. Εκείνο το οποίο έχει αλλάξει όμως είναι ότι λόγω της καταστάσεως στα στενά του Ορμούζ και στην Ερυθρά θάλασσα πλέον επιλέγεται ο διάπλους της Αφρικής. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι οι χώρες οι οποίες τροφοδοτούνταν από τη διόρυγα του Σουέζ έχουν μείωση στον όγκο των φορτίων. Βλέπε Πειραιάς. Ενώ είχε μια συνεχή άνοδο τα τελευταία χρόνια, τον τελευταίο καιρό έχει μείνει στάσιμος, ενώ αντίθετα έχει εκτιναχθεί κατά 11% η κίνηση στην πρώτη ευρωπαϊκή χώρα που συναντούν τα καράβια που έρχονται από το διάπλου της Αφρικής, που δεν είναι άλλη από την Ισπανία. Τα ισπανικά λιμάνια έχουν ανεβάσει πολύ τον φόρτο τους. Υπάρχει και μια δεύτερη συνέπεια όμως. Η δεύτερη συνέπεια σχετίζεται με ορισμένες αλλαγές οι οποίες έχουν γίνει πλέον στο Καζακστάν. Προηγουμένως σας είπα ότι η Κίνα είχε επιλέξει να παίξει με έναν δρόμο ο οποίος θα περνούσε από το Κυργιστάν στο Ουσμπεκιστάν, θα έβγαινε στο Ιράν και από εκεί θα πήγαινε προς το Ιράν. Γιατί? Διότι αυτός ο δρόμος ήταν ευθυνός και υπήρχε. Τα τελευταία χρόνια όμως η Κίνα χρηματοδότησε και έχει φτιάξει στα σύνορα ακριβώς μεταξύ Κίνας και Καζακστάν, ναι, στο Χόργος έχει φτιάξει το μεγαλύτερο λιμάνι ξηρού φορτίου στον κόσμο. Για να καταλάβετε την έκτασή του, είναι 45 τετραγωνικά χιλιόμετρα. Ο Δήμος Αθηναίων είναι 38 τετραγωνικά χιλιόμετρα. Μιλάμε για μια πελώρια έκταση, στην οποία όλα σχεδόν είναι αυτοματοποιημένα, δεν βλέπετε ανθρώπους, όλα κινούνται με ρομπότ, είναι χώροι στους οποίους έχεις αποθήκες, έχεις γερανούς, έχεις όλα αυτά τα πράγματα, και ο λόγος που έχει φτιαχτεί εκεί το μεγαλύτερο λιμάνι ξηρού φορτίου είναι πολύ απλός. Το πλάτος της σιδηροδρομικής γραμμής της Κίνας είναι το διεθνές πλάτος, που είναι κατά 10 εκατοστά διαφορετικό από το σοβιετικό πλάτος που ακολουθούν το Καζακστάν και όλα σχεδόν τα κράτη της πρώην Σοβιετίας, πλην, ναι, όλα τα κράτη της πρώην Σοβιετίας, και η Ουκρανία το ακολουθεί. Επομένως, πρέπει να μεταφορτωθούν τα αγαθά από εκεί και να περάσουν σε άλλα τρένα, και γι' αυτό το λόγο έχει δημιουργηθεί αυτό το Χόργος. Τώρα, οι Κινέζοι φρόντισαν και έφτιαξαν την πάνω γραμμή, τον μεσαίο διάδρομο το λεγόμενο, ο οποίος μεσαίος διάδρομος καταλήγει στην Κασπία θάλασσα, από την Κασπία θάλασσα περνάει στο Αζερμπαϊτζάν και αυτή τη στιγμή, το τονίζω γιατί θα δούμε παρακάτω τι γίνεται, από το Αζερμπαϊτζάν περνάει στη Γεωργία και από εκεί με καράβια φεύγει προς τον υπόλοιπο κόσμο. Υπάρχει και μια άλλη γραμμή η οποία αφορά στο πετρέλαιο. Αυτή η γραμμή δεν λέγεται μεσαίος διάδρομος, ακολουθεί αυτή τη διαδρομή, δηλαδή εδώ είναι Καζακστάν που βλέπουμε, πηγαίνει από πάνω από την Κασπία θάλασσα και με αγωγό καταλήγει στο λιμάνι του Νοβοροσίσκ. Είναι εκεί που είχαμε τα χτυπήματα των Ουκρανών πριν από μερικές μέρες σε ελληνικά πλοία. Το πετρέλαιο το οποίο μετέφεραν ήταν καζάχικο πετρέλαιο, δεν ήταν ρώσικο πετρέλαιο, ήταν από το Νοβοροσίσκ. Παράλληλα, εδώ πέρα βλέπουμε τον άλλον αγωγό, ο οποίος συνδέει τον Μπακού με τη Σούψα, το γράφει πάνω ο χάρτης, ναι. Και έχουμε και έναν άλλον αγωγό που θέλει να χρησιμοποιήσει αυτή τη στιγμή η Τουρκία, τον αγωγού Μπακού Τσεϊχάν, ο οποίος όμως έχει διάφορα προβλήματα. Πού είναι το παιχνίδι που παίζετε τώρα? Αν έχετε προσέξει, τον τελευταίο καιρό υπάρχει μια μεγάλη κινητικότητα από πλευράς Αμερικανών για να τα βρουν οι Αζέροι με τους Αρμένιους. Ο λόγος που θέλουν να τα βρουν οι Αζέροι με τους Αρμένιους είναι για να ανοίξει αυτός εδώ ο περίφημος διάδρομος. Το Ζαγκεζούρ, όπως το λένε οι Αζέροι, οι Αρμένοι το λένε κάπως διαφορετικά. Αυτή εδώ είναι η Αρμενία. Η Αρμενία συνορεύει με την Τουρκία. Όλη αυτή εδώ η περιοχή είναι η Τουρκία. Τα σύνορα είναι κλειστά από το 1991, από τότε που η Αρμενία έγινε ανεξάρτητο κράτος. Εδώ υπάρχει το Ναχιτσεβάν. Αυτός είναι ένας θύλακας αζέρικος, ο οποίος χωρίζεται από το Αζερμπαϊτζάν λόγω του ότι η Αρμενία είναι εδώ σε αυτή εδώ την περιοχή και συνορεύει με την Τουρκία. Μεταξύ Ναχιτσεβάν και Τουρκίας υπάρχει επικοινωνία, αλλά δεν υπάρχει επικοινωνία μεταξύ Αζερμπαϊτζάν και Ναχιτσεβάν. Τι κάνουν τώρα οι Αμερικανοί? Έχουν πέσει με τα μούτρα να ανοίξουν αυτόν εδώ το διάδρομο, ο οποίος είναι ακριβώς στα όρια μεταξύ Αζερμπαϊτζάν, μεταξύ Ναχιτσεβάν, που είναι περιοχή του Αζερμπαϊτζάν, Ιράν και Αζερμπαϊτζάν, ούτως ώστε τα προϊόντα που θα έρχονται από το μεσαίο διάδρομο, από εδώ πέρα, δηλαδή θα ξεκινούν από το Χόργος, θα περνάνε εδώ από την Κασπία, θα καταλήγουν στον Μπακού και αντί να πηγαίνουν στη Γεωργία, θα περνάνε από εδώ προς την Τουρκία στο Κάρς. Αυτή τη στιγμή η Τουρκία δίνει περίπου 2 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ για να φτιάξει έναν σιδηρόδρομο, ο οποίος θα συνδέει το Κάρς με τον Ναχιτσεβάν. Ο στόχος τους είναι να πάρει όλο αυτό το φορτίο και να το μεταφέρει η Τουρκία. Στο τέλος της ημέρας, πάλι σε ελληνικά πλοία θα καταλήξουν όλα αυτά. Αλλά το θέμα είναι πόσο τέλος είναι αυτό της ημέρας. Ξαναγυρίζω πιο πριν στον προηγούμενο χάρτη, γιατί αυτός έχει τη σημασία του. Λοιπόν, πού νομίζω ότι υπάρχουν ευκαιρίες? Η πρώτη ευκαιρία είναι η Κασπία θάλασσα. Αυτή τη στιγμή στην Κασπία θάλασσα δεν προβλέπεται να φτιαχτεί υποθαλάσσιος αγωγός για μία σειρά από λόγους που σχετίζονται με μία συμφωνία που είχε υπογραφεί μεταξύ των 5 παρόχθιων κρατών, παρότι τη λέμε θάλασσα, δεν είναι θάλασσα. Είναι μία μεγάλη λίμνη, η Φάλμηρη. Στο βόρειο τμήμα της είναι το νερό σχεδόν γλυκό, στο νότιο τμήμα της είναι πιο αλμυρό, είναι μια τεράστια λίμνη και υπάρχει ειδικό καθεστώς και για να μπορεί να περάσει υποθαλάσσιος αγωγός πρέπει να συμφωνήσουν όλα τα κράτη της περιοχής. Αυτό υπό τις παρούσες συνθήκες θεωρείται απίθανο. Άρα το μέλλον είναι να μπουν καράβια τα οποία θα μεταφέρουν το πετρέλαιο που έρχεται από το Καζακστάν, το πολύ πετρέλαιο που έρχεται από το Καζακστάν, στο Μπακού. Εδώ θεωρώ ότι η Ελλάδα έχει ρόλο να παίξει. Δηλαδή, μην το φοβόμαστε ότι είναι μια κλειστή θάλασσα. Είναι μια κλειστή θάλασσα με σίγουρο εμπόριο. Και αυτή τη στιγμή δεν έχει μπει κανένας εκεί πέρα. Μου έχει κάνει εντύπωση, ξέρετε, όταν πηγαίνω στο εξωτερικό, ο λόγος που πηγαίνω σε αυτά τα μέρη είναι γιατί έχω οριστεί από τον Οργανισμό για την Ασφάλεια και τη Συνεργασία στην Ευρώπη ειδικός αντιπρόσωπος για τις χώρες της Κεντρικής Ασίας. Μία θέση την οποία παραδοσιακά είχαν οι Τούρκοι, την πήραμε για πρώτη φορά εμείς. Όταν μιλάω, προφανώς μιλάω με το καπέλο του ΟΑΣΕ, αλλά όταν απευθύνονται σε μένα, ξέρουν ότι είμαι Έλληνας και με ρωτάνε διαρκώς γιατί δεν έρχεστε να επενδύσετε με καράβια, εσείς που έχετε τη μεγαλύτερη ναυτιλία στον κόσμο. Τι φοβάστε, που είναι κλειστή θάλασσα και δεν το μεταφέρετε αλλού? Άρα, ένα σημείο που μας ενδιαφέρει είναι αυτό ακριβώς το σημείο, ποιος θα μεταφέρει το πετρέλαιο από το Καζακστάν στον Μπακού. Είναι αυτή η διαδρομή. Δεύτερο σημείο που μας ενδιαφέρει είναι ότι Αυτός ο χάρτης παρεμπιπτόντος, αυτό το πέρασμα, έχει ονομαστεί από τους Αμερικανούς πέρασμα του Τραμπ για την ασφάλεια και τη σταθερότητα. Έτσι αποκαλείται. Και το λένε Trump Corridor. Λοιπόν, είναι πιθανόν να μην ολοκληρωθεί. Διότι οι Αρμένοι δεν θέλουν τα αγαθά να φύγουν από τον Ναχιτσεβάν και να πάνε στην Τουρκία. Θέλουν να ξαναμπαίνουν μέσα σε έδαφος της Αρμενίας και να πηγαίνουν από εδώ στο Κάρς, όπου ως διαδρομή είναι γεγονός ότι περίπου υπάρχει. Δηλαδή υπάρχει σιδηροδρομική γραμμή. Είναι 45 χιλιόμετρα μόνο τα οποία πρέπει να φτιαχτούν για να λειτουργήσει πλήρως. Άρα οι Αρμένοι σου λένε γιατί να δίνουμε 2 δισεκατομμύρια για να περνάνε από αυτή τη γραμμή και να μην ξαναπηγαίνουν μέσα σε αρμενικό έδαφος. Σε αυτή την περίπτωση σου λένε οι Αρμένοι προτιμούμε να τα ξαναστείλουμε στη Γεωργία. Πολλά θα εξαρτηθούν από τις εκλογές της 7ης Ιουνίου. 7 Ιουνίου έχουν στην Αρμενία εκλογές. Αν επανεκλεγεί ο νυν πρόεδρος, πιθανόν να συνεχίσει αυτό το έργο. Εάν δεν επανεκλεγεί, ο διάδρομος του Τραμπ θα ναυαγήσει. Είναι πολύ πιθανό βεβαίως ότι θα επανεκλεγεί ο νυν πρόεδρος. Άρα και αυτό είναι ένα σημείο που μας ενδιαφέρει. Το τρίτο σημείο που μας ενδιαφέρει, σχετίζεται με τις αλλαγές που θα γίνουν. Αυτή εδώ που βλέπετε δυστυχώς όχι πολύ καλά είναι η Αραβική Χερσόνησος. Εγώ δεν τη βλέπω από εδώ, το βλέπω όλα άσπρα. Οπότε η εκτίμηση που υπάρχει αυτή τη στιγμή, ξέρετε, το 30% του σαουδαραβικού πετρελαίου μπόρεσε και βρήκε διέξοδο μέσα από έναν αγωγό που είχαν φτιάξει που διέσχιζε οριζοντίως τη Σαουδαραβική Χερσόνησο και έβγαινε στην Ερυθρά θάλασσα. Το ίδιο έγινε και με το 20% των Ηνωμένων Αραβικών Εμιράτων. Από ένα μικρό αγωγό μπόρεσαν και βρήκαν διέξοδο. Ούτε το Κουβέιτ έχει βρει διέξοδο, ούτε τα άλλα κράτη. Επομένως, το επόμενο βήμα εκτιμώ που θα δούμε είναι αγωγοί οι οποίοι θα μεταφέρουν πετρέλαιο σε αυτή εδώ την περιοχή και αυτό σημαίνει ότι επειδή αυτή η περιοχή ξεπερνάει και το εμπόριο που δημιουργούν οι αντάρτες Χούθη, θα ξανανοίξει το εμπόριο από αυτό εδώ το διάδρομο πάλι από τα στενά του Σουέζ. Δεν είναι κάτι που θα γίνει αύριο το πρωί. Θα χρειαστεί μία 7ετία, 8ετία, αλλά ας θεωρήσουμε βέβαιο ότι θα γίνει, διότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά λεφτά από πλευράς των Ηνωμένων Αραβικών Εμιράτων, Κουβέιτ και των κρατών της περιοχής. Και το δεύτερο, θέλουν να μην ξαναπνιγούν με αυτό που έγινε με το στενά του Ορμούζ. Κλείνοντας, ένα μονοσχόλιο για τα στενά του Ορμούζ και την επόμενη μέρα. Ως προς την επόμενη μέρα σας το είπα, το καθεστώς δεν μπορεί να αλλάξει, πρέπει να είναι αυτό διεθνών στενών. Πόσο καιρό θα κρατήσει αυτό το πράγμα, δεν μπορούμε να το ξέρουμε. Έχουμε όμως κάποιες ημερομηνίες που πρέπει να έχουμε κατά νου. Η πιο σημαντική για μένα είναι η 15η Μαΐου. 15 Μαΐου θα πάει ο Αμερικανός πρόεδρος να επισκεφθεί τον Κινέζο ομόλογό του. Δεν θέλει να πάει με ανοιχτά τα στενά του Ορμούζ. Γιατί? Διότι η Κίνα παίρνει το 11% των ημερήσεων αναγκών της από τον κόλπο, όχι υποχρεωτικός από το Ιράν, από τον κόλπο. Δεν θέλει να είναι αυτό στο τραπέζι. Οπότε θα προσπαθήσει, πιστεύω, μέχρι τις 15 Μαΐου να το λύσει. Με κάποιο τρόπο να ξανανοίξουν τα στενά, όχι να το λύσει, να ξανανοίξουν τα στενά. Αυτό εκτός εάν αποφασίσει να αναβάλει πάλι το ταξίδι του ή το κακό είναι ότι έχει παίξει, εδώ έχουμε δύο παίκτες και με αυτό κλείνω. Από τη μια μεριά έχουμε έναν Αμερικανό πρόεδρο ο οποίος θέλει να παίξει ένα γρήγορο πόκερ και από την άλλη μεριά έχουμε Ιρανούς οι οποίοι παίζουν σκάκι. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
So we thank Professor Sirigos for a very detailed exposition of the situation with the various sea routes and trade routes in particular, and how these affect trade and shipping. So we concluded the first part of the seminar. We're now going to the second session. I will ask George Xiradakis to take over as moderator. George, you have to go back to get one of these devices on your head. And we now have a more technical session. What Professor Sirigos described is most useful to my presentation, which will follow, where I will just give you some figures and I urge you to think what is likely to happen. And then we have more shipping-based, shipping-focused presentations by paragons of shipping, and that will take us to coffee break. But until then, we have another session, about 1 hour, with a lot of hard information presented. So, μπορώ να έχω την παρουσίαση τη δική μου, παρακαλώ. Right. To save time, I will go straight ahead with the presentation, and then George Xiradakis will take over. So, really, this is a very logical follow-up of what Angelos Sirigos said. What I'm going to talk about is the changing scene of the oil and gas supply from the Middle East. So, let's see what has been happening over the last few weeks. So, we have a crisis developing because we have two things happening at the same time. We have a disruption of oil and gas supply because of the difficulties of navigating through the Hormuz Straits, and at the same time, we have drop in production. This is the first time that this is happening together. That is, drop in production, not because of an embargo, but because of hostilities, because of bombardment, and because of a lot of damage to producing oil and gas production installations. And at the same time, we have inability of free navigation. So this is worse than an embargo. I'm referring back to 1973 and 1979, where in the first case we had embargo, and of course the embargo finished at one point, and then 1979 we had a big disruption because of Iran, one of the major producers, actually went off the market for 6 months. But it was there and came back. But this crisis is unlike any other crisis before. It's even unlike the 2022 crisis, where we had disruption of gas supplies to Europe, but not any disruption in oil supplies. So, and we have a situation which is changing day by day, although it stays more or less the same, dormant. So, having said that, let's look at some figures. What is the global oil demand? Many people forget that global oil demand is not decreasing, it is increasing. So if we look at the figures by the IEA, International Energy Agency, 2019 until today, we see 100,000 million barrels a day. That is the supply. And then 2024, it went, then we had the COVID, we had the drop, then the market recovered, and we had 103.5. And then 2025, 1 million more, 104. Now, oil is not getting smaller in terms of overall production or in terms of percentage. Let me remind you that 86% of global energy demand is satisfied from fossil fuels, with oil being approximately 38%, the rest being natural gas and coal. Coal, the share of coal has in fact increased over the last 50 years. So this gives you a very good idea of the oil amount that is moving around the globe every day. And most of this oil, which is you see here, is moving around through ships. So it's important to know the size of the market. And then we come to what's happening today, where, yes, we had a drop of about 20 million barrels a day of crude oil and products. I agree with Angelos Sirikos. The overall impact is 38% because we put a lot of oil products and gas, and if you put the two together, it's about 38% of global energy. So you see here the drop, and we go on to see the situation in terms of losses and damage from the Iranian attacks. So we have actual damage in all countries of the region, from Oman down to Kuwait and Iraq. And some of the countries like Iraq and Qatar are completely out of the picture. So we have a real missing barrels and missing cubic meters of gas. This is what happened that was the picture in 2025, which was normal before the hostilities. So we have about 15 million barrels a day through the Hormuz crude, and then we have products about 5, and we have 20, which is the total. And now, if we move to the production in April 2026, you see here how Saudi Arabia is from 10.1 has gone to 6, Iraq to 1.4, Iran from 3.5 to 1, UAE 0.8, Kuwait and Qatar is almost 0. So it's a big sort of minus as far as production is concerned and transportation of oil and gas is concerned. Therefore, this has an impact on prices. The main maritime choke points, with Strait of Hormuz being one of the main ones, the others being, as you know, the Dardanelles, the Strait of Malacca, Suez Canal, Panama, and so forth. So yes, this is one of the main choke points globally. And we see how sea traffic has been affected, and this is something that is closely watched by various companies and governments through satellites, and we have a sharp drop in the passage through the Hormuz Straits, as you see here, from about 140 ships a day, going down to about 5, 6, or 8, 2, or even 0. So we have an actual throttle situation, and this has an impact on prices. The volume of missing oil corresponds approximately to 13.8% of global oil supply if we take the figures of the last 8 weeks, and this cannot be replaced that easily. Hence, oil prices, both spot and futures, have risen considerably while exhibiting strong volatility. So volatility has been a very important feature of the market over the last 8 weeks. So over the past weeks, we have seen Brent and WTI moving $100 and $90 per barrel, respectively, but spot prices, dated oil, is far above 120 to 150, and we'll see this in a minute. That is, the oil cargoes that are changing hands are sold between $120 to $150. Saudi Arabia, on April 7th, announced officially a premium of about $15 to $20 for Asian cargoes, and even $25 a barrel for European cargoes. So whatever the Brent price is, you have to add another 15, 20, or 25 for oil coming from Saudi, and that's the official price. Unofficial is much higher. And we had prices in the North Sea, 40s, changing hands at $146 a barrel. So we have a situation where we have a discrepancy between future prices and spot prices. And this shows the extent of the problem that the global oil market is facing. This is the first time we had such a big difference between future prices and spot prices. The region still exports limited amounts of crude, as we'll see in a minute, but no gas, because of pipelines which have been in existence for a few years. Here we see the actual drop in figures provided by the IEA, and here we see how individual countries have been affected. UAR, who left the OPEC yesterday, as was announced, Iraq, and Saudi. Why UAE left OPEC? They left OPEC because they have made investments over the last few years capable of producing 5 million barrels a day, and under quarters of OPEC, they are producing 2.5 to 3, with Saudi Arabia being on their neck, with refusing actually to allow them to increase the production. UAE has suffered a lot of damage in the war. They want money to be able to repair the damages, and therefore they have decided to go solo. But they're not alone. Qatar also left a few years ago. So yes, OPEC is facing a big challenge, and we'll see what happens. But this is not the subject of today's presentation. So we see here the two pipelines, the East-West pipeline, capable of moving about 7 million barrels a day. Now it's about 5.5, 6 in the best. And then we have the small pipeline, which goes to Fujairah, and this is about 1.5. So through these two pipelines, oil is being exported from Yanbu in Saudi Arabia and Fujairah from the Gulf of Oman. But it is only a small part of what the region actually can produce. We also have another pipeline from Iraq going through Turkey to Ceyhan, and this is now being used. There were problems through Iraqi Kurdistan. And also we have the Sumed pipeline. The oil which goes from Yanbu is being transported to the edge of the canal through the Suez Canal, through the Sumed pipeline. So tankers are going to East Mediterranean. So East Mediterranean is playing a very important part in terms of supplying oil to the rest of Europe and the rest of the world. And we see here what's happening on prices, how Brent has moved over the last few weeks. We see from about $60 to $70 has jumped up to 100 and 110. Over the last 10 days, it's moving steadily above $100. And you see what's been happening the last week. Why? Because despite the negotiations and the fragile detent, now the straits continue to be shut. I mean, shut. They're not shut, but it is difficult to navigate through because of Iranian threats, because of dangers from mines, and because, as we will hear later from our esteemed speakers, because of insurance. And insurance and shipping is becoming difficult because the costs are very prohibitive. So the oil price is going to continue to rise over the next few days, at least. But the most important thing is, as I explained earlier, is the difference between dated oil and futures, as you'll see here. The red one is the Brent May future contract, and the blue one is the spot price. So we have a big difference. And as long as the straits will remain, this difference is going to be there. So oil is going to be expensive, not just at 100, but a lot higher than $100. Delayed effect in the sense that we have not yet seen these high prices translating through the refining process to the consumer. Why? Because we had storage, we had stocks released by the IEA, 400 million barrels 2-3 weeks ago. This oil is now hitting the market, therefore refineries in Europe at least, and in Asia, in many countries, were supplied. Therefore, when we are going to see end of these stocks being used, then we're going to see prices rising even higher. LNG, the LNG impact, I would say, is severe. But because of market organization and stocks provisions, especially in Europe and in Asia, gas prices have not moved that higher, although we have about 20% of gas production missing from the market, actually missing because, as you know, Qatar is a major producer, produces something like 110 BCMA, out of about 500 globally. So it is important. Europe is less affected because it imports only about 11% from the Gulf, from Qatar, but it is impacted because of the price, which is uniform price, as you'll see in a minute. And we see here the Dutch TTF, which is the benchmark, which really marks the European prices, how it has behaved over the last 2 months. Sharp rise up to $60 euros per megawatt hour back in the middle March. Now has fallen a little. As we're moving towards the summer season, there is a less need of gas. Gas storage levels are about 30-40%, so they are not exhausted. So this helps to keep prices moderately, so they're not actually exploding. Asian markets are facing worse problem, as you'll see here. This is the natural gas prices from the US, Europe, and Japan. And we see here how over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the prices have gone up, but not as high as it was back in summer 2022. So this is very interesting because it appears that the gas market is far better supplied compared to the oil market. because of excess capacity coming out from the United States mainly, from Australia, and from few other producers, notably from Russia and from Norway. So in this instance, who is benefiting? United States and Russia from excess production and sale of oil and gas. New oil and gas sea routes, so all this crisis is obviously having an impact on the shaping of the routes that oil and gas travel globally. So we see a surge of oil tankers and LNG vessels heading to the east coast of the USA and some to the North Sea, increased exports from Russia's Yamal region and from the Black Sea, from Novorossiysk and Batum terminals, but also from Ceyhan in Turkey's Mediterranean coast. And as long as the Gulf producers are unable to export their full volumes of oil and gas, USA and Russia emerge as the two main beneficiaries, having substantially increased their exports since the start of March. And we see here the main, the prevailing maritime shipping traffic routes and how these are being changed, how these are affected, and we see a lot of ships are heading to United States, tankers. So US oil exports have been expanding together with gas, but also we have from the North Sea, from Yamal, and also from Sakhalin in the Far East, as far as Russian LNG is concerned. So, and it remains to be seen if the straits are opening up and production in the Gulf is still at much lower. The predictions are that these new routes are going to stay for a few months at least, perhaps until the end of the year. But sometimes these, the dynamics and the economics of these routes apparently are changing and could affect them, and so it could be a more long-term game as far as the rerouting of oil and gas supplies globally. And we see here the record number of empty supertankers heading to the US. So it's a big difference in terms of tankers heading west. And we see here the corresponding impact on LNG tankers, which are rerouted. We have situations where tankers, LNG tankers leaving the USA, changing route, going to service Asian markets. It's not the majority of the tankers, of course. There are some instances, but it is very indicative of the crisis which is evident in the markets. And we see here the tanker rates, as you all know, how they have expanded. And this is the graphic from the IEA over the last few weeks. A lot of the crude tanker rates have gone up very clearly for the different types of ships, which we are going to talk about in the next sessions. So we have the role of strategic reserves, as I said earlier, and because of strategic reserves, the prices have not actually hit very high levels. They are still manageable, even at above $100 a barrel, but they're still manageable. And this is because of the strategic reserves that have been released from the IEA. And the IEA made a statement last week that they're probably considering a second release sometime next week, if necessary. So this helps calm the market and keep at manageable level oil prices. Of course, strategic oil reserves are part of the total global inventories. And as you'll see here, global inventories are very high. there are about 8,400 million barrels globally, some of them seaborne, but most of them land-based. So compared to the situation back in 1973, 1979, the market is not panicking, and is not panicking because precisely it has these figures. We know where we have inventories, we know where we have stocks, and we have an organized situation of the Western mature economies through the IEA and OECD, which they are coordinating release of oil through strategic reserves. So the market is far better placed to weather this crisis than it was 50 or even 40 or even 30 years ago. And we see here the situation with the release of the strategic reserves. And the end result is that the impact is on the global economy. And according to IMF, from about 2.9%, we have scenarios where from 3.4%, which was forecasted for this year, global economic growth will go down to 3.1%. And we have inflation from about 4.1% going to 4.4%. And then we have even more ominous scenarios from major US banks, which are talking about global growth in 2006 lower than 3%, and inflation jumping up to 5%. So between these two figures, less than 3% global growth and 5% inflation and 3.4% IMF, we have a situation where we see the impact on the global economy. So as the crisis continues and as the straits remain closed, the economies will continue to be impacted negatively, and it remains to be seen if and when the straits will open. I absolutely agree with Angelos Sirigos when he said that the Iranians are playing chessboard and the Americans are playing poker game. Iranians have extreme resilience. The country is, despite the problems they had, is still self-sufficient in oil, gas, in food, and they are weathering this crisis as they weathered previous crises. So they are in for the long stay. And apparently, they have drawn the United States into an Anatolian bazaar, and they're not prepared to step up the pace. So we'll see what happens, but the prognostications are not that positive as far as I can see. So we're likely to stay on with high prices for the next few months, and hopefully IEA, through the managed release of storage of stocks, will try and stabilize the market. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer afterwards questions, okay?
Very, Nadio, very encouraging what you said, because you still, you can have a seat as well with us, Doctor. You can have a seat.
Yeah, well, I'll come and join you because I want to see the presentations.
Okay,
Here.
I mean,
Okay. I'll join you.
you are very, I mean, but I think that even from here you can see the presentations. My dear friends, now we are entering the session one. We have, I'm not gonna say a lot of things about where we stand for, because with these two speeches that we have as a keynote from Mr. Sirigos and now from Dr. Sabolis. I think that we have been very, very deeply in understanding the subject of our discussion. But since I have to welcome you on session one, where we turn to one of the most decisive fronts of the new maritime era, how energy is transported and with what fuels the global fleet will move forward in the future. We are entering a period of profound transformation. The traditional model based on predictable oil flows and conventional marine fuels is giving way to a far more complex landscape. Diversified energy routes, we've seen all of them, new fuel ecosystems, and a regulatory framework that is rapidly tightening. Shipping is not longer just adapting to change. It is driving to transition. From crude oil and LNG transportation to the emergence of alternative fuels, such as methanol, ammonia, and biofuels, the sector is being called to balance three critical priorities: security, sustainability, and efficiency. At the same time, geopolitical developments from the Strait of Hormuz to the Eastern Mediterranean continue to reshape energy corridors, affecting not only routes, but also costs, risk, and strategic decisions. This is where the role of expertise becomes essential. Today, thanks to IENE, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished panel representing the full spectrum of this transportation. It is, of course, Kostis Tastaboulis, who bring deep insight into energy and regional developments. Captain Stylianos Dimouleas, offering operational perspective from tanker markets. Panos Zachariadis, with strong expertise on technical and regulatory evolution. Vasiliki Mariana Soudzi, addressing the pathway of fuel transition and decarbonization. And Marita or Marie Athina Papathanasiou, I know her for many, many years as Marita, now she is Maria Athina. I could never imagine that she was Maria Athina, but anyway, she is. Contributing a financial and investment perspective on energy transition. Our discussion today aims to answer a fundamental question. How can shipping ensure reliable energy transportation while transitioning to a new fuel reality without compromising global trade? Because the stakes are clear. No energy transition can succeed without shipping. We said that. And no shipping strategy can succeed without energy security. I look forward to a dynamic and insightful discussion, and for this reason, I call all the participants of this panel to come over. And I think that each one, you're going to have an initial presentation. Even when you have prepared your presentation, you can stand up. You can have the presentation, or either from the panel or from, or at the same time, we can. So we will spend. Έλα Κώστα και εσύ εκεί. Τι να. Καλά.
Δεν έχω παρουσίαση.
Δεν θα βλέπουμε.
Δεν έχω καμία παρουσίαση.
Ωραία. allow me to say that I will start with Panos Zachariadis, because he's the older one among us, and we have to respect him. Καλό, And it is the A to Z, you know, it is the Z. Pano, I want your initial introduction on our topic, and actually, I will never forget your pathos, the way that you speak for different fuels in the past, and not to say that you were among the first Greeks that you drop us to this whole of the concept of the new fuels, etc., about 20 years ago. So now you have made a global passing from different fuels. I remember you being very passionate about LNG, then after that about ammonia, and now about nuclear. So now you have make all the Luna Park, you know, the different games. Therefore, we are really happy to hear from you.
Thank you, George. Just to also say that I'm also in the board of directors of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping.
I'm not going through the CVs. I'm not
Yeah.
going through the CVs because the CVs, it is very easy to find them. I mean, unless you want.
Just because the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping is a strong supporter of this.
No, thank you very much for saying this.
I'm not having a presentation, so I guess I have a few minutes.
You have as much as you want. I mean, you have up 5 to 8 minutes.
Yeah, and like you said, I've been looking into all those alternative fuels, and my view is not positive for them. It's negative for them, primarily for their effect to the environment, not for their effect to our pockets. Now, this might sound counterintuitive, but if you look into the studies, this is what comes out. I've been saying some things about these green fuels for several years now, and a couple of days ago, a study from the Greek Polytechnic came out, which actually says what I've been saying, including a very good economic study on the effects of these green fuels to shipping and to Greek shipping in particular. So let me start from the beginning. In the beginning, we said we have to get rid of fossil fuels for our ships. Okay, fine. And what do we burn? It goes into green fuels, which are green ammonia and green methanol, who come from green hydrogen. The reason we don't go directly to green hydrogen to burn on the ships is because it is a very, very difficult fuel to burn on the ships. So you take the green hydrogen and you make liquid fuels from it, and the two fuels that you make is green ammonia and green methanol. Now, these green fuels, I call their science fiction. And I call their science fiction because they're not available now, and they will never be available for shipping. And why they will never be available for shipping? Okay, a small lesson in elementary school multiplication. Right now, shipping uses 330 million tons of fossil fuel, diesel or low sulfur fuel oil. Ammonia and methanol have less energy density than the conventional shipping fuels. So, for the same tons of diesel, you need more tons of ammonia and methanol. You need 2.5 more tons if you're using ammonia for the same energy output, and 2.2 tons more if you're using methanol. So, fourth grade elementary multiplication. Right now, shipping is using 330 million tons of conventional fossil fuels. If theoretically those were going to be replaced by green ammonia, we would need 330 times 2.5, which is the energy density of ammonia. 825 million tons of ammonia for shipping alone. Now, to make this ammonia from green hydrogen, you need 150 million tons of green hydrogen. This is 1 to 5, take my word for it. The problem with green hydrogen is the hydrogen that you get from electrolysis of the water using renewable electricity, electricity from renewable sources. The problem with green hydrogen and electrolysis is that you need huge amounts of electricity to get small amounts of hydrogen. You need 55 to 60 kilowatt hours of renewable electricity to get 1 kilo of hydrogen.
Okay.
Now, remembering that we are going to need 165 million tons of green hydrogen, that means, if you do the multiplications correctly, you're gonna need 9 to 10,000 terawatt hours of renewable electricity in order to make the green ammonia that shipping needs. What a coincidence. 9,000 terawatt hours is the total renewable energy production, electricity production of the planet
At this moment,
at this moment. In
9,000 tera.
9,000 tera is the total planet's renewable electricity production. And because,
And what is the capacity?
hold on a second, because we have so many wind turbines and solar panels and all that, it happens to be also 1/3 of the total electricity of the planet from all sources. So in other words, about 30,000 terawatt hours is the total planet's electricity production, even including from coal. We need 1/3 of that, or the total renewable production of the planet, to make the ammonia that we need for ships only to reduce the 2.5% of carbon dioxide that ships emit. Okay? Let's move on. Let's say,
No, I didn't understand that. Sorry for this, because I'm from Chagarada Pillion. I understand very well, but sometimes I have to question. How much do we need to cover the shipping needs from how many tera?
9 to 10,000.
9 to 10,000, whereas today the global production is
It's
9.
9 to 10,000.
So all of it.
All of it we need just to
I
cover
like very
shipping,
much repeating this matter.
just to cover shipping, okay? In order to reduce the 2.5% that shipping emits to the atmosphere.
Only
Now,
for the 2.5%.
yes, let's move on.
Please.
Let's say that
All
we
right.
had it. Let's say that we had it. That was no problem. You take that renewable electricity, you split the water, you take the hydrogen, you make the ammonia or the methanol, because the methanol calculation is not much different. It's 2.2 times more. In order to make these liquid fuels to utilize on ship's engine. Now, we naval architects and mechanical engineers, and all of us know, if you use any liquid fuel in an internal combustion engine, any liquid fuel, could be diesel, could be green ammonia, could be anything, the efficiency is very low. 60% of the energy that the fuel has goes up the ship's stack as heat, as wasted heat. Another 10 to 20% frictional losses. So, as useful work thrust to the ship from the propeller, only 20 to 30% of the original energy you started goes to propel the ship, to make useful work. Instead, if you took that electricity and you put it on the grid so people can charge their electric cars, 95% of it goes to the wheels, producing useful work. So how stupid could we be to take this precious renewable electricity that we don't have enough of to make liquid fuels to use on ships? Now, that study that came out a couple of days ago said that if instead you use that electricity, as I say now, to the grid, you could get at least 9 times more CO2 reduction than what you would get from these green fuels. And let me continue a little bit.
You will have more time afterwards.
Yeah, okay. Just,
Go on,
just
tell me.
to close, because there is
Because I
another...
like very much the question about stupidity. This is why it was
Yeah.
very nice.
There is another big problem with them, and that's hydrogen is a greenhouse gas, but we'll talk about it later. Just to close, in Australia, they're planning the biggest facility to produce green hydrogen. The area, they will be producing 5 million tons of green hydrogen. The Western Green Energy Hub, the area it requires is 1/10 the area of Great Britain. If you take that area for 5 million tons of hydrogen, then for the hydrogen that we need, 165 million tons for shipping, half the European Union's area would not be sufficient to produce those fuels. That's why I say it's science fiction. And I'll talk about the greenhouse effects of hydrogen and why it is bad for the environment to go to those fuels later.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is why I started from the Z, because at the end of the day, everybody's looking about the end. But anyhow, Vasiliki, tell me something. Vasiliki, Mariana, do you have any other name that you combine both?
Vasya.
Vasya, bravo. This is what I remember. You know, here in Greece, we are very good in the economies of scale. Now we stop producing a lot of children, but in order to satisfy our parents, we put in the names of the children 3 names together. So this is a very great pattern. And then we become Spanish, all of us. We have a lot of names. But in this case, I like this Vasya. I know very well that you can easily address us a lot of things, particularly about the transition pathway, etc., because you are an expert on this. And thank you very much for being with us. I will give you the same time if you want, I mean, just to make us an introduction about our topic. And I have to just to say clearly to the audience that we have not spoken yesterday or the day before yesterday to prepare our dialogue. It is really genuine and natural, the way that it comes off. Please.
Thank you for having me here today.
It's my honor. It's our honor.
So I have a presentation, but
You can make the presentation.
I can just.
It's up to you. It's up to you. I mean, this is democracy.
Okay, let's have the presentation.
Why don't you sit over there to have a presentation? And after all, Dr. Stambolis is there in order to watch this presentation. To satisfy as well our host. Doctor?
Hello. So, good morning. Over the next 10 minutes, I will walk you through three main things. The one aspect is where shipping sits in today's energy security picture and why Hormuz matter beyond shipping. The IMO response, with adoption being debated today, this week in London, and what comes next in alternative fuels and supply chains. And I will leave you with some takeaways and outlook. So, let's see the scene straight. Right now, around 50,000 ships are at sea. The majority of them, they are carrying energy. This is the bloodstream of the global economy. And all of this, it squeezes through a handful of narrow waterways, Hormuz, Suez, Malacca Strait. Single points of failure, close one, and within hours, oil prices moves up, insurance shifts, ships are rerouting, resulting to volatility and unpredictability. And this is what is happening today. Since 28th of February, the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. 30 million barrels a day gone out of the market, Brent above $95, war risk insurances 4 to 5 times higher. And this isn't a one-off. Red Sea, Panama, Black Sea, now Hormuz. Disruption used to be the exception. Now it's the rule. Which is why I keep coming back to the idea. Decarbonization should not be treated as a parallel story from energy security. It should be incorporated in the energy security context. A supply chain that runs from Morocco to Australia and from Brazil to Europe or Asia, it's very difficult and it's harder to weaponize. So the climate benefit is real, but the strategic case is what makes it urgent. So, last April, the IMO approved the Net Zero Framework, the most consequential maritime policy in 50 years, where 2 pillars have been introduced. A technical one, which is every ship's annual greenhouse gas intensity measured well to wake and compared against 2 targets. Beat the stricter target, your surplus units. If you miss it, you have a deficit. An economic one, so we had the introduction of a carbon price set to tier 1, $100 per ton of CO2 equivalent, and tier 2, $380 per ton of CO2 equivalent. Now, adoption was adjourned in October. The resumed vote is expected to be in this October, but here's the one thing. MEPC 84 is happening this week in London, where member states were debating the guidelines, the rewards, and the fund design. If this lands, the conventional fuel price floors will rise and alternative fuels will become economic viable. So, what would these alternative fuels could actually be? So, one important distinction first. LNG dominates today's order book. It's mature. It cuts SOx and NOx emissions. It works, but it's still fossil. Methane slip now is a well-to-wake benefit. LNG should be considered as a bridge, not as a destination. Below, we can see 4 different pathways, near zero pathways: methanol, ammonia, biofuels, and hydrogen. Each one of them has its pros and cons. But as far as we know, no fuel wins. The industry is heading for a portfolio. So here we can check the order book, the current order book, and where it's going. So 1,481 vessels are alternative fuel capable in the top of 5 ship types: gas ship, container ships, ro-ro, tanker, and bulk carriers. We can see that LNG is the prevailing one. However, ammonia, it's more focused on gas ships since the cargo handling expertise is leveraged. Also, we can see methanol also around to 164 vessels, their alternative fuel, their methanol-capable vessels led by Maersk. So the most interesting part is that in 2020, alternative fuel-capable ships were 5% of the 5% of the order book. Today, they're over 50%, and that's there is an extraordinary shift in 5 years. The vessels are coming slowly, yes, and the bottleneck is moving from ships to fuels. So here we can see that ordering vessels is one thing and running on fuels, on green fuels is another. And there is a cost gap. And no single lever can close the cost gap. So in the waterfall here, we have on the left the policy-dependent levers, on the right, incentive mechanism-dependent levers. So policy levers, they're trying to bring conventional fuel price up to a more balanced price, and the incentive mechanism-dependent and financial funding, they're trying to bring the levelized cost of production of alternative fuels down to a balanced price. So from all this, we can understand that no single lever can close the gap. All of them, they are needed in order to bridge and to bring a balanced price for everyone. So regulators, financiers, and cargo owners should, they hold an answer to hold a part of the answer to that. And that's why the framework being decided this week matters so much. It sets the floor that everything else builds on. So, and if the cost gap closes, so what comes next? So where this fuel will be bunkered and how? So this data, in the next slides, they're coming from a newly published report from our Maritime Decarbonization Hub. We can see that bunkering is highly concentrated right now. Singapore alone accounts around to 25% of the global market. Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and our cluster is another 8%. And so around 50% of the total bunkering volume is focusing around to 20 ports, which is good news about the transition because we don't have to build alternative fuel infrastructure everywhere, and we can take advantage of the existing one and the know-how. So, the next issue that we were trying to identify through this report is where the supply will come from in order to feed the bunkering hubs that we discussed before. So we identified around 127 e-fuel projects with credible export potential and further 87 sustainable biofuel projects. These were very closely concentrated to 88 ports. And we can see that 3 regional patterns emerge. Asia Pacific, Singapore, Japan, Korea is import dependent, being bunkering, limited domestic production, and they were supplied by Middle East and Australia. Europe, there is a hybrid model, distributed projects around Nordics, Iberia, Germany. Domestic production will be combined with imports from North Africa and South America. And Americas, Africa, and parts of Asia, these are export-led. Production rich with limited domestic shipping demand, so they will be main exporters. So the question here is that Greece sits on every one of those Mediterranean routes depicted in the map. The question is where, if Greece will become the hub or just a corridor. Another important aspect that we identified, that the actual bottleneck is the infrastructure. it's not the molecules, it's the infrastructure, and it's getting the molecules into ships. So bunkering is breaking into three main layers: shoreside, tanks, segregated storage, jetties. The constraint isn't volume, it's segregation. The last mile delivery barges, truck to ship, pipeline to berth, and assurance and permits. Methanol and ammonia need new exclusive zones, new safety cases, new emergency responses. But also there are some front runners. Ports already combining active bunkering with links to both e-fuels and biofuel projects. Rotterdam, Shanghai, Dalian, Santos, Savannah. Plus likely very early movers like Singapore, Fujairah, Duqm, Tanger Med. These are places where the supply chain will form first. And there are six takeaways to leave you with. The first is that there is a plan for portfolio fuels. There is no silver bullet point, hedge across the option, and there is no single fuel wins. Price carbon into every decision. So we have set the line around to $380 per ton of CO2 equivalent. However, even if IMO doesn't go through, we will have multiple EU equivalent policy frameworks around in regional aspects. So we will see other carbon pricing mechanism around. The third is that decarbonization is a part of energy security. Hormuz proved it. Alternative fuels cut choke point exposure as much as they cut emissions. Build hubs first, not everywhere. Focus on the most important and bunkering hubs currently. Efficiency first, wind, hull routing cut, fuel demand under any scenario. These are main components as well. And let's focus on MEPC 84 this week because it's very important what will be decided. Thank you.
Come to join us. Yes, of course. And of course, with your vast experience, I think that you are leading properly your efforts towards this, the pathway of fuel transition and decarbonization. And certainly the map that you described to us, it is really very clear and provides a lot of capabilities to the market itself, because it's not as in the past it was concentrated to, let's say, 3 paths only. I mean, now it is worldwide they are trying to have different pivots. Anyhow, we will speak about this, and thank you very much for this. Marita.
Yes.
I can give you the stage now.
I can make an introduction on the nexus between maritime security and energy security, as I presented a few words.
Very important for us.
And going on to IMO regulations, and then we can speak about more the investment side and also nuclear. So
I have to tell you that she's, I mean, with all, whatever this means, that she's a lawyer also. So you can have your restrictions, whatever you have, as for the lawyer's point of view. But she's a part of being so warm with everybody. You are a very nice person, social person. And I like very much that you care, you are very heavily specialized on what we say environment.
Yes.
For many years now. Thank you for, please.
So today the challenge, it's clear, energy can be produced, but if it cannot move safely through the lanes, through the sea lanes, there is no real energy security. And the important point here is that maritime security is now an economic issue. It is no longer a naval or a military issue, and I think Professor Sirigos or Mr. Samboulis expanded a lot on that. It is an energy issue, it is a supply chain issue, it is an inflation issue, and a food security issue, and a financial markets issue. When strategic waterways become unstable, the freight costs rise, the insurance premiums surge, deliveries are delayed, and markets react immediately. Then the consequences are felt by everyone. So here there is a crucial dilemma. On one hand, the industry, shipping industry, must respond to an increasing regulatory framework and expectations and security pressures. On the other hand, it must ensure the uninterrupted flow of energy and trade through the critical choke points, as we saw before, Straits of Hormuz and many others. So where does the law come into all that? We have the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which is a tried and tested legal instrument. It has worked for many years. And unfortunately now it is testing the reality, it's testing its limits. So we will have to figure out new ways to protect energy security together with maritime security. So here comes the IMO. What is the role of IMO? Well, the IMO, International Maritime Organization role is critical. It's the only forum that is capable of setting common standards and promoting coordination. For the Greek shipping community, engagement with the IMO, it's not just institutional, it is a strategic. But what about if the law and the IMO do not suffice to ensure energy security combined with maritime security? So now we are entering a new phase where strategic thinking must take precedence over purely commercial logic, and I think we will hear about the more experts later. The decisions that we have to make, the shipping community and the maritime community as a whole, are not only based on cost efficiency or market dynamics. They're based on security considerations, geopolitics, and the ability to manage and anticipate disruption. So, because ultimately the stakes are not only limited to shipping, they extend to global energy security, economic stability, and the resilience of international trade. For Greece, it is not just a matter of industry leadership. It is a matter of strategic responsibility. And I would like to say that I think that there are three priorities, immediate priorities for Greek shipping. First is to protect seafarers, because no cargo is more valuable than human life itself. Then we have the insurance questions, and then we have the operational flexibility. And we can talk in more detail about that. There are a lot of legal issues involving all these questions, and a lot of the current frameworks need revising, need adaptation in order to confront the new reality. Also, we cannot forget that the private sector alone, the shipping industry, cannot solve all problems. There is the role of government and the role of international organizations. In this particular situation of maritime security, energy security nexus, the government, and if we want to talk about the Greek government, should advocate for a stronger naval presence, military escorts, pre-classified routes. I think that there are a lot of suggestions being made. And then a European maritime strategy as well, concurrently and in parallel with the IMO, and also focus on strategic port readiness. I think Greece has a big opportunity with ports, which can be now seen as the main logistic and resilience hubs all over Europe. We have the port of Piraeus and Alexandroupolis, and crisis here becomes an opportunity for Greece because ports can be seen as a safety haven for a lot of the shipping activities. So in conclusion, this is a strategic opportunity for Greece overall, and Greece can position itself as a leading maritime security voice on one hand, and also as an important energy security hub. So here again, we have the nexus between maritime security and energy security. Because Greece has four things: global fleet strength, maritime know-how, geographic importance, EU and NATO membership, and very few nations have all four, if we think about it. So to sum up this introduction, the message is clear. A sea lane does not need to be closed to become unusable. If it becomes too dangerous, too expensive, too uncertain, then trade stops anyway. And this is why maritime security must be treated as an economic security. And in that conversation, Greek shipping can be in the center of the solution.
Very nice, very. I like very much your. Bravo, Thank you very much, Marita. Thank you very much. And let us now see the user, the real force. I mean, now I'm coming to my family, the marine family, because Captain Stelios Demouleas is totally wet. I mean, he has been 35 years in the industry. He has been a master for, he has been following construction of ships. He has done many things around the globe, and he has been captains of Aframax, VLCC, Suezmax, whatever you want. And after all, and then, of course, he became now a CEO of, not now, many years ago, of Army Tankers. Therefore, he is, in a sense, the user of what we are discussing ourselves, and he's the real shipping arm of our discussion. And I want to have his own initial presentation about the topics.
Well, thank you very much, George. You know, I was wondering about the topic. And what do we mean when we say energy security? For me, energy security is that, let's say for a country, first of all, to secure the product.
Above all.
And second, the product and the quantity you need in order to fulfill your needs. And second, especially after all these geopolitical tensions, wars. We don't have peace, but we don't have also, technically, we don't have wars. Huh? You have to choose from where are you going to buy your products. So energy security is also...
There is the complexity of the security.
Yes, and energy security is also energy dependence or independence of a country, of an alliance, of anything. So I would say that it's not a VUCA world. It's not only challenging or ambiguity and complexity and so on. We have a wicked global problem at this now. So this is a thought I've made before I come here, because, you know, in order to present something, you have to think before, but news are more fast than the facts. I mean, since yesterday, we had not profound change, shocking news that UAE go out from OPEC, okay? But this morning also, Oman declined to attend the annual Gulf Country Council meeting, which is the first time. So we have a a separation. We move on a fragmentation mode of the new world, new order. In this complex situation, we are talking also about energy transition. I will agree with
Panos.
Mr. Panos, yes, I follow him many years. Not 100%. The transition will be there far beyond our targets. What I mean, we are talking about alternative fuels, but these are only alternative. They are not clean. So we will not have net zero as we expected, and for sure, to my humble opinion, in 2050. This is impossible. China is already told around mid of 50, so everything is going, is postponed, and actually even the International Energy Agency, you showed us a lot of nice projections. Before 5 years, they said that the peak of oil would be in 2030. Now the peak of oil is 2045, something like that. So, and transition also is impacted a lot from the oil majors, the big companies that they have a lot of interest. We've seen all the BP reset strategy last year, if you remember. That BP, when you were flying in Heathrow, before 7-8 years, the whole Heathrow was a clean energy company, blah, blah, blah. And yesterday they did the BP reset, invest again in fossil fuels. Why? Because the share price of BP fall 60%. And the same is happening also with the big oil major, ExxonMobil, huge investment in New Guinea and so on. So we are talking about energy transition with alternative fuels, but for the net zero, we are far beyond, okay? Right. Fortunately, we will have salt-malted modulars, so we will solve our problem once and for all.
Sometimes.
Sometime, yeah, but the first prototype for land use, maybe it will be in 2040, according to...
We will speak about this. I mean, it is very sentimental, this issue as well, for the people that... but go on, I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, and let's move to the new maritime reality. With this pace of change, there is no new maritime reality. We don't know yet the new maritime reality. Every time we see changes that we have to be agile, to adapt and react. And when some things settle down, we will see what is going to happen. In operational view, because you said about operational, I would say that a lot of things are happening. We can discuss later on, but I will tell you one new reality that I realized last week, because we are funding a lot of cadetship programs around the world for our officers. And it was, because it's May, almost May, they have exams now. So I was making a Teams meeting with them to see their expectations, to have their first voyage on board our vessels and so on. So from a group of 8, 7 of them told me, you know, Cap, we say to rethink about it a little bit this year. Maybe we will not sail. And I said, okay, we are afraid. Actually, if in one night happened, what happened in Hormuz, who else know what could be in the future?
The next one.
Yes, and to tell you the truth, we have a VLCC stranded inside the Arabian Gulf, so I fully understand, okay? That's my thoughts.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, because this is the reality and this is what we are facing. By the way, I want to, κύριε Σταμπούλη, μπορείτε να καθίσετε. I want to tell you that I'm not going to monopolize this conversation and be the other part of the speakers, but if anyone wants to raise and make a statement or to raise a question to the panelists, this is going to be fantastic, because we want to become a bit interactive. And please, whoever wants, he can lift up his hand or he can say, George, I want to say something. All right. But having said that, now I'm going to Mr. Staboulis. You have seen, I mean, I think more or less, we are from specialists of this fantastic panel. We have received the initial position, and certainly I'm going back to you, because when I discussed about a few months ago to make this nice conference, you were really concerned about, of course, the sustainability of the market itself. And I want to have your own view about this.
Before answering this, I want to have a question to Vasiliki, if I may.
You can have a question with Vasiliki.
Because Vasiliki, she showed the possibilities about transition with net zero in mind and all that. And at one point, one of your slides, you were mentioning amount of how the emission market, that is euros or dollars per ton of emission, right? And I saw one figure, something like 300.
Yes.
Can you explain that? Because right now the prices are about 70 to 80 euros per ton.
Yes.
And we know that if some of these exotic technologies, sorry for my phrase, exotic, are going to take hold, we will need much higher prices of CO2. So can you please make the link?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Thank you for the question. First and foremost, this is from the IMO MEPC 83 that happened the previous October, and it was adjourned. And the vote will, the expected vote will come in October. So we don't know yet, or if these prices and the pricing mechanism and everything will come into force. But they have set the two tiers, tier one in 100 USD dollars per ton of CO2 and $380 per ton of CO2 equivalent. So they set a limit, more or less, of how the carbon price will be formed and what we expect. Obviously, that's the case why many member states have been, and the vote was adjourned. Okay. Thank you. Was adjourned. But, however, by setting this limit, they give the room to the other regional price mechanism to hold into that. However, based on, let's say, the willingness to pay from the ship owner regarding a balanced price, as I showed the waterfall before, the carbon price should be around around $300 per ton of CO2 equivalent.
Okay. So this raises a fundamental question. If we want to move to new types of fuel, clean fuel, that means we have to have a much higher price of CO2.
Yes,
right?
We have to have.
Sure.
We have to have a price, and it depends also of what other carbon mechanism you have. If you have exposure in Europe, IMO, or whatever it might be.
Yeah. Globally, anyway, we need to to move to much higher prices of CO2. And I think this sets the basis of the discussion. Do we need such high prices?
Can I
Please.
add something
Please, Pano.
relevant? So the reasoning is you pay this penalty as an incentive not to use fossil fuels and go to the green fuels, which I just explained will never be available. And therefore, you keep paying and paying and paying. The study from the Technical National University that I mentioned calculated what would be the penalty on shipping just from IMO's NZF from now until 2050. How much you think is going to be? 4.5 trillion. 4.5 trillion, only the penalty to the IMO. Of course, Greek shipping is 20%. 20% of that will be paid by Greek ships.
1.1 trillion.
Yes.
5 times the value of the
Now,
fleet.
95% of the ships that we have right now cannot use, even if they wanted, they cannot use those green fuels. Yes, they can use a little biofuel, but biofuel is going to be available in minute quantities. The rest of the 5% of ships that can use alternative fuels can use only LNG. We call that alternative fuel. It's not alternative for me because it's a fossil fuel, and I consider it worse than
It used
diesel.
to be alternative.
So-
Now, the last 5 years, it is not alternative.
So 0.1% of the ships may have the capability to use those green fuels if they were available. So you, except for those 4.5 trillion, you are going to need numbers that I have seen, another 10 trillion or so to replace all the ships in the water and make all the infrastructure on land that you need to utilize those fuels. Who's going to pay for that? And it's not even going to be good for the environment. I still didn't tell you why those green fuels are not good. Amazing.
This is actually, Marita referred to this in a sense, on the global side. I don't want to spend time about, more and more about this alternative fuel, because all of you have positioned yourself, and certainly, unfortunately, the politicians, particularly the European politicians, they have found it as a good solution to find a new path of production of the European economy, let's say, to try to solve this issue. But one way or another, since the numbers are really extremely negative, I hope that within the next few years, we will find out what is going to happen. Then we have to make a big turn. Otherwise, there is no solution. Don't you agree with this? What's going to be the European, we have two things to consider ourselves here. We have the industry itself, being the fuel and maritime industry. We have the European market that, we are, in particular, the South European activities are really heavily influenced with all this development. And we have Greece, that we have to raise it in our panel. So I want you to tell me, how do you think that we will have to react on this development? What could be the proposal from each one of you in overpassing this disruption that you described until now? What's going to be for you?
I want to follow up on what Panos said about, and Vasiliki and everyone, about the green fuels, and obviously the difficulty in production and everything else. The only solution, the far-fetched solution, of course, that one can see, so the production of the green fuels becomes more feasible and economic, given the cost that Panos just mentioned, would be if nuclear power is used to produce those fuels. And the thing, although it's a very long way ahead, there comes an opportunity again for Greece to position itself as in the forefront of the nuclear maritime revolution or resurgence. Because if we can have, and that would be floating nuclear power plants, that would be offshore barges, offshore plants, the technical people know all about it, and they will use nuclear to produce ammonia, hydrogen, and other fuels. Of course, it's far away, not because the technology...
Doesn't matter, but you know something, instead of spending money, sorry for interrupting you, instead of spending money towards the dream of having something green and green and green, that it has become dream now, all right, it is better to foresee from now on our own target and to avoid the ridiculous decisions of the shape that they had the other day, the 7 nations that they met in Paris, and they said that we are going to put 200 million in order to accelerate the R&D developments in the R&D in the nuclear energy, and 200 million is the Greek shipping that is spending for 6 months for the R&D, if you consider the cost of what is happening, only for the 20% of the fleet. And when the European countries are spending this money, it is really stupid. Please, Pano, you want to say something?
I made a calculation. How many nuclear plants you need to make the ammonia for shipping?
How many?
1,400 big ones, not small reactors. So I'm all for what you said. We need those floating nuclear plants.
These are fantastic announcements here. Zachariadis calculated
9,000 terawatts.
against Maritas
that's what
and the Vasquez vision. You see, this is the outcome of the discussion.
But we need to have in Greece those floating nuclear plants for all the other things. I mean, I don't want to waste energy to make those green fuels, because soon, maybe the next 10, 20 years, we're going to have nuclear engines on the ships. So we're going to solve our problem, I hope. I mean, the Chinese are already having working thorium molten salt reactors. But we need them for all the other things we want to do. We are talking about data centers and all that.
Desalination.
Desalination, they need huge amounts of electricity. We cannot proceed without nuclear, but not the nuclear that we know, not the Fukushima and Chernobyl nuclear. That's second generation. We need to go into the modern fourth generation nuclear.
Personally, I have another problem as well. You see, Captain Stelios, he was very clear when he talked about the new generation that he was scared about joining now sailing because of the distractions that are happening in the pathways. But think about the difficulty that we will face with the young people or the new seafarers in, I mean, I want your position about this, on the if and when the technology will change and will go to so sophisticated technology afterwards. What do you think about this?
Well, I think that we have to align people with the pace of technology.
Yeah.
And again, now we are far behind. I mean, we need not only to, we are using words in many forums, upskill, reskill, and okay. But except the existing workforce, we have a lot of new workforce which is coming. And the pace of technology every day is coming more and more, more difficult. And it will be a very great problem because we see infrastructure ashore, like training centers, especially, I will not mention Greece, but we see advanced training centers that they have a competitive advantage, let's say, in Singapore, in Norway. So we are far away from that training center. We have to move our people around the world in order to find a good, let's say, learning facility to provide them with some skills that they will need in the future. So, yeah, it is a quite huge problem, and it requires a lot of investment from the owner side.
All right, because this is really a big concern about that affects us both, of course, sustainability, of course, security, and of course, normalization of the
So
sector.
let me just to add something.
Please.
We cannot decarbonize the planet without decarbonize the mindset of the people that they are working on the future vessel. So this is quite difficult, and because you said sustainability, actually in 2025, there was something relevant that you said. The first time the BlackRock CEO, in his annual message, it was the first time that he took out the word sustainability. And he mentioned long-term profit, viability. So BlackRock is $7 trillion fund, and they own everything, even shipping.
Okay. They own everything, I know, even ports and ships. Any question from you, gentlemen, ladies? Yes, please. Κάτσε εδώ, τα κάνουμε όλα. Each one, I want the name, please.
Gumas Theodoros from Exergia, an energy consulting firm working in Greece and internationally. I have thank you very much for this session. It was very interesting to me. I have a question for the two representatives of maritime industry. My question is very clear, and I want to understand whether towards 2030 or after 2030 you have a strategy what to do with the new situation in CO2 carbon limits that you have, carbon targets. I mean, do you believe that this negative position means that you have just to pay the allowances and stay with fossil fuels, or you have a strategy? This is my question.
Actually, all of them, they are very maritime. I have to tell you, there are not only two. The four of them, they are even very maritime. See, I'm telling you. But this question goes mainly to you, to Mr. Zachariadis and Captain Moulias.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you don't want to speak with a female? I mean, I will raise a question to the ladies. Please, Pano.
Okay. There is many things you can do, and there is many things we have been doing, and shipping has dropped dramatically their CO2 emissions already. From 2008, bulk carriers alone have dropped their CO2 emissions by 45%, while at the same time, the work they do has increased by almost 50%. They didn't do that by using green ammonia. They did that with a number of other ways, reducing speed, using energy-saving devices, and so on and so forth. So we can do realistic things that work, but we're not going to go into dreams and try to catch dreams from the air, unfortunately. So the numbers prove that shipping has been dropping its CO2 emissions drastically anyways. That's what I want to say.
Vasya?
So, I agree
with that. It's not only about alternative fuels. Until now, there are plenty of technologies that they're using, shipping industry, in order to counteract the negative effect of CO2 emissions. My question also is, yes, but how we will deal with RFMBO quota from FuelEU Maritime if you operate in EU territorial waters? So if you have this quota of 5%, what you're going to do, you'll pay the penalties, the allowances? Yes, please.
Okay, there is a difference between FuelEU and IMO NZF. Right? It's about how you count LNG, right? FuelEU, if you burn LNG, you get credit. IMO, if you burn LNG from 2030, you're going to be paying penalty. So what companies do to handle FuelEU is they go into pools with companies that use LNG, and they get those credits to apply to their ships. Or you just pay the penalty. Or if it becomes economically viable, you may use biofuels, because for Europe, it's not so many big quantities, but biofuels are very expensive right now, so it doesn't pay. It's better to burn low sulfur fuel oil and pay the penalty rather than get biofuel. But like I said, you can get into a pool of ships that burn LNG, get the credits from those pools, and reduce your costs for fuel.
Yes, that's why I was asking about the RFMBO quota. I mean, which is non-biogenic, no biofuels. Yes.
Yeah, but those are biofuels that are not made from the food chain, supposedly.
Yes,
So,
some sustainability.
yeah.
Like a e-fuel.
Ναι, να πει και κάτι και ο κύριος...
I have a practical question, which is addressed to Panos and Captain Dimoulas.
I have also.
To what extent the amount of the percentage of cleanliness in a vessel affects chartering? That is, if you can market your vessels as very clean or medium clean, I don't know what scale you use, how is this affecting chartering prospects?
Okay, let me combine a little bit my answer with the question of the gentleman and your question. So, yes, we do a lot. What I mean, we have a net zero strategy aligned with 2050 goals, with a checkpoint of 2030 and 2040. Okay, a lot of companies are doing many things, as Panos said. From our side, we have invested a lot during new building stage. We are investing a lot with new technologies, new paints, new retrofitting equipment, even with the willingness to stand a little bit, to make a stand with the charterers and say, okay, I will do the early arrival, just arrival, how you can call it. So we reduce speed on our own risk, because a lot of charterers are afraid that if something happens and you will not get your laycans. But this is a risk that we take and we try to eliminate based on our good process, maintenance, and so on. So we are in a very good shape, let's say, for the first checkpoint. I don't know if this answers your questions.
Very correct.
No, my question is very clear.
Your
How is the ecological footprint of a vessel affects chartering prospects?
Yeah,
the
second question.
For your question, I will tell you that yes, there is a lot of greenwashing industry demands.
Okay.
And it affects, and it's very good for the charterers to know that they use a green vessel that, first of all, they can use for their promotion to their strategy, and also they can use to their, you know, that is coming new regulation for big companies about scope 3 emissions. So, yes, if you have a clean vessel, you are more attractive, and especially also for funding, for the banks.
Okay.
So it's good to have this pressure also from the external factors in order to push shipping companies to do more and more over the years. Okay?
Yeah, just as a follow-up comment, at the moment, because of all the insecurity and uncertainty about the IMO regulations, the ship owners and investors do not want to take risks to either to retrofit, to order new technology vessels. This costs a lot of money, and unless somebody is absolutely certain about what the penalties will be, about how carbon will be priced, about what the framework would look like, nobody wants to take the risk. So actually the retrofits have slowed down. There was a surge in activity in ship retrofits for a while, previous years. Suddenly it slowed down, it picked up a bit and then stalled again, because everybody now is waiting to see what's going to happen with the IMO, which is happening, the battle is happening this week. I mean, we all know that the Greek Ship Owners Association has expressed serious concerns, and I think valid concerns about the IMO proposals, because in one sentence, from the angle of the shipping community, the shipping industry, the current IMO net zero framework is not realistic. And that stalls and obstructs investment towards better technologies.
Very, very nice. Since I don't have a lot of time, I don't have more time. Unless, is there any, we're going to have many discussions afterwards. Yes, please. Here is the microphone. Δημήτρη, το όνομά σου.
Dimitri Papakonstantinou, partner of IENE, energy policy expert. Many very interesting presentations. We heard a lot about visions. We support the development of new technologies. On the other hand, words that were also heard were dreams. This is a dream. This is not realistic. Last comment. The experienced Captain Stelios said that the objective remains to have a net zero future, but the year is postponed. Peak oil year is postponed. The year for net zero is postponed. So I would like to ask my compatriot George Xeradakis, who is the moderator, what is your summary comment? Where is the balance between the vision and reality from what we've heard today?
To generate money without producing anything. This is, we have become the experts as Europeans. And as, I mean, we follow the America how it was 35 years ago, and now we have become the new leaders in bullshitting around, because this is what it is about. And the other thing that I want to add is that it is very, very, very easy to say, this idiot politician, this idiot staff, etc., president of this country or the other. It has become very wise to emphasize different characteristics and to minimize the brain of the other people. But in fact, we do not see our own homes. And this, As I said, I give you just one little example that it was ridiculous, this decision of the 7 countries about the nuclear. It was offensive, not ridiculous. And I don't want at least my country, not even my prime minister, to participate in these conclusions, even if he wants to do it for diplomatic purposes. We are in front of a great challenge ourselves as Greeks. We are part of the international supply chain. We have this power of having a few Greeks that they own the 20% of the world fleet, and therefore we have to be, I think, that realistic. What this panel said is that we need realism in making the decisions. The figures that Zachariades put on page for us, it was very, not discouraging, very clear. I mean, say this cannot happen. Therefore, it is very easy to go back to what the Greek supporters were saying about 15 years ago, before when we started this discussion about the other fuels, etc. And many of them, you remember the meeting, that they agreed that the best thing to do is to slow down the engines, the vessels, and instead of going at 15. Now, how we agree, for instance, to the alternative routes of the land with a train, all right? We have to agree with another maritime route with a speed of no 15 knots or not 20 knots, not 12 knots, but correspondingly to reduce the CO2 whatever by, let's say, consumption emission by 50%, or to reach the targets with another manner. But thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to express myself.
Break.
We finished, but I want just with one sentence from all of you. I have written this question. What is the one development? Listen, you don't have to say many things, only one development, one word. Not one word, no more than 35 words. What is the one development that will most radically reshape energy transportation over the next 5 years? I repeat, what is the one development that will most radically reshape energy transportation over the next 5 years? Mr. Stambolis.
CO2 tax. If certain countries have their way and IMO adopts emission market for shipping, this is going to have an impact on the development of the sector.
Politics and geopolitical tensions.
Hello?
I hope for the opposite of what Mr. Stambolis said. That the word is getting out and people are realizing this is a dead end. And that in itself is going to be a major development. People realizing that IMO NZF is no good.
That's good. Vasya?
Carbon monetization, the same as Mr. Stambolis said. But even with IMO or without IMO, we will have many regional fragmentations or not in a national level. So even if we have IMO and a pool of all countries, which would be the best case scenario in order to have fragmented policies, frameworks all around the world and causing confusion and volatility, this will be the huge development in my eyes.
That's good. Kirsi?
I think a combination of geopolitics and carbon pricing will push for nuclear. And we cannot see nuclear in the next 5 years, but we will enter the pilot phase in the next 5 years, which will prepare the next 10 years.
Acceptance period. Oh, okay.
Well, we will have the prototypes, we will have the technology tests on SMRs, we will get to the regulatory framework
All
in
right.
the IMO and in the IA. So all that
Okay.
will lead to nuclear adoption.
Thank you very much for listening to us. And now we are going to have a break or not?
Yes, no, we have
We
to
can
break.
have a break for a coffee and then we come back.
And we can have a picture.
Thank you very much.
So in this second panel, the title of which is Vessel Certification for Energy Cargos, it's a loose title. We'll talk about different things. We have in this panel Mr. Spiridon Zolotas, to my right, Vice President South Europe, Marine Rina Elas. We have Mr. George Teriakidis, Regional Manager for Southeast Europe, DNV, Maritime, and Mr. Nicholas Vaporis, Chief Technical Officer of Capital Ship Management. All three of the gentlemen, I don't know if Mr. Vaporis has, but we have, they have some short presentations. So I'm gonna start with Mr. Zolotas. We're gonna have a reduced panel in order to gain some speed because George Xeradakis actually delayed his panel by a big amount of time. Go ahead, Spiro.
Good, okay, thank you. Let's see when it's coming. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Professor Stambolis, for the invitation. Not for the title of the panel, actually, I would say, because all the other panel titles are very sexy. Our panel title has been Certification of Vessels, so everybody wants to remain in the coffee break, no one to come back. Certification of Vessels is a title by itself, not very attractive, I would say. But anyway, so certification. We will be on the same mood as the previous ones. I will very briefly speak about how are the trends of the market of the tanker fleet, if this is supposed to work somehow. Okay. Oh. Εκεί πιάνει. Σωστό. So, let's see very quickly how is the... my presentation will be very fast, but even furious, and it will be about a part of which is market and a little bit of technical. I will not be too technical, but I hope I will be useful also for the audience just to get an idea of what we are talking about energy. So this is how is the demographic of the fleet now. The next slides you are going to see practically, I think, will be distributed by the organizers. But anyway, demonstrate that we have an aging fleet. That's the first point that we need to keep. This is how, what is the ownership of the tankers. We have said many times that Greeks are dominating this market, Chinese are following. That's another slide. I'm going quite fast, I think, Mr. Chairman. Order books. Order books we have seen being dropped in a certain period, picking up. This is the order book data, VLCCs. You see very low order book of VLCCs, picking up as well in 2025. Aframaxes and Suezmaxes on these tables, all you see that they are low. So it means we have an aging fleet. And this is the prices. I'm not a broker, so I don't want to speak a lot about prices. But anyway, prices have dropped, they now are picking up again. These are the tankers that are being ordered. We have about 15% of the fleet in number of vessels are crude oil tankers, about 6% product tankers, and 12% chemical tankers. And we see the various splits in according to deadweight, the number of vessels, etc. That's what is being ordered. Some of them are with alternative fuels. I know George will give a lot of details on that later, so I don't want to go there. We will see that bigger vessels have a tend to have more possibilities for alternative fuels, namely LNG for the time being, methanol or others. I fully agree with Panos previously being science fiction. If you are a methanol carrier, of course, you can burn your methanol. Okay. These are so we see LNG dominating the market of the alternative fuels for the time being, with some short slices on ammonia and methanol, etc. Batteries, though, is something that could be interesting. And this is what I would like a little bit to show you on the technical side of my presentation, because I think as we go forward on this dream, because I fully agree that this is a science fiction, but we have something to do. That's another fact. So doing a half step ahead, not going forward today, to make today investments that will be useful in 2050. So paying money today for something that will be useful in 2050 could be a hybrid propulsion approach. What do we mean with a hybrid propulsion? First of all, to use the best engine we have on board in order to make further improvement of the efficiency. Because you said already that in the last year shipping improved a lot itself. We are how much more? 30% better in the past, even more. More than 30% in respect to what we have been. So that over all the ships, of course. So we have done huge steps forward as in respect of efficiency. Here you see, I don't want to go in technical details, will be funny for many of you, but anyway, we have gensets and main engines. You see the orange line. The orange line is how is behaving a main engine. Gensets, as you decrease the load, are very bad engines, burning much fuel. So the idea was maybe to use the main engine of a vessel in order to reduce its, to improve its efficiency. And that's how can I use the main engine if I am in port? Because the propeller should stop turning. So I need a system that will decouple the tail shaft and will make the engine turning. That's the only idea. That's the coupling. It's a mechanical coupling. It looks like this. It is existing equipment. It's used many years ago in LNG carriers mainly. But now they have improved the models, I would say, and could be available for others as well. And this can be coupled also when I am on anchorage or I'm in others. I need to store my energy, what I produce the main engine, with batteries. That's the half step ahead. We think that batteries are improving tremendously as regards efficiency, as regards the technologies around them. We have seen them in the cars. Every model you get every couple of years, it is better efficiency in respect of the previous one. I think this is inevitable to be a transitional to possibly nuclear or something that is coming. So this half step is using my best energy provider on board, my best engine that I have, and storing my excess energy on batteries. I don't go to details on the benefits that this could give me. It would be one thing I tell you only, that I can have an engine that it is less powerful because the excess power I can get by the batteries. It is happening in our cars every day. That's the system how it is. This is a case that we demonstrate on an Aframax tanker, the reduction that you see. These are the numbers. I don't want to read them. I've been told to go fast. So that's how the amount of energy, of fuel oil consumption that you reduce. The first column is a standard design. The second one is with this concept of a batteries, let's say. So you see from, you save practically more or less 1,000 tons per year with such a concept. That's a tremendous amount of money going forward to the end. Aframax. This is an Aframax. Since we are talking for mainly energy carriers today, we chose an example of an Aframax, which is an energy carrier. So that's it. And could be very useful for MR tankers with electric pumps, etc. That's what we say here. 15% less consumption, and of course, less penalties, which are combined with the energy consumption, definitely. So we have a higher asset value. We add some equipment because we add batteries and we add the shaft coupling, but we remove equipment. We can even remove one of the generators of the vessel. We need less generators, Normally vessels, for who in the audience is not familiar, have 3 generators, more or less. Now you can have 2. Generators is a big headache for everybody who knows. And of course, they are, as we have seen, they are not well performing. So you enhance safety. You have always available power due to the batteries. You have less maintenance. And in the future, when other fuels could come, I don't know if they will come or anything will come, you could more easily retrofit because you have done this half step. Okay, you can even add the system in order to gain power from the wind. This is not pushing the vessel through wind sails or something, but producing energy with vertical generators who produce energy by the air blowing or even the movement of the vessel itself. So this can produce, we have calculated, about 300 kilowatt equivalent energy for a wind speed of 10, about 5 Beaufort, let's say, which is an additional energy. So we are trying to improve our efficiency going forward, and this is what we think will bring us to what was the theme of the previous panel, when fuels will be available. Before closing, I would like to say, because I think that's my last slide. Oh my God, don't do me that again, Pano. Okay, I'll be running. Okay, I'm joking. Now, I would like to say that probably another theme that we will face as we go forward is the so-called dark fleet. It's very connected to this theme of today's conference. There are too many ships in this dark fleet, and this is not a matter of market only, it's a matter of safety as well. These vessels, nobody knows how they operate. They are not classed by class societies like DMV or RINA or others, let's say, that have specific rules and systems. So there are about 10 or maybe 18%, I think, of the total number of tankers belongs to the dark fleet. I wanted to put that and maybe open a discussion on that. I think is interesting on the safety point of view, pollution eventually, etc. Thank you.
George, yes.
Okay. So we have a benchmark now, Spiros. I have to beat that. So if you can put the slides, please. And we'll start. My slides, which I'll go fast, talk about availability of fuels, which fuel is the best, which is, well, I was about to say, spoiler alert, none, and how much of fuels are available and how much shipping needs. It's, again, spoiler alert, there are not enough fuels for the existing fleet to utilize. So as soon as it comes, we will start. A small disclaimer, we don't support as an organization or myself any specific fuel. The problem exists that there's no single solution for all types of fuel. So like in Lord of the Rings, there is nothing one to bind them all. On the contrary, I personally foresee a future where basically we're going to have all sorts of different fuels and different energy sources for different types of ships, small, medium, large, ocean-going, coastal vessels, and so forth, which of course will create a complicated picture.
Can we have Mr. Teriakidis' presentation, please?
Yes. And actually, okay, I'll start, as soon as they put the presentation up, I'll start trying to do it by heart. So, I mean, we have, the first slide basically shows that we have different sort of fuels that we're all talking about, and probably you've seen fuels that we're talking about, gray fuels, and which are fossil-based, or electrofuels, or green fuels, or blue fuels. So we have all sorts of different types of fuels, which are supposed to come from different types of sourcing and ways of making them. But currently, let's be fair, all of these variety of different fuels are not available. we simply have, like mentioned in the previous panels as well, LNG, fuel oil, biofuel, a little bit of methanol, a little bit of ammonia, and what I was planning to show is also the ships that are out there. If we look on the ships that are being ordered by ship owners around the world in the shipyards, we see a large percentage of them being dual fuel. You see almost 50% of these ships being ships that are able to burn more than fuel oil. Usually it's LNG or it's methanol or it's ammonia. Now, if somebody says 50%, that's a large amount. It is a large amount, but here we play with statistics because we are considering in terms of gross tonnage, so the capacity. And basically that goes back to the fact that large ships are the ones that are going towards having dual fuel capability, and most of them are container ships. Why? They're liners. They know where they're going to be, when, and basically that pinpoints also the bunkering ability. So the other ship types, like bulk carriers that might have ammonia, or we might...
Sorry,
Yeah.
George. I mean, I know you're going through your presentation by heart, but I don't know, do we have the presentation of Mr. Teriakidis to put on the screen, please?
If we don't have it, let me know, and then I'll run through it verbally. Maybe it's a mistake. Anyway, to save time,
No?
No. We have it or not? No. Okay, I'll move verbally. So basically, in the order book, we have basically ships that are showing that they are burning methanol, they're burning ammonia. These are dual fuel capable vessels, and they're burning LNG. Majority of them are able to burn LNG. There's a small percentage of ammonia and methanol, but these are not shipping companies that come up and say, I want to burn ammonia. For example, Mr. Vapor is coming up and say, I have a great idea, let's build a ship that burns ammonia. These are charterers, companies basically that move cargoes, like BHP, Cargill, and they're basically saying, for my profile, and because I can source ammonia or I can source methanol, I will build 5 ships. Who will build them for me? And they will be burning ammonia. So these are very specific projects. Why I'm mentioning this, and of course I'm changing a little bit the presentation right now. Why? Because there's not available fuel out there. We've made a calculation and we've said we're having an energy outlook every year where basically we're calculating what kind of fuels are going to be and what the ships will be able to burn. What we have calculated is that if tomorrow basically all the projects that are supposed to create methanol, ammonia, also whatever source, neither green or whatever, are ready, and tomorrow they can produce at full capacity, and then you have all the ships that are on the order book and they have also dual fuel, we want these ships will not be able to burn this alternative fuel. Why? Because whatever alternative fuel we're talking about, methanol, ammonia, LNG, biofuels, these are not only for shipping. These will be sourced by other industries as well. And they will be taking these percentages of available fuel. So basically that means, let's assume that all ships will be burning at all times this alternative fuel. Parenthesis, small surprise, if you have a dual fuel ship with ammonia, it doesn't mean it burns ammonia all the time. A very key question is, if somebody says, I'm building dual fuel ammonia vessel or I have it on the water, a question would be, how often do you burn ammonia? Or how often do you burn methanol or LNG? Depends on the price.
The question is how often you're going to burn green ammonia. Because gray ammonia and brown ammonia, you're gonna probably be able to source. And that's, if you do that, that's worse than burning diesel.
My presentation would have been much more colorful with beautiful slides. You have to stick with this, what you have today and right now. But in order to wrap it up and to close and bring it to the discussion, is that currently my message is that shipping companies have made their part. You cannot expect that everybody will swing immediately to build dual fuel ships, but there are a quite sizable amount of ships which are able to burn alternative fuel. We are calculating this. If all ships are built today, they will need about 50 million tons of equivalent oil of alternative fuels. This is more than the alternative fuel availability today. So shipping has done its part. Currently, the problem is the production and availability of these fuels. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a presentation? Mr. Vapori's presentation, please. Because you took double the time you're allocated, and I'm trying to make up. Yeah, we are engineers. With presentation, no problem.
Well, if there is no presentation, I will explain a few things from my iPhone. So I work for Capital, and I'm a member of Martecma. So a few slides only I will describe for you, and then I will take the questions from Panos. Capital Group, 170 ships, very diversified fleet, 21 LNG carriers, 8 MGC, 52 tankers, 17 bulk carriers, 2 VLACs, 4 CO2 carriers, 22 offshore supply vessels, and 44 containers. 30% of this fleet is a dual-fuel fleet, mostly LNG for the tankers and the container ships, and LPG for the big VLAC and VLGC carriers and the LPG carriers. We had a project on order with Hyundai and MAN to burn ammonia, but the development of the engine in Korea, it took too long for us to wait because we are building ships and we need to keep our schedules because we have investors behind us and our operations must be profitable. So we have touched the ammonia engine, but for the time being, we let it behind. Now, when it comes to what type of technologies we are using, some of these have been discussed previously by Mr. Zolotas. For us, in the tanker, especially fleet, we have been very much investing, bringing technologies from our LNG colleagues. For example, in order to improve the BOG management, we are using subcoolers from the LNG industry to reduce the BOG of the fuel, LNG as fuel. We of course have sub-generators, all sort of energy efficiency devices, and we are one of the first, I believe, the first independent owner who has actually certified a tanker with cold ironing in cooperation with California Terminal and the Lloyd's Register. For the container ships, more or less the same technologies are used as the tankers. Things for us in the container segment are more straightforward since all our dual-fuel container ships are chartered out to big names, so we know that LNG is going to be used quite frequently, maybe not all the time, but quite frequently. On the tanker side, however, things are very much different, as you know, because we are running our ships on spot, and LNG at the moment is not a fuel that brings good numbers to our commercial colleagues. So the ships are running on fuel, scrubber, the most of the tankers. So we are making this kind of decisions. The offshore industry that we are placed, our ships are going to be ready to burn methanol, since there is a lot of activity in Brazil with this type of fuels. CO2 carriers, perhaps you know that Capital is the first independent owner who have actually placed 4 ships in Hyundai. At the moment, the ships are running on fuel. However, there is a study with a Greek company, First, for the retrofitting of a carbon capture system in the near future, hopefully here in Greece. What other things? LNG carriers, our fleet is modern, 21 ships. We don't have older ships because we are a young company to this segment, and we try our best to have whatever is offered by the shipyards. We are the first clients of Hyundai who have developed and installed air lubrication on all our LNG carriers since the very beginning, almost 80 years ago. Let's see if I have something more. When new agents are coming, we are trying to adopt. We have had some good experiences and some bad experiences, and it's good to share our experiences with everybody. We have tried the mega engines, which are not so successful, let's say, but we are moving to a next generation of low-pressure DF engines with the WinGD 2.2. What more? We believe in LNG. We believe that LNG is a fuel that will bring the industry forward for the next 10, 15 years. This is the reason why we have invested there. There are a few things that perhaps Mr. Zachariadis will ask me later. And also...
Stay there, and I'll ask the questions after you finish. Okay. Have you finished?
I will finish in 10 seconds. The Trump administration will not be there forever. And those who are left behind, adopting the technologies and experiencing the difficulties like we are experiencing, we believe that they will find themselves in a worse case that we are now, having some ships already DF fuel with some positive income, as discussed in the previous panel, with taxation, than having nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, I have one specific question. How many ships in your fleet that are not LNG carriers can burn LNG as an alternate fuel, like tankers?
Tankers.
Or containers. You have such ships?
We have 4 + 6, 10, + 6, 16, + 2, 18.
So it's a good number.
18 tankers. Out of these 18, the 14 are with MEGI and the 4 with XTF. And then we have 6 + 5, 11 post-Panamax container ships,
Well, that's good enough.
That can burn. That can burn.
But you
burn
said
energy.
you're not utilizing LNG now because of the economics don't work.
At this current time, not. Some 6 months ago, things were very much different, and the price of LNG in some areas of the world, especially in Southeast Asia, were very attractive. And nowadays, the price is not attractive for the spot market. Yeah.
So when you speak about LNG, you look at me and you smile because people know I'm not a proponent.
In general, I smile.
I'm not a proponent of LNG, but the reality is we don't have anything else. We don't have, except for the conventional fuels, LNG, we're not going to have anything greener than that, either now or in the future. And tell me if you agree. The people who are building dual fuel ships, methanol or ammonia, eventually, I think, they are going to end up to burn brown or gray methanol or ammonia, which is worse than burning straight diesel. Because the green version of these fuels will never be found.
I agree, I fully agree. And I want to make say something more. The people who have ordered methanol ships, in our opinion, they have been very much pushed by the big name with the blue ships. We as Capital took a different decision to go with LNG. And it has proved after a few years, less than a few years, that the blue ship guys are actually not correct. And when we were ordering LNG ships in China, they came after us to order same ships. For ammonia, I agree with Mr. Zahariadis. I don't know many ships that they are built now with ammonia engines, apart from a couple of VLACs and a couple of tankers. The tanker ships that are being built with ammonia are owned actually by a big major, and the major has the ammonia available for these 2-3 Aframaxes that are going to be delivered sometime from China. The rest are VLACs, 2 ships from EPS, and I don't know, somebody else have ordered now, but there will be no benefit since the ammonia is, as Pano says, there is no benefit.
Thank you, Nicola.
Ragazzo.
Okay, let me ask Spiro and George. I'll start with Spiro. A question. What about training needs for these alternative fuels? I mean, you are a classification society. You can do training, but even if you don't do training, you need to certify the training that somebody else does, like the OR and all that, and it might not be only for ship crews, it might be also for shore people, because we're going to be handling some very strange fuels here. So, what do you think about that? What do you have to tell us?
Okay. So, Pano, thank you for this. It is obviously what we have seen this morning, what we have seen by the presentation, what we have seen by Mr. Vapori's presentation on the fleet, that there is still a lot of question marks on what these fuels could be. How can you prepare yourself for something that you don't know where it is going? So, talking about training, which means talking about people on board and people ashore, what's the need? The need is to be upskilled, it was said this morning, I don't know, it will be trained on something that will be used in future vessels. If you don't know exactly what this will be, there is a lot of uncertainty. Nevertheless, we need to move. So there are also STCW, some volunteer courses that are for alternative fuels, at least for the people to know toxicity issues, safety issues, fire safety issues, all this kind of stuff. So there are, for the people on board, because it will be a dramatic shift handling these vessels, and of course for the people ashore. I don't know if they have to be chemical engineers, I don't know if they have to be nuclear engineers tomorrow. It is going to be complicated. Definitely we need training. It is going hand in hand with the technology that is going to be applied. One thing that was said this morning, and I think it will be helping a lot, will be the remote contact between vessel and shore. So digitalization was said this morning by Yannis Trifilis, and I think we all share that digitalization is something big happening and will assist a lot. Remote support, decision support systems on board that will be even supporting the crew on this process of training that we are not so clear yet what will be. That's a little bit of a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, we've been talking about ammonia a lot, right? And I just want to give you a few facts about ammonia. If you have ammonia concentration in the air of 0.07%, 700 parts per million, you take one breath, you're dead. At 30 parts per million, you have problems with your lungs. 30 parts per million, I mean, the CO2 in the atmosphere is 400 parts per million. We're talking now 30 parts per million, and you cannot work. So 30 parts per million you can get from a normal working environment. Even if everything is super tight in an engine room, you may have 30 parts per million. So I met a very high-up executive of a Japanese company that has ordered double fuel ships with ammonia. And I told him this and I said, how are you going to address that? You know what he told me? When the engine is working with ammonia, nobody is allowed in the engine room. Yeah, so I don't know how this is going to work. But the other thing is, if you have an accident with ammonia, if a tank ruptures and hits the sea, what happens is, in the air, it creates an ammonia cloud. Now, if you have a leak of ammonia on land, you can evacuate the land. But at sea, you cannot evacuate. Even if the people go on the lifeboats and all that, they have nowhere to go. Under the waves, in the meantime, 1 ppm, 1 part per million, kills marine life. So you have a leak of 1 tank of ammonia, you can have cubic kilometers of sea sterilized. This is the fuel we're talking. I say to myself, it's better I have nuclear energy, even if there is an issue, rather than ammonia. So that's why I don't think we're going to see ammonia with Greeks who know how to operate ships. And we see with some Japanese big companies, for PR mostly, like you say, probably they will never use ammonia. They will just have the engine.
Allow me to make one comment. Not technical. For those who are interested, MIT Consortium will be presenting in Athens at the end of the month. Last year, I have attended the meeting in MIT in Boston. They have done a very interesting study, what will be the effect of ammonia leak from ships. It is really interesting how the ammonia sleep for engines will affect the ecosystems around the globe. Perhaps, you know, MIT has very good environmental models that used by NASA and US Army. So they have modulated ammonia leak from ships, and the effect on ecosystem is very interesting.
I also, now you remind me, another study MIT did. When you burn ammonia, you create nitrogen oxides, the atmosphere. Nitrogen oxides are not good for human health. So a recent study from MIT said, if ship's fuel is replaced by ammonia without stronger regulations for reducing the NOx, the nitrogen oxides, you can expect 600,000 additional deaths per year because of the pollution being produced. Of course, absolutely.
Just to put people at ease a little bit. I'm looking at the slides. Basically, if we take all the ships that are currently on order to be built, and we divide them to bulk carrier tankers and container ships. Out of those, all the ships that are on the order book, and these are a lot, some thousands, close to 2,000 ships, 14 are the ones that are destined to potentially build ammonia. So burn, dual fuel, potentially. So for ammonia, I think the dangers are there, but I think the market shows that it's very small. Out of them, there is a sizable methanol order book fleet. We're talking about 180, something more than 200 ships on order, dual fuel with methanol. And then we're talking something like close to 500 ships, dual fuel LNG. That's bulk carrier tankers and container ships. So it gives a magnitude, yeah. But still, the interesting fact, which I want to stress, is that this is half of the tonnage of what is ordered, but still, if these were hitting the water today, and they wanted to burn these fuels, the quantity is not there. Today, these alternative fuels are about 40 million tons of equivalent oil. They would require 50 million. And even if we go to 2030, with the scenario the way we're going today, not the optimistic scenario, these ships would require half of the global capacity, production.
So let me ask you, George, which fuel you think it's the most, the one that's going to go on?
You're not going to like my answer,
yeah.
Because it's going to be depending if it's a coastal ship, if it's a small ship, and if it's an ocean-going vessel and the size. For example, ocean-going vessels, it seems that it's LNG. Coastal small vessels, maybe even electric. So it will really depend where in the world you are. I mean, Norway subsidizes a lot, so you have all ferries are electric. So it depends what will happen in European Union, in US, in Far East. It will depend on how big are the ships, how close are the passages. But for international shipping, it seems that LNG is here to stay. And we'll see. The other ones probably will play a secondary role.
I don't like the answer, but I know there isn't anything else either. That's the fact of life. Okay, I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much for attending.
Okay, can we start? Do we have Dr. Elinas with us? Sorry, give me just few seconds for the intro. Okay, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to section 3 regarding global and regional crude oil, LNG and LPG markets. We are at a point where global energy markets are no longer driven only by supply and demand, but increasingly by geopolitics, infrastructure constraints, and shifting trade routes. Oil, LNG, and LPG are not just commodities anymore. They are instruments of energy security and transitions, as we have seen already. The key question is how these changes are reshaping shipping, infrastructure, and investment decisions going forward. Together with us, we have Dr. Charles Elinas, who will be digital, CEO of IENE, with more than 35 years in oil experience in oil and gas industry and strong expertise in regional energy strategy and geopolitics, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean. Mr. Kostas Karathanos, Chief Operating Officer of GasLog with more than 20 years of experience in LNG shipping, covering fleet management, vessel design and construction, and operational performance with strong focus on energy efficiency and decarbonization. And Professor Michael Fan, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at TEN, with over 35 years experience in naval architecture, shipbuilding and defense programs, bringing a strong perspective on technology, fuels, and long-term fleet strategy. So, can we start with Mr. Karathanos, because we have to leave, or is it okay with you, or? Okay. You have a small presentation, so we'll start with Mr. Karathanos. Thank you. The floor is yours.
So if we can pull the presentation up in the screen. All right, and I guess I use the clicker. Next one. Okay. Well, thank you. Just briefly on GasLog, we own and operate 35 LNG carriers, and we also have a stake in 20% stake in Gas Trade, where we own and operate the FSRU up in Alexandroupolis. Now, the world is changing, and we know we've seen a lot of surprises in the last recent years, COVID and the Ukraine war, now the Middle East crisis, and all these developments have shifted and affected how we see and look at energy and energy security going forward. Focusing on the current conflict that is ongoing, it has a profound impact on oil and LNG. I'll stick to LNG, where the flows of LNG will be hugely affected, mainly towards Asia, as we have. Let me browse through the slides. So here we can see that the Qatar and the other nations that produce LNG, but predominantly Qatar, it produces 77 MTPA, are mainly destined for China. If we go, I can see. So if we go by distribution, Asia is about 26%, and then you see the rest of the Asian countries, China being the single largest importer of Qatari LNG. So this has a profound impact because all these countries have now have to use alternative LNG supply and alternative energy sources as well. And not all of them are equally capable of switching to alternative sources of either LNG or power. Europe is not so much affected. We're only importing 7% of our needs for LNG from Qatar, because the majority comes from the US. And equally, Qatar imports are about 10% that come to Europe. So this is not so much affected. The pricing of the commodity, we've seen through the war a sharp spike moving from around $10 per MBTU, both the European and the Asian indices, all the way up to 25, 20 plus. Now they have kind of stabilized around 18 to 20. And this is something that we don't see changing as long as the crisis and the bottleneck or the stop of flows from the Straits of Hormuz sustain. And also there will be some lost supply because of the damage sustained to the Qatari installations, the liquefaction trains, and additional further delays to the North Field expansion that was planned for. Now, talking about shipping a little bit, and just to give you an idea of how this affects shipping, the volumes that were lost by Qatar, if they were to be replaced, the ton miles that were utilized from Qatar, if they were to be replaced by US LNG, that would mean that almost 40% of the LNG production from the US would have to be rerouted to Asia, just to keep the ton miles the same. And that would, of course, mean a great increase in the LNG export from US to Asia, from 18 to 54 MTPA. And that would have to come out from somewhere. So we'll see Europe importing about 20 MTPA less. Now, if we're to replace the entire volume that Qatar produces and goes to Asia, that would have an even more profound effect. It would go to 87 MTPA that would need to be replaced, and that would then have a consequent impact to the ton miles. You see the ton miles will almost double to 1,500, but also Europe would have to go back to pre-Ukrainian war import numbers. So there's a clear effect, no matter how you see it, to shipping and also to the flows that are of LNG. I think I will just show one more slide to show what are the two scenarios that will affect there are two scenarios of how this may end up. 2025 volumes were about 420 MTPA, with the US projected additional capacity coming online. We're looking at 460 to 470. So that was a pre-crisis base case. We have destroyed permanently, the two trains that were destroyed in Qatar have taken about 13 MTPA out of the system. And because of the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, we're going down to almost 400 MTPA. Now, there are two scenarios. One is a little bit of a supply uplift from other producers, which gives us the low supply scenario. And then if we start thinking about the restart of Qatar in July, which is, in my view, is an optimistic scenario, and some additional uplift, the best case scenario will be around 435 MTPA. So this is where we stand right now. It will have a profound and lasting impact on the commodity trading and also on shipping as we know it. And I think we will be able to discuss this during our panel discussion.
Before stepping down, just one question, a quick question for you. Do you think that the reshuffling of LNG trade flows are temporary or structural, as you see during the last years?
Well, there's an element of both. I think it would be simplistic to assign it to either temporal or structural. And this is because all these recent conflicts or, black swan events, if you like, have kind of prompted the governments to diversify the supply sources for LNG and the way they do the contracts, but also to reconsider the energy mix. Excuse me. So, although it has definitely a temporary shift, that means that countries need energy now, and this shifts the flow of LNG as I showed. But behind that, there's also a strategic shift in the countries that import LNG about how they contract and how the diversification of the supplies to ensure this energy security that they need. Because there's countries, especially in Asia, like Bangladesh or Pakistan, that depend greatly on Qatari LNG. And then now, they're having power shortages and, they're cutting down on industrial activity. There are a lot of consequences. So I think, these late 5-year events have kind of driven the market to a more diversified area. So it's a structural shift that we see driven by these events, although they also have a temporary effect in the markets. But these are not, they don't last so much, as we have seen both in the Ukraine war.
Okay, thank you for the moment. Now we are shifting to our next presentation.
All right.
We are okay.
Yeah.
With Dr. Elinas. Charles, the floor is yours, digitally.
Can we have the presentation, please? I can't see it.
Do we have the presentation of Mr. Elinas?
Okay. So there is going to be an overlap on LNG because I will talk about LNG first and the LNG markets before I talk about what all this means for the East Med. Can I have the next slide, please? So I intend to cover global LNG demand forecasts, LNG exports from the Persian Gulf and the impact of the war.
Sorry to interrupt. Unfortunately, we cannot see your presentation, actually, just you. So we have a technical... Now it's okay. Thank you.
Well, you can see it now. Okay, and then carry on and talk about the upcoming global LNG supply capacity and its increase, and then the impact on the East Med region. So let's go to the next slide and the next. So this is a graph produced by Shell in their latest outlook for LNG demand. Currently, last year, for example, the total LNG consumption worldwide was about 423 million tons per annum. But Shell expects this to carry on growing. So according to Shell, it will grow to about 610 million tons and 780 million tons by 2050, despite the war. So Shell came back again this month and reiterated these numbers. About 220 million tons will be added by 2030, mostly by the US and Qatar. US is the largest LNG exporter, with exports potentially adding 100 million tons per annum to take its total to about 180 million tons per annum by 2030, making up 1/3 of global supply. Qatar is going through a massive expansion of its North Field projects and with plans to increase export capacity from 77 million tons to 142 million tons by 2030. All of these were pre-war plans, and we'll look at the impact of the war on what happens next. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is the increase in LNG production over the next 5 years. As I said, mostly from the US and then Qatar. There are 2 LNG plants in the Persian Gulf, one at Ras Al Khaimah in Qatar and the other one on Das Island in the UAE. Pre-war, LNG exports from Qatar were about 77 million tons, and from the UAE of the order of 5 to 6 million tons per annum. That comprises about 20% of global LNG supply, now blocked by the war. By 20th of March, gas prices in the Dutch TTF hub increased to about $18 per million BTU, settling down to about $13 per million BTU now. But these prices are still 50% higher than pre-war levels. About 20% of Ras Al Khaimah capacity has been lost due to the Middle East crisis and missile hits on the plant. And Qatar has come back to say that it will take about 3 to 5 years to repair the damage and regain this lost capacity. That means that over the next 3 to 4 years, the LNG market globally will be tight, and prices probably will stay high. But the war has also led to some delays in the North Field expansion that was expected to drive growth by 65 million tons per annum. You can see from the next slide the next slide, please. The damage caused to Ras Al Khaimah, I mean, just an indication of what has happened among other plants in the Middle East. Let's go to the next slide. And then the next one after that to save time. So the International Energy Agency has said that delays could reduce the projected global LNG supply capacity by close to 90 million tons per annum, about 15% of the expected total between now and 2030. The biggest shortfall is expected to be experienced by Qatar, about 35 to 40% of the total, due to war disruption, Hormuz risk, and other delays. US follows with about 20 to 25% delay due to construction problems, permitting, and cost inflation. Russia is also facing delays due to sanctions. By 2030, markets, though, should rebalance. All of this will be recovered, provided, obviously, that the war stops in the not too distant future and the Strait of Hormuz opens. So if the market rebalances, prices should stabilize in the range of $8 to $10 per million BTU. LNG tanker orders are gaining pace as a result of this expected growth in LNG demand globally. With the next slide, please. With about 35 new-built LNGCs contracted in the first quarter of 2026, and that is expected to carry on growing. Let's go to the next slide. So the East Med region is impacted by this in many different ways. It's creating, but overall, it is creating an unexpected opportunity for the East Med to go back into LNG exports. Egypt is well placed to take advantage with its two liquefaction plants at Damietta and Idku, with total capacity of about 12 million tons per annum. In the meanwhile, though, Egypt is going through problems. It's having reduced production from the Zohr gas field and no new discoveries. And it's using most of its gas imports to supply its domestic energy market. And also, there is increasing concern in the ISMED that committing all of the gas from Cyprus and Israel to Egypt may be too risky, putting everything. In other words, Israel at the moment is exporting about, committed to export about 20 PCM per year to Egypt, and has spare capacity of about another 5 PCM, and it's hesitating, committing even more to Egypt. Cyprus is in discussions to sell gas from Kronos and Aphrodite to Egypt. The Kronos gas is destined to go to Damietta for liquefaction and export, but both projects are running into contractual problems in the negotiations between the oil companies, Cyprus and Egypt. And they're being delayed. None of this is going to happen in the near future if it happens. So there is also an opportunity for Cyprus to revive the idea of an LNG export plant at Vasilikos. This this reached a peak in 2013 when Noble Energy at the time came with NewMed from Israel to propose a combination of gas from Cyprus and gas from Israel to support an LNG plant at Vasilikos. But for various reasons, most of them due to the politics of Cyprus, this didn't happen, and the project eventually was abandoned. But over 600 BCM gas may be available, and that could support an LNG plant with 10 to 15 million tons per annum capacity. But given the past history of Cyprus and even current history with the problems being faced by its project to import LNG, mean that if Cyprus wants to succeed in doing this, they need to restore their low credibility. So the opportunities are there, but whether Cyprus and Egypt can seize them and turn these opportunities into a hub to export these med gas to Europe and Asia, it remains to be seen. You can see from the next slide the gas fields. They're evenly distributed between Cyprus, Egypt, and Israel. The gas is possibly there, but Egypt also needs a lot of gas for its own domestic market. It has a huge shortfall at the moment, and it has resorted into importing gas from Israel with political implications, as you can imagine. But also more recently, since 2023, it has gone back into importing LNG, large quantities of LNG over the next few months. It may need as much as 60 cargoes of LNG to supply, to avoid having electricity cuts during the summer. And getting away from that and going into a situation where it can export LNG, it will take some doing. So I'm not so sure how this is going to go. But before I finish my presentation, I just want to hasten and add that because of the problems due to the Iran war, there is now questioning about the dependence of the world on fossil fuels, with Europe at the forefront, trying to promote a faster switch to renewables. Whether this happens or not is a different story. But what we knew before the war may not necessarily be the same as what may happen after the war as far as the future of oil and gas and its longevity is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elinas. You highlighted a good opportunity for a Mediterranean area for the next years. What do you think could happen? What is the need? What we need to happen in practical terms in order to materialize that opportunity?
Well, I mean, Egypt already has LNG plants. They're idle. So there is a capacity to produce and export more than 12 million tons of LNG per annum. But Egypt also has huge internal needs. There is concern by Cyprus and Israel that if they send their gas to Egypt, instead of being exported as LNG to global markets, may actually go to feed the growing electricity market of Egypt. So it needs coordination between Israel, Cyprus, and Egypt to ensure that the opportunity to export LNG actually happens. But also Egypt needs to expand its own capability to produce more gas. They're trying to do that to enable the electricity production in Egypt to be fed by domestic gas production instead of import of LNG. Cyprus has the opportunity. I mean, the plans to build an LNG facility at Vasilikos in 2013 were quite advanced. There were detailed negotiations with Noble and Newmet at the time. Is
this feasible for 2030?
It is feasible, not for 2030. It will go beyond that. I mean, so the project, if it happens, it probably will be spearheaded by ExxonMobil. And ExxonMobil's plans at the moment go way beyond 2030. We're talking about a period up to 2035.
So it's quite challenging, actually, the next period.
Very challenging.
Okay. Thank you a lot. Let's move on with Professor Fan for the final presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the small, but I'm sure very select audience that remained here. I appreciate that I'm standing between you and your lunch. I toyed with the idea of pretending that I had sent a presentation, and the technical gremlins that occurred in the previous sessions happened in this one, but I suffer from a disease called honesty, so that prevented me from doing so. Instead, I will try and ramble through a number of topics, not necessarily just the oil, LNG and LPG markets that the title of this session is about, but some other topics that perhaps were discussed in the previous sessions that I feel rather passionate about. 2026 is a textbook case of geopolitical leverage for Greek shipping. Crude and LPG tankers are very clearly winners so far this year. LNG is selectively strong, and operational risk management is as important as market exposure. Greek owners' scale, balance sheet flexibility, and commercial sophistication place them amongst the best positioned global beneficiaries, provided there's a big proviso here that volatility is actively managed rather than passively ridden, which we have seen in the past. I'll skip through many things. What should Greek ship owners do? Well, first of all, let's not make the mistake of adding up the various risk components. Risk in the current global environment is not additive, it's multiplicative. Physical disruption and price volatility and policy intervention creates what I call non-linear exposure. Balance sheet strength matters more than market timing. Greek owners with low leverage can ride volatility, others cannot. Optionality beats scale alone. Fleet flexibility is the key, in my humble opinion. Size of vessel, specs, and geography is the single most valuable hedge. Finally, something that I haven't heard anywhere else, the exit decision is as important as the entry. Asset sales, not just earnings, will define who wins in 2026, 2027. There was a topic that I felt rather passionate about that was discussed earlier about nuclear energy. Now, nuclear power does not compete, let me start by being controversial, with methanol or ammonia or other so-called green fuels. The current marine fuel optionality questions about commercial optionality. Can nuclear be bunkered widely? Can ships be chartered across regions? Can owners resell nuclear vessels on the secondary market? Can compliance be handled privately? Well, I'm pretty sure you'll agree that nuclear fails all these tests, not because it's unsafe per se, but because it requires sovereign-level coordination, whilst our very successful shipping ecosystem is deliberately decentralized. In that sense, nuclear, in my opinion, is not a fuel choice like methanol or ammonia, because it requires a different governance regime. However, I do believe that nuclear has a very important role to play in decarbonization, and that is not a direct role in terms of propulsion, but an indirect role. Nuclear will matter to shipping decarbonization in upstream operations, not on board. Nuclear power can produce green hydrogen that, as Mr. Zachariadis told us, requires huge amounts of energy for the electrolysis of the water molecule, which can then be used for the production of green methanol. And there I say I'm with you. I don't believe in ammonia at all, but I will mention it because you can produce green ammonia from that as well. So it provides a firm, non-intermittent power that complements renewables. So by definition, it can produce green alternative fuels, but not be the fuel propelling ships itself. There is something else that I took a note of. Sadly, the people who are arguing for it, I don't see them at the moment. At the risk of being even more controversial, at a time when maritime community is suffering, when thousands of seafarers are trapped in the Persian Gulf, when dozens have lost their lives in recent years due to military conflicts, the IMO is dealing with the climate. At this time of intense uncertainty, everyone should be dealing with the real problems on a human level. Instead, they're dealing with the climate. I hear you ask, but isn't climate change important? Obviously it is, but I wouldn't like to be the one telling children who lost their mothers or fathers, or mothers or fathers who lost their children, who lost their lives unjustly whilst going to work on a ship. Having said that, the message is clear. Either there will be a global agreement in terms of emission control measures, or the market will be faced with a fragmented and difficult to manage regulatory environment. The main question is no longer whether an agreement can be reached, but what will happen if there is no agreement. In such a scenario, regional regimes are expected to fill the gap, creating multiple rules, overlaps, and increased compliance costs for shipping companies. That is exactly what the shipping industry is trying to prevent by calling for a single framework. However, what does that single framework look like? Not like the current net zero framework. Not the NZF that was rejected in October. Shipping as a business is about owning, managing, and operating ships, and cannot and should not be contingent on production and/or trading of fuels. This is not our business. We support decarbonization initiatives, but shipping should not be made to carry the can for much more than its fair share of global emissions, which incidentally is the case if the NZF as it stands is adopted. I don't know, hopefully there are supporters of this, but the well-to-wake calculation is not fair on shipping, in my opinion. Shipping should only be responsible for the emissions of the fuel that we use in the ship's tanks, tank to wake, not well to wake. In addition, the proposed GHG fuel intensity trajectories are totally unrealistic. Implementation of the proposed NZF will be highly bureaucratic and costly, with this burden being felt heaviest by the small to medium shipping companies, which have been the lifeblood of the miracle that is Greek shipping. Let us not forget what has been said many times before. There is an absence, a complete absence of alternative fuels. There is no infrastructure to bunker those fuels. They're not available in any quantities, never mind sufficient quantities. And the price of these small quantities is very, very prohibitive. Therefore, I believe it's unfair to tax a shipping company on something that they cannot control. We're being taxed for not using fuels that are not available. Where's the logic in this? So also, I'm in agreement with my fellow shipping company colleagues. The proposed NZF unfairly disadvantages proven, safe, and readily available transitional fuels like LNG, which deliver immediate emission reductions. Therefore, there should be a more pragmatic revision on the regulatory framework before entering into force. Now, to conclude, I'll give you a little academic story about early explorers many centuries ago. They often left with a very clear goal: to establish a quicker trade route or to find untapped resources. But often they set off on their journeys without detailed maps and not knowing where they would stop, or sometimes they didn't even know their destination before they started. Today's energy industry participants need to operate a bit like those early explorers, in my humble opinion. We have a very clear goal to decarbonize the world, but we're moving forward without a detailed map and only have a high-level idea of the future energy system that we're building. This combination of a clear, universal goal, but with flexible, diverse pathways, may be seen by the more conservative amongst us as introducing unwanted risk and uncertainty. But for those more adventurous among us, this type of scenario also offers historic opportunities to energy sector organizations. As with so much else in the climate debate, the real obstacle to achieving a sustainable future is not technology, but politics. Tomorrow's challenges are not just about the environment, but also the economics of our industry. Shipping has been set a race towards zero emissions, but regulators must ensure that this does not mean zero margins. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Just one question, quick question.
Yes.
Are we heading or not to a multi-fuel, let's say, future?
I think
to a governance?
Mr. Teriadakis covered it before. It really depends on what type of shipping we're talking about. The future fuel landscape will be a multi-fuel landscape, and it depends on type of vessel, it depends on trading profile, and it depends on fuel availability for that trading profile. So there is no clear answer to this, but I would hazard a guess and say that the only alternative fuel for the next 20 years is LNG.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? Let's go to lunch, okay, because we don't have time. Thanks a lot for your time. Dr. Elinas, thank you a lot. Let's go to lunch.
Θα μας βρει, μη φοβάσαι παιδιά. Ο γιος εξαδέξει πάντα μας βρίσκει. He won't get lost. Δεν χάνεται αυτός. Λοιπόν, παιδιά, for the afternoon session, just a small introduction. We're going to change the panel somewhat because of the restriction of time. It's scheduled here for 1 hour. I'm going to make it down to 45 minutes to try and get a space which we lost before. A slight variation of the program. We've got my friend George Alexandratos, who I want to introduce as a speaker rather than become part of the panel, because we've got 3 panelists here. From what I understand, just a brief discussion we had earlier, it'll be fairly controversial anyway, whatever we have to discuss, or at least we're going to make it controversial, one way or the other. So, George, you can come to the panel and give your presentation. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας. Η ομιλία μου θα είναι στα αγγλικά, αλλά θα ήθελα να πω... Γεια σας κύριε Ευρωβουλευτά. Θα ήθελα να πω στον κύριο Πρόεδρο συγχαρητήρια και νομίζω ότι το Ινστιτούτο σας είναι αυτή τη στιγμή ίσως και από τα πιο επίκαιρα τα οποία η επικαιρότητα τα φέρνει να είναι σε αυτή την κατάταξη. Dear distinguished guests, dear panelists, I thank you very much for inviting me on behalf of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, which is the formal advisor of the state for maritime affairs and contribution to the economy through the maritime field. This year, we celebrate 90 years of history and we present about 22,000 members. And I'm proud that amongst us, all of you, distinguished and selective, is Mr. Panos Zachariadis. He's a member of our board of directors and according to my opinion, one of the top experts for speaking and determining what's happening at this sector. And thank you very much for all the assistance, because I'm always of the view that the experts have to speak, especially for that επικίνδυνα, για να το πω και στην γλώσσα μας, την ωραία, την ελληνική, επικίνδυνα ζητήματα. So, we're witnessing the convergence of four forces as the title of the next panel. Geopolitical turmoil, safety on board, insurance cover, and freight markets. From the Black Sea to the Red Sea, disruption is no longer an exception. It is becoming a structural condition of global trade. These forces do not longer operate separately, but they form a single system. Let's go geopolitical turmoil. Keep the number. 90% of global trade by volume moves by sea. Another 12 billion tons of cargo annually depend on maritime logistics. And around 20 million barrels of oil per day transit the Strait of Hormuz. Less than 10 strategic checkpoints handle more than 50% of global trade flow density. So recent disruptions in the Red Sea have shown that even non-state actors can reshape global routing within days. So geopolitics, according to my opinion, no longer influences shipping. It reprograms the global trade in real time. I'm sure they will speak for the safety on board. Safety at sea, unfortunately, is not longer only an internal operational matter. It is externally defined. The global seafarer workforce numbers approximately 1.8 million people, close to 2. Voyage durations in high-risk regions have increased by 20 up to 40%. Crew operation cycles now often exceed traditional 4 to 6 month standards. And schedule reliability has declined by up to 30%. So navigation is increasingly shaped by conflict zones, parity regions, and restricted corridors. At the same time, we have all to be curious for the digitalization and the AI-based navigation systems, which are being integrated to vessel, but introducing both efficiency and cyber risk. Regarding the insurance cover, marine insurance has become a structural condition of global trade. It is not only protects risk, but it determines whether trade happens. War risk premiums are increasing tremendously by 300%, maybe over 1,000% in selected corridors. At peak stress, 20 to 30% of global fleet is being repriced. So insurance is not longer a safety net. It's a parallel keeper of global trade in high-risk regions, and insurance does not follow risk, but it actively reshapes trade routes. Regarding the freight markets, I'm sure we're going to listen a lot of important data and updates what's going on, but we have to all, I think, share the opinion that the geopolitical instability is now a direct driver of shipping conditions and affecting how goods actually move across the world in the four main segments: container, tanker, LNG, and dry bulk. So freight markets, we've seen that they respond immediately to these pressures. They adjust not gradually, but in real time, as routing risk and available change across the network. Freight is where geopolitics becomes visible in practice, not in theory. It is a system that translates global stability into the fiscal movement and cost of world trade. And let me also refer to COVID, which has affected a lot our Earth and shipping. Over 400,000 seafarers were affected. Port congestion reached 20 to 40 days. Container insurance exceeded by 30 to 40%. And the system, of course, As always in shipping, having passed 2 world wars, the COVID never collapsed. It absorbs inefficiency and exported it globally. So the maritime system does not break under stress, it transmits it worldwide. And some comments about the Black Sea and the food security, because it's not only the oil, if things will extend, maybe we'll be concerned about what will happen with food. Before the conflict, at the Black Sea, Ukraine exported 6 million tons of grain per month. At peak disruption, exports fell in one night by over 80%, and wheat price rose by over 50%. So food inflation spread across importing economies, and more than 300 million people, according to data, were exposed to increased food insecurity risk. I think that I tried just to recap and give a good lean, hopefully, to the experts, everybody at his sector, to express openly and truthfully the opinion. Thank you very much for inviting me here.
Όχι, δεν μπορεί να φύγει, δεν μπορεί να φύγει. Όταν μας μιλάμε το βήμα στον Πάνα, φύγαμε το Παναθηναϊκό σήμερα. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Αν είχατε φύγει, θα γάζατε τόσο πολλές.
Well, George, thanks very much for the presentation. Sorry?
You won't join us?
No, he's happy here. He's not going to. He's done his bit. He's happy where he is. No, let him stay where he's comfortable. He'll sit where he's comfortable. Λοιπόν, if just for the sake of what do you call it, to get, well, I'm going to try and make this session rather a bit shorter because we're already overlapped the time. So I'm toying with the idea of a total of about 40-45 minutes. Okay. We just had a chat earlier about what you're going to all focus on, which I'm very happy with. I think we're going to have a very... Sorry? No, I'll tell you. I think what we should do, I think the best way around it is that to each one of you speak about, a few minutes, 5-6 minutes to give a nutshell of what topic you want to focus on. And then from there, after we have a dialogue between ourselves, and I'll create some questions between you and see whether we take it from there. I want to mention something in the beginning because just to get the right theme of what I think we should actually talk about here, we shouldn't be talking about things which are actually written up in the press, but we want to interpret things which are written in the press and think out of the box with a view of seeing what the main issues are. Now, in that particular regard, I'll just spend a couple of minutes, which I did yesterday, but I'm sorry if I have to repeat myself, but it's so relevant. I quoted Thucydides in what we refer to the Thucydides trap. Now, as you probably know, the Peloponnesian War took place between 431 and 404 before Christ, between the Athenians and the Spartiates. Now, the issue here, according to Thucydides, is the following. It was the rise of Athens and the fear that this installed in Sparta that made war inevitable. Now, for Sparta, today we can just read America. And for Athens, we can just read China. Now, the reason why I mentioned this as an opening issue which we can discuss here is the aspects of, I wouldn't call it hidden agendas, but I'm just saying that the way we should interpret what we see. We've seen this hostility taking place in the Persian Gulf with Iran, the invasion of Iran. Now, there's a very fundamental, a very strong school of thought which takes the view that the Americans took a basic interest in Iran and with the issues which appeared over the years. There's no doubt they had a very justifiable reason. But the agenda which has been said, and I wonder your views on that, which has been discussed, is that the invasion with Iran was more or less a matter of trying to weaken down the energy sources which China needed, and they were very dependent on the oil from Iran. So basically, by creating this war situation or having the invasion, it's had a fundamental impact, negative impact, on China, which is basically the reason why I mention it is the parallel to what was mentioned here by Thukydides. So what I want to see is, first of all, we are talking about an area here where we're past the last at least a couple of years now, with something which is much more controversial and much more difficult than what we anticipated. And also we have the concept that we got, I mean, for example, the Russian-Ukrainian war, which started 4 years ago, which our friend Trump was about to go and solve within 24 hours. It's 4 years, and more or less when we get our news run, we see every morning, we hardly see anything referring to the war between Russia and China. So effectively, when we talk about the actual topic we have here, I'd like each one of you to refer to the issue which they're more conversant with, to focus on the fact that we've got this geopolitical turmoil of safety on board ships, which obviously the main impact of all these issues concerns our crew members. The insurance cover, which in fact there's no issue with the insurance cover, and I say that because from a point of view I handle insurance, so the insurance cover is not a perception which doesn't exist. You can also get insurance cover for all the related areas which we're talking about. The freight, we've seen the freight impact. The freight impact has got a massive, significant upheaval, an upgradation of the freight, so I don't think the actual income potential of the shipping companies have actually had a negative effect, it's a very positive one. But look at the long term. What are your views? Start with you. Thank you.
Shall we start the discussion, or you want me to start my presentation? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Gentlemen, perhaps I'm the only lawyer amongst engineers, technicians, and many other disciplines. I'm going to talk to you about the force majeure as an implication of the war in Iran. And obviously, I will try to make it as simple as possible. Now, force majeure is a legal term, and you always need to know what is the legal system in the context of which force majeure arises. Now, there are two very important schools of thought. First of all, we've got common law systems. In common law systems, force majeure is a contractual term, is a contractual stipulation. You cannot be exempted because of force majeure unless you have put a specific clause in your contract. So there is no implied legal doctrine that can be applied by the courts without a specific contractual clause in your contract. On the contrary, in civil law systems, force majeure is a legal doctrine. And so there is no need for contractual stipulations between the parties. You can go to a court of law and you can plead your case and you may prove that you are under force majeure. Force majeure under common law, as I said, is a contractual stipulation. So this gives the parties the opportunity to opt either for a broad or for a narrow definition of force majeure. And in any case, they can even exclude certain events from being taken as force majeure events. What could be a force majeure event and could be included in such a list? Usually these are events impacting a party's performance which are out of its control. And force majeure clauses, apart from the definition part, include also an operative part which contains provisions regarding the legal consequences of force majeure. So In other words, a force majeure clause in a contract is a commercial solution by the parties. It is not an exclusion clause, and so it is not subject to limitations by court interpretation. In some cases where parties have opted not to include a force majeure clause, there may be other means of assistance in case of severe events that disrupt the fulfillment of their contracts, and this is the doctrine of frustration under English law and most common law systems, but it is only of very limited application because of its many exclusions and specificities. Now let's go to Greek law. Greek law is a civil law system, and therefore force majeure is considered to be a legal doctrine. We have two theories. We have the objective theory and we have the subjective theory. The objective theory has a more restrictive scope, and two elements are needed in order to prove force majeure. The first element is that you have events that are unavoidable by their own nature, and the second is that you must have events which have an external origin, which means that they must come outside the sphere of influence of the debtor. On the other hand, we have the subjective theory, which has a more expansive scope, and only one element is needed. You need events unforeseen and unavoidable, even with measures of extreme care and prudence by the debtor, and only unavoidable damage is compensated. Now, Greek case law, judgments from Greek courts, follow the subjective theory. We have many judgments, many decisions by the Supreme Court. And irrespective of that, during recent years, case law has somehow objectivized specific circumstances, especially in labor disputes, in the sense that circumstances that belong to the sphere of professional activity of the employer are not considered force majeure. An example would be a strike of the employees of a certain employer. This is not force majeure because it is within its sphere of influence. There are also other instances, apart from Greek law, apart from English law per se. We have an international convention on the sale of goods, the Convention on International Sale of Goods of Vienna of 1980, which follows the objective theory in principle. And not to forget that we have also EU law, European Union law, which follows a stance which is closer to the subjective theory with some elements of objectivity. Now, and I close with the Iran war case. What we have there? We have acts of war, we have detention of vessels, and we have blockade. All three of them, acts of war, detention, and blockade, are force majeure events. And they are force majeure events not only under common law, but also under civil law. Under common law, these are force majeure events because the parties in almost all instances include them specifically in their contractual stipulations in a force majeure clause. Under civil law, these events are force majeure events because they are unavoidable events by their own nature and they are of external origin. So they are force majeure events both under the objective and the subjective theory. And last but not least, before applying any legal principle of force majeure, you need always to know what is the applicable law, the law that governs the specific contractual agreement, the contractual obligation. Now, Usually vessels are chartered under English law, so you would expect to see a force majeure contractual provision in the contract which will specify which events are to be considered as force majeure events. But there are other parts of the maritime adventure, and especially after the end of the maritime adventure, contracts for the goods carried, and I'm talking about contracts between the consignees and their further customers, in which case we may see a variety of applicable laws because the choice of the parties for the applicable law may vary. And in these instances, we may see also other laws apart from English law that apply. And so in various instances, we may have various answers on whether we will have a force majeure or not. And I'm not referring, of course, to war risks, which are always force majeure risks, but there are other instances as well which may vary in the application of the force majeure doctrine. Thank you very much for your attention.
George, thank you very much for having us here today, and also the organizers for putting together a very timely panel. Although I had prepared other things to say, I will answer what you actually mentioned in the question that you prepared and said now, which I think is quite interesting. And it's something that we cannot really publicly air many times. You know, we're moving into geopolitics, we're moving into stuff which is not our domain, but of course we have an opinion. And being brokers, we see things on a multi-angle aspect. What I would like to say is that shipping in the past was affected by geopolitics very much. Decisions that we took had a lot to do with what was happening around the globe. But I think now geopolitics are actually being affected by shipping. Shipping is being used as a means to choke the economies of the Gulf states and to change the energy field as we know it. I can just pinpoint very, very briefly who are the winners and losers of this conflict. So I'm answering to what you said. I will start with the USA, who initiated this attack and initiated this mess, as we can see it, global mess. USA is a military power. They can project enormous power, but politically and strategically, this conflict is costly for them. This war has become a political liability for the White House, and US intelligence agencies are examining how Iran might react if President Trump declared a unilateral victory. Energy prices at home are a huge problem. They're nearing a 4-year high because this Iran disruption has caused refinery outages. So if the USA will win tactically, it risks losing strategically, and if the conflict looks like an open-ended conflict, there will be inflationary and distracting forces from China. Now, let's move into China. China is a silent backseat, or maybe not even in the backseat, has been kept quite silent. But they present to the world like a responsible stabilizer. And I think they're keeping quiet because they have something in their minds. I was quiet when you wanted to sort out this problem with Iran, so you will be quiet when I sort my problem with Taiwan. So I think that's one of the issues that may be on the political agenda that we are very small to understand and probably we have no knowledge. I think maybe that's in the back of the minds of the politicians. You control the energy that you want. I will control what Taiwan has, which is like 95% of the raw material needed for semiconductors and microchips. And also, I will sort it not in a military fashion, but it will be in a political resolution. Why I'm saying that? I hear that in Taiwan, 55%, which is more than majority, are pro-China. And I think maybe this is how they will solve it without having any military intervention. Of course, military force will be there, but it will be solved on a diplomatic and political way. Now, the military of the US has been replenished quite a lot. And we hear that very expensive missiles and very expensive armaments have been exhausted, and it takes a huge amount of time to replenish that. We also have seen in the eyes of everybody that what we see on the movies and in Hollywood, that the USA is unbeatable. And the USA can never, I mean, the USA hero will never die. He will just come up, wipe the dust off him, and he will continue into the second series of the movie because he's still alive to continue on, you know, as a superhero. So I think in the eyes of everybody, the USA is not the superhero, is not unbeatable, and a traditional nation like Iran has stood very strong against them and very united despite initial thoughts that they will be divided from day one. And with USA flags in the streets saying, you know, our savior is here, this is the new regime now that we will all adopt. So I think the biggest loser out of this conflict is the USA perception as a military power, and the biggest winner out of all this is Russia at the end of the day. Because Russia is now selling whatever they export in crude oil at $100 per barrel. They don't have the price capping, they don't have sanctions. Even the USA has lifted sanctions because we don't need those barrels to be moving in the gray market, but in the open market, all around the world where we need crude oil. So who is the actual loser and winner of this conflict? You can see. USA is a loser, but they will present it as a victory. Iran have stood very well as fighters, but they're losing economically and they're being strangulated so that they will accept a solution that will seem like a win for the USA. China ultimately will benefit out of it, and if the agendas are divided properly, then the energy world map is redefined in a way that we're too small to stop it. But for shipping, just to conclude, I don't have any kind of shipping is there to adapt, and shipping is there to continue moving the cargoes needed and the quantities needed. If you want, George, I can elaborate on quantities being shipped today versus 3 months ago or 2 months ago on a second question.
Stop it. May I have my presentation, please? Where is that? No, I've already sent it to the guy who is in charge of. So that's it. So I need the yes. So thank you for the invitation. This is a great conference, very timely. I'm going to emphasize, let's say, in the first part of the title of our panel, which is the unstable world, and a couple of words about China and, as you proposed, George, and fertilizers also. And I believe also it's a hit to Europe, and I will present you a couple of, let's say, graphs about it. So my general approach to what is going on today, it's, you said before, George, about Athens and Sparta. So we have a kind of, a change in the tectonic plates of our system, of world, let's say, capitalism today, which is, has, let's say, four big characteristics. The one is, the first and foremost, I would say, is that we have passed the era of globalization, the faith to the free markets globally, and now we have the governments of the world, especially of the powerful states like the United States and China, etc. So entering to the arena. So we have kind of a politicized capitalism, let's say. The other characteristic is that trade deficits were, being like back in the epoch of mercantilism, where trade deficits are considered to be as a loss of wealth and power. So tariffs, represent as a kind of an instrument in order to, let's say, regain the power. And then we are, entering the era of what we call the monostrate in a way. Third, the importance of industrial strategy, which goes together with, issues of security and national security, which is considered a first priority, is again at stake. So what we call import substitution industrial strategies is at the forefront today. It's very important. And the other one is that the great hostility and the hostile race for rare earths and energy, which are very important for the AI exponential growth. So for this kind of things, you get kind of, a number of accelerators, I would say. Most well known, COVID-19, wars and youth revolts, the affordability crisis, the frenemy trend, Trump, the trust moment of the Japanese Prime Minister, China too, which is very important, and the Magnificent Seven, the AI Magnificent Seven, the private credit of $1.7 trillion, and last but not least, what we currently are experiencing, the Iran war and the energy crisis. So I guess you are all familiar with the kind of, the uncertainty where we're facing today. It remains at elevated levels, although markets seem to be kind of resilient to these random shocks we're experiencing. On the right here, you see the World Geopolitical Index, which is up, the red line. And then you will see here the Hormuz traffic that has been collapsed. On your left, you see the out of Gulf, and on the right, the into the Gulf. Traffic has been collapsed if it's compared with February. Similar things on the right hand of this chart. The share of global trade passing through the Strait of Hormuz, according to commodities, crude oil, LPG, LNG, refined oil, etc., and on your right there, the Strait of Hormuz red line is about 20%, roughly speaking. I feel sorry about that because it was not very well depicted here, but it shows, especially for the first, let's say, rows, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, etc., there have been some structural damages. So we have anticipate that it will take some years in order to be restored. And then we see the collapse. You see March, by the end there on your right hand, the collapse of the crude oil production compared to other months, 2025. Well, compared to other crises and disruptions we had before in the past, you see the Strait of Hormuz closure 2026 is far ahead from the others, even if we compare that with the Iranian Revolution 40 years ago. And then the fertilizers, you said you're asking to, let's say, discuss and present. You see, apart from jet fuel and diesel, you see different versions and products regarding fertilizers, the nitrogenous, the phosphatic, potassic, and compound fertilizers.
You see here that China's export controls on fertilizers that may hit global buyers, mainly Brazil. It's not only Brazil. But the important thing is that the export control is another form of protection. It's like, putting tariffs because you keep your product for yourself. So mainly, yes, Brazil and Philippines and Hong Kong, etc. China is also dependent on Gulf oil. You see for yourself there on Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq, and Oman, and UAE. You see the percentages there and the million barrels. And unlike the US, China relies on imported oil. Demand is the dot there, and then on your left, you'll see the imports from China. National production is only a fraction of that. So yes, it's dependent. It's not only Asia, it's other countries also in Asia, like Japan and Korea, very close to 90%, and other countries. And then also China's oil production has decreased, but it still requires imported crude, as something that we have seen before. Reserves of production, usually the countries that produce this kind of commodities, they used to have big reserves. That's natural. Most of them, like Venezuela and Russia, etc., etc. Extremely low Saudi production, but you see the red line on your left, which is the production of the United States of America. The one is going down, the other is going up. And non-OPEC ex-EU production hitting new heights, all right. Has risen sharply, all right. This is, there you go. This is the impact, let's say, on Europe. It's estimated to be the storage of gas is only, on average, around 30%, I think. But you can see for yourself not only the total 30%, but the percentage that other countries are dependent on gas, and what is the gas storage they do have. So in Germany and Italy, mainly in Italy. And then we have also the impact, if you said, in prices. The unleaded and the diesel in United Kingdom, the ups and downs of oil prices, again, we have seen that before. Yes, if you have a look at the US, the impact on the US is the lowest among the OECD countries, because the US and Canada are net exporters of industry, and it's not only that they are net exporters, but also the US households spend a lower share of their income on energy bill, something like 5%. I'm finishing. Energy is a huge issue for most of the European countries, especially Italy, UK, Germany, France, all right? And compare 2023, 2024, the energy and electricity prices are higher, so that is something very important for the competitiveness of the countries. This is the race for the, as I called before, the race for, as I said before, the rare earths. And on the other side of the chart, you'll see the minerals and metals used in electric vehicles, used in clean energy technologies versus other power generation sources, which is very important for energy production. For ton of miles also, you'll see for yourself that geographical distance of trades is increasing, and that has an impact on, in the middle, the prices of dirty and wet. All right, and on the right, you see the futures of oil, which is, according to very recent estimates, is going to be, there's different scenario for that, but it's going to be above 70. So if you take into account as a benchmark the price we had back in February, which was 60, then if for the next year is going to be, let's say, 70 something, there's an increase of something like 20 or 25%. And last but not least, and last minute developments is that the fact that the UAE production is more than 10%, the UAE have departed from the OPEC, so that's 10%. So it is estimated that this is going to be something that will weaken OPEC. And this is something I guess that the United States like very much. And that's it. You will need that.
Say just a few words. Congratulations. Πολύ καλό. Θα δεις και το χέρι σου. George, with your permission, because you did not invite me, but I came alone, I'm not going to say a lot of things, but I have summarized what I want to say in responding to what Mr. Tsavlidis asked for, and then I will position myself in the discussion about what Mr. Kogia said about China. Dear friends, in this topic, I want to say that we are no longer discussing a regional conflict. We are witnessing a systemic disruption, a global trade architecture. The war around Iran has revealed something fundamental. Energy security, maritime safety, and financial stability are now on one single equation. And I have some questions that I raised. What is really driving the Iran war? Just to respond to you, my friend. Beyond narratives, three structural drivers define this conflict. Control of energy flows. The Strait of Hormuz is not just geography, it is leverage. Nearly 20 to 25% of global oil and LNG flows pass through it, making it the most critical maritime artery in the world. We have seen this several times today. Strategic deterrence and power balance. The strikes on Iran and the response through maritime disruption show a shift. Wars are no longer fought only on land, but through supply chains. We have weaponization of trade routes. The Iran's most effective weapon has not been missiles, but its ability to disrupt shipping and close sea lanes, triggering what has been described as the largest oil supply shock in modern history. The second question, what this means for shipping. We are now opening and we are in front of a new maritime reality. From efficiency to survival, transit is no longer a logistical decision. It is a risk calculation. Collapse of normal flows. Traffic through Hormuz has dropped dramatically from 130 vessels per day to a fraction of what with ships standard and routed globally. Just a few. Insurance redefining the market. War risk premiums have multiplied up to 20 times higher, effective reshaping freight economics. And the third thing that it is in our mind is the economic shockwave. This is not just a shipping crisis. Energy prices are structurally higher. Global energy prices are expected to rise significantly, up to 24% in 2026, with direct inflationary impact. The demand disruption is already visible. Refineries are cutting throughput. Global consumption may decline, something we have not seen since COVID time. And the supply chains are fragmented. Alternative routes, longer routes, higher cost. This is a permanent increase in ton miles. And here is my positioning. This war is not an accident, Mr. Tsavliris. It is the result of a transition from globalization to controlled globalization, and it is the new environment. Shipping becomes the ultimate strategic industry, not just to transport goods, but to guarantee continuity of the global economy. And here is the Greek perspective. For Greece, this is a defining moment. Greek shipping is no longer just a commercial fleet, it is a geopolitical asset. Piraeus and the Eastern Mediterranean become strategic resilience hubs, and Greek expertise in risk navigation becomes globally critical. Allow me to have my closing line by saying that whoever secures the sea lanes shapes the global economy, and today, more than ever, shipping is not following geopolitics. It is at the center of it. Thank you very much.
I want to start, first of all, I want to congratulate you for your presentation, because you gave a lot of the facts, which in fact sometimes, sometimes we're diverted and we don't actually get the facts right, and we get carried away. George, having said what you said, what dimension do you give to the fact that do you find that this intrusion, I mean, the main theme of friction we've had now, in at least the last 5 years, is we had the Russia and Ukraine. Russia with Ukraine, we had the Ukrainian be invaded by the Russian, but I think that was more or less, from what I understand from the people who know more than me, it was anticipated. After 2014, when they had the first crash, I think effectively it was a matter of time when they're going to go in again. So I don't think it was a really surprise. The fact that they did it in a rather non-elegant way, that's a different story altogether. Like saying having a military adjustment, that was a bit not particularly elegant and somewhat distasteful. But having said that, when we say about that, when we have wars, when we have hostility, we always have the tendency of blaming somebody or saying somebody had something in view which he feels that he's entitled to. I mean, the Second World War, our friend Hitler had an agenda which was well known years before the war. In fact, he uses Spain as the guinea pig, if you remember, when he had it with Franco. So effectively, it was a well-known fact. What do you really think the real intricate parts of the situation is now, and who are the main players? I want to make one reference to what was just mentioned earlier, about saying that maybe China is going to act like a monster, a sleeping monster, and will wake up in a short while when we resolve the situation with Iran and start doing his thing with Taiwan. But the point is that, which I was advised by a friend of mine years ago. She's a philosopher and works in Berlin University. She said, George, give you a bit of advice. Stay confused. Do you remember? Stay confused. Now, we are confused because we're all here, we're on an agenda, we're in a conference, we read so many things and we actually take so much information about what we should do, what we should predict, how we should behave, and what we have to worry about, what we don't have to worry about. But I still find myself, having heard you gentlemen, having gone to many conferences and having had the privilege of presenting at conferences, I'm a very confused man. Would you enlighten me?
Πολύ ωραία τα είπες. Very nice. Very nice, George. Actually, that was not just a question. That was just, you put us, all of us, the four of us, in the middle of a terrain where there are a lot of bulls. A lot of bulls that they want to grab us. This is what it is. You have spoken about Ukraine. You forgot, however, to speak about Germany, and this is your mistake, because your mind goes to Ukraine and Russia, and you don't speak to Germany. All right, because you don't like this, because no one of us will know the self-knowledge analysis to be made. And this, I mean, we have to start how everything has become and who gave the ability to the alliances to go and set up a system in Ukraine and provoke the others. But at the same time, how did the others react well before in order to make us to protect Ukraine? And this is another issue which starts from the economical in order to go to geo-economical issues. And then we move to the second part, that we have a continuous strategy of the United States, which was very clear. We have to admit that all of us, we know as Europeans, that both Chinese, first of all, and Americans, they were very clean from the beginning. They were open, and if someone was following very well their geopolitical strategy the last 35 years, they could have seen easily that they could not afford neither the European Union to remain enjoying their life because of the fortune of the previous generations, and at the same time that even themselves they want to maintain their own leading position. At the same time, on the other hand, we knew very well, and we know if someone was equally following the Chinese politics, and this is why I react on what both of you said about the silent giant, how do you call it, about China, is the only state that is not silent at all. To the contrary, every 5 years they are producing the 5-year plan, the 15-year plan, the 20-year plan, and if you see how, if they deviate from this plan, there is no deviation. They are doing exactly what they are saying from now. We know what they are doing in 20 years. Hang on. This means that if and when someone read it carefully about the replenishment of of the inventories in all commodities, including energy, you can you can say that this war has not been made only to reduce the supply of energy towards China, because the main victims, the first victims of ASEAN are Japan and Korean, that they are paying now at least 3 times more in order to bring the oil from US to Japan or Korea, and at the same, and they are paying double the money. Therefore, I'm not Chinese, but I'm saying that it is mathematics. Then you can see that this war is being made for reasons that we could not afford any more globalization, but we need to have a controlled globalization. We do support, I mean, I say our word, it says that the globalization has to go on. We cannot stop it, but we have to control. And everything starts from the supply chains, because it is the first time after many, many years, the case, that the second supply chain has been established, the One Belt, One Road, and then this goes against the weak supply chains of the past, because European Union abolished their leading position as the leaders of the supply chain until we had until the 2008 or 2009. This is the case for me.
I don't want to totally disagree with you, but don't forget what I mentioned about China. China was not hostile. China was just disruptive. China caused their disruption through suffocating the whole commerce everywhere with everything Chinese is cheap. I mean, I call it the Chinese syndrome, and you're more than conversant with that because you've been directly involved with the finance of Chinese ships. But the point is that, you know, nobody says that this has not any hidden focal point. You've had the focal point when you mentioned about the supply chain, and you mentioned Europe coming out of the blue. Europe lost themselves when they lost the empires. Europe has been deteriorating for about 70, 80 years, I mean, and more. I mean, England, which, as you know, I'm English, I was born in England. I mean, the British Empire, God bless them. I mean, that was basically what caused it to... This is history. I know it is, but Akashi, hold on a sec. Hold on a minute. Don't be disruptive. I've just mentioned that the long term, don't forget we've got marathon runs, we've got sprints. The situation of the position which a lot of the European countries are today, and I mentioned England in particular because England went through making further mistakes, what with Brexit and everything else, is that they literally gradually they deteriorate. They've been deteriorating for over half a century. So effectively, what we see here, with the weakening of in fact Europe in general, has happened years ago. Now mentioned in this topic, because we have here what the impact it has on Greece. Don't forget, Greece is the one country which has literally been, I'd say, saved and come on a good stead through being a member of the European Union. Now, what's happening now, a second point of which caused disruption, is because our friend Trump has been upset about the non-contribution of the Europeans with NATO and everything. He's about to dissolve NATO. And if you dissolve NATO, the next one in line is to have a fragmented Europe. Now, if we have a fragmented Europe, then we're going to have what we have now, and if we're concerned with our home country, which is Greece, Greece will suffer a lot, because basically our well-being, the progress which has been developed in the last few years, is based on the fact that it's a member of the European Union. Now, if Europe is fragmented, that will have a direct impact on Greece. But the reason why I'm going up in history, not because I'm a historian, but a lot of the situation we have today were really created many, many years ago. It was like the momentum of some kind, if you want to use a commercial cancer, if you want to use that term, without wanting to be too dramatic. But that's a real fault. But, Judge, I want to hear your view about the other side of the coin, about the other side of the world, about what you think China has in mind with Taiwan. Thank you.
It's open, okay. George, it's not easy to answer.
Sorry?
It's not very easy to answer. No, it's not easy to give a clear answer on that. So, No, George. I'm trying to get. It's not easy to give a straight answer, and I think I'm not a broker to broke out of it. No, I cannot give you an answer on it. I cannot give you an answer because I think it's very dynamic. It's things that it's very dynamic, and I don't have an opinion on that, on how this can happen. It's politics. It's politics.
Well, maybe being a bit optimistic about it, just for a change, maybe it will be maybe some kind of sell-off. Maybe like instead of having any form of hostility, it may be a bargaining session, which the Chinese are expert at. Rate, or just do it indirectly, commercially.
What I can say about China is that they're not really silent, but they're deliberately restrained. This is how I see them. Beijing is speaking through carefully worded foreign ministry statements. And I think, what George is mentioning, that they have a 5-year plan, it's not only a 5-year plan, but they have a very consistent administration, a very consistent political target, which they will meet irrespective of what's happening all around the world. I don't think any tariffs, any trade wars will stop them. They cannot. First of all, I'm just going to say what I know very well, and George is also very knowledgeable on this, and he can add. Shipbuilding in China. Can that be stopped ever? Can that be transferred to another region? Not even in Japan. Not even in Japan. Japan, who we know that they have the biggest shipbuilding capacity and the biggest shipbuilding tradition. Not even in Korea. Not even in other regions that China can give know-how and build ships in other regions. Now, let alone what Trump decided to sort of attack Chinese shipbuilding by promoting USA shipbuilding. I can tell you as a broker, there is no ship that can be produced in the USA that will be competitive for any owner to buy. The labor cost, which is like 45% of every new build construction, if you build it in the USA, you have it in triple. China, in the first years of 2000, had very cheap labor. But today, the labor cost, although it is maybe 3 times up, it's still 3 to 4 times less than the Western world, and let alone the USA salaries. I don't know if anybody knows how salaries are in the USA, but if you earn $100,000 a year, you're a poor person. Or practically, you're a poor middle-class person, to be just more frank. So how can a $1,000 shipyard welder in China compare with a 10,000 or 5,000 or 6,000 welder in the USA? So when we create headline news and when we try make any kind of headline wars, meaning I will impose tariffs and penalties on whoever is building in China a ship today, we have to decode if that is a practical threat that has applicability, or it is like IMO 2030, 2050 wishful thinking, which just supports a political agenda vis-à-vis economic agenda that there's a lot of money at stake. As we say, είναι πολλά τα λεφτά Άρη. And probably there's a lot of money somewhere along a lot of Aris in the world.
If I may say, don't forget that, it's a great comment, is that don't forget the biggest business in our industry today is in fact, it's down to an art, the art of unresolved problems. People make money, trillions of dollars are made, a tremendous amount of money is made by cultivating situations which are not going to be literally ever resolved. I mean, God bless you, you're a lawyer, okay, I've studied law as well, but look at the legal profession as an example, without being too offensive. I mean, a lawyer starts losing his or starts stopping his income when you resolve your difference. So effectively, we've got the same situation in what Mr. Chariadis, who's an expert on fuel alternatives. I mean, people come up with these ideas because it's creating unresolved problems, which is the biggest moneymaker. On that particular note, with your permission,
George, just before you lose and you pose another question on what you said now. Yesterday we were both in another shipping conference. And I'm just taking one thing that I heard yesterday, which is very, very interesting. We know that there is a rumor going around, and of course, we know cases that people have paid tolls to the Iranians to get their ships out from the Gulf. By communicating with the IRGC, SEPA Navy, the Special Forces. It's not accepted, though. No, I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you what we heard yesterday, and I really need this point to be clear for everybody. You pay a toll which can be, like, let's say, $1 per barrel. For a Suezmax, that would be a 1 million fee. For a VLCC, that would be a 2 million fee. And people are saying and quoting around that you save it on the insurance because you actually go without an extra war risk insurance because you have paid the Iranians to get the carte blanche, the green card, to go out, which is not a reality. It's not a possibility, and you are actually sailing uninsured. And I'm stressing this, you're sailing at your peril and your risk, uninsured. And on top of this, we have actually heard that there are spoofers and mock Iranian officials that come across to you saying that I am the right person, I will give you the green card. I receive the money in cryptocurrency, so you lose your money and you don't get it, or in Chinese yuan, and then you go to China to claim your money back. And then that was what happened with one of the ships on Saturday, 2 weeks ago, that they were shouting on the VHF. I have communicated and I have been given number two, like the supermarket, you get the ticket, now serving number 2. And I'm ready to move out of the Straits, and you're firing at me. What's happening? I'm one of you. But he was talking to the wrong person. So obviously, George, there is a lot of money that's trying to be made, a lot of money that can't be made, and people are thinking that this is a golden opportunity to just, ο λύκος στην Αβομπούλα χαίρεται. Sorry, I wanted to mention this.
I like your permission, Mr. I like your permission because Mr. Hold on a second, Georgia. I want your permission after you said what you want to say and you. Mr. Lepto, I'd like your permission when you said your bit, because we've got a small audience here. I'd like to call upon the audience because we're having quite a controversial discussion. If they want to add the input or mention something or comment, I mean, since we turned this term, we've got this opportunity when you have a conference where you've got smaller attendance, we have the opportunity of all speaking together. So effectively, stay with you want your point, making your point, and then I'd like comments from the audience if you have anything to make. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This is a question for John. You said that the US is losing militarily. So you categorize the US as a loser, but on the military side. But would you not also say that the US is an economic winner in this war? I mean, I agree that Russia has benefited on all fronts, but you mentioned the US as a loser. Okay, you specified that it is a military loss. But I think on the economic side, in view of the quantity of American LNG that is going to Europe and to other parts of the world, the US is clearly an economic winner. The loser, I think, is Europe.
The clear loser is Europe, and that is a fact. Europe has lost, and Europe is losing. And actually, Europe might not be in the epicenter of this conflict, but we will receive the bill. We will have to pay the bill, that's for sure. I agree with you on that. Now, in terms of what is happening and what will happen in the USA, nobody knows exactly what the total bill will be, but I can tell you for sure that his popularity is losing. President Trump's popularity is losing because of high inflation, because the Americans only see their economy as a barometer of how good their administration is. And
the Americans are paying the lowest toll, I mean, on that, as we have shown in the...
Yes, but they had...
Comparatively speaking, I mean, you know...
Comparatively, I think the petrol price and the diesel price in the USA has increased in the same way that it has increased in other regions, but they started from a cheaper, let's say, per gallon or per liter.
Constitutes also the smaller share
in their spending power, in their spending power.
Something like 5%. So
correct, but I think that overall, he has a.
Elections are coming, and nobody knows.
But ultimately, I think I will agree with you. Although militarily they're having a loss, and in the perception of how we see them, but I think the energy map, they're dictating it and they're redrawing it. I will give you in shipping what USA produces as exports of crude oil. They have topped up and they have surpassed Saudi Arabia. If we add the Venezuela barrels, which presently are 0.8 million barrels a day, after the recent developments in Venezuela, the capacity will move up to 3 million barrels a day and will push the USA, because all that is going to be blended with the USA crude oil. That will make USA by far the biggest oil exporter through shipping, not pipelines, through shipping. And that puts them on the energy map. And I think this is the ulterior motive of what they're doing in Iran now. They want to control the crude oil of Iran as well, together as pulling the strings of the puppets of the Arabian Gulf states that oil produce. And that's why the UAE decided to move out of OPEC, because they want to be out of any cartel. They want to be solely responsible of their output as per the USA demands and the world demands.
Sterilize China from cheap resources, because may I say that the trade surplus of China in 2025 was 1.25 trillion. So, I mean, that will, let's say, spark the kind of tariffs or non-tariff trade barriers, not only from everyone, from Europe, from Canada is imposing 100% tariffs on EV vehicles, electric vehicles of China. And let me just point out that from my visits in Washington for the spring and autumn meetings, and having discussed with many American officials, the number one enemy, it's not Iran, it's not Venezuela, it's not Russia, it's China. And that's the strategy. Trump is the product of history. And he's trying to find a solution on that problem, the 1.25 trillion every year, through war. I don't know if this is the right way to do that. But what he was doing with the Panama Channel, what he was doing with Venezuela, what he's doing right now with Iran, the number one target is China.
I've got to.
Something to
Yeah.
give me a good thought.
Really, wait, sure, I've been asked to finish. Yeah.
President Trump would impose on China is $100 per barrel of fuel instead of 50 that they were getting below the price cap from Russia, and now they have to pay $100 per barrel. So you're creating a huge tariff for their energy resources, which are needed for production.
On that note, I've been asked to go and finish the session, but I'll finish on a more humorous form, because we have King Charles, who's now already visiting the States. We have a sort of parallel. The American president is power without grace, and the English king is grace without power. Thank you.
Wow. He has the king as well.
Ορίστε.
Αναβείτε.
Λοιπόν.
Λοιπόν, μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε έτσι. Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα αγαπητοί φίλες και φίλοι. Ξεκινώντας, θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω εκ μέρους και της Ασπροφός και από μένα προσωπικά το IENE και τον κύριο Σταμπόλη για την πρόσκληση και για την τιμή να συμμετάσχουμε στη σημερινή ημερίδα. Σε αυτή την πέμπτη και τελευταία συνεδρία θα επικεντρωθούμε στη διερεύνηση της σύγχρονης γεωπολιτικής πραγματικότητας και των επιπτώσεών της στην ποντοπόρο ναυτιλία, με έμφαση στις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει ο ελληνόκτητος στόλος μέσα σε ένα περιβάλλον αυξημένης αστάθειας και πολλαπλών απειλών για την αυσιπλοεία και για την εφοδιαστική ασφάλεια, ειδικότερα στον τομέα της ενέργειας. Κεντρικός άξονας της συζήτησης θα είναι η περιοχή της ευρύτερης Μέσης Ανατολής που συμβαίνουν όλα αυτά τα οποία έχουν πει και οι προλαλήσαντες, η οποία ήδη από τα τέλη του προπερασμένου αιώνα συνιστά κομβικό σημείο για την παγκόσμια ενεργειακή ασφάλεια. Στο πλαίσιο του ανταγωνισμού όλα αυτά των μεγάλων δυνάμεων και λόγω του ότι οι υδρογονάνθρακες και τα κοιτάσματα αλλά και οι θαλάσσιες διαδρομές τους αποτελούσαν στρατηγικού ενδιαφέροντος θέματα και ήταν πότε με υφέσεις και πότε με εξάρσεις οι εντάσεις που υπήρχαν στις περιοχές αυτές. Κάνοντας μία σύντομη αναδρομή, μπορούμε να πούμε ότι το μεταψυχροπολεμικό σύστημα όταν κατέρευσε το 1991, το διπολικό, αντικαταστάθηκε από το πρότυπο της παγκοσμιοποιημένης ανάπτυξης στην περίοδο 1990 έως και το 2010. Σε αυτό το διάστημα το παγκόσμιο ΑΕΠ έκανε ένα άλμα από τα 23,3 και έφτασε στα 67,3. Δηλαδή υπήρχε μια περίοδος σχετικά καλής ευημερίας σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο που είχε μια αύξηση του 178,5% περίπου. Όμως όλος αυτός ο εφησυχασμός και η ευημερία είχε σαν αποτέλεσμα να μας διαφύγει κάτι. Και όταν λέω να μας διαφύγει, αναφέρομαι στη συλλογική δύση. Δεν αναγνώσαμε επαρκώς τους ενδογενείς κινδύνους του διεθνούς συστήματος. Τα what if της παγκόσμιας ιστορίας που μπορούν να ανακύψουν ανά πάσα στιγμή. Και έτσι είχαμε φαινόμενα εκδήλωσης σκληρής ισχύως από πολλές χώρες, υβριδικές απειλές, ανατροπές ισορροπιών και συμμαχιών και τελικά οδηγηθήκαμε σε έναν πολυπολικό και ρευστό διεθνές σύστημα. Σε αυτό το πλαίσιο η ελληνική εμπορική ναυτιλία, που είναι ένας παγκόσμιος παίκτης με πολύ μεγάλη επίρρεια στα γεγονότα, καλείται να διαχειριστεί αυτούς όλους τους κινδύνους που είναι υπαρξιακού χαρακτήρα, όπως για παράδειγμα που είναι η αύξηση των ασφαλίστρων, τα world premiums, η αύξηση του ενεργειακού κόστους, το οποίο το βλέπουμε στην καθημερινή μας ζωή, καθυστερήσεις στις παραδόσεις των φορτίων και επίσης σε αυτά θα πρέπει να μην ξεχνάμε και τους γεωοικονομικούς ανταγωνισμούς που υπάρχουν από άλλους εναλλακτικούς διαδρόμους. Είναι αυτά τα οποία είπε το πρωί ο καθηγητής ο κύριος Συρίγος και στα οποία αναφέρθηκε λεπτομερώς, τα λεγόμενα rival projects, τα οποία σχεδιάζονται και υλοποιούνται μεθοδικά από ανταγωνίστριες χώρες στην περιοχή. Καταλαβαίνετε τη σημειολογία μου. Επομένως, έχοντας όλους αυτούς τους προβληματισμούς κατά νου, μέσα από τη συνεδρία αυτή και με την επιστημονική ανάλυση που θα έχουμε από τους ειδικούς ομιλητές μας, θα προσπαθήσουμε να φωτίσουμε τις γεωπολιτικές και εφοδιαστικές διαστάσεις των εξελίξεων στην ευρύτερη Μέση Ανατολή και επίσης να αποκτήσουμε μια δυνατότητα να αντιληφθούμε το στρατηγικό προβληματισμό για το μέλλον της ελληνικής ναυτιλίας σε ένα περιβάλλον αυξημένης γεωπολιτικής εντροπίας. Σήμερα έχουμε τη χαρά να έχουμε μια πολύ εξειδικευμένη και έμπειρη ομάδα μαζί μας από ανθρώπους του χώρου. Είναι ο κύριος Χαράλαμπος Τσαρδανίδης, ομότιμος καθηγητής του Πανεπιστημίου Πελοποννήσου, διευθυντής του Ινστιτούτου Διεθνών Οικονομικών Σχέσεων και έχοντας να επιδείξει και πλούσιο συγγραφικό έργο. Ο πρέσβης επιτιμή κύριος Μιχαήλ Χριστίδης, ο οποίος είναι διπλωμάτης και έχει υπηρετήσει πέραν των 38 ετών στο Υπουργείο Εξωτερικών στα διάφορα διπλωματικά ζητήματα της χώρας και είναι και γενικός γραμματέας του Black Sea Economic Cooperation, αν δεν κάνω λάθος. Ο κύριος Χριστόδουλος Δήμας, που είναι έμπειρος μηχανικός, επικεφαλής μηχανικός και ανώτατο διοικητικό στέλεχος με πολύ μεγάλη εμπειρία σε διεθνή ενεργειακά έργα, σε πολλούς οργανισμούς και φορείς. Ο κύριος Λικούργος Λιακάκος, που είναι διδάκτορ Λικούργος Λιακάκος, που είναι ειδικός στις διεθνείς σχέσεις και στο δίκαιο της θάλασσας. Και είναι αυτή τη στιγμή επιστημονικός γενικός διευθυντής του Κέντρου Νησιωτικού και Μεσογειακού Πολιτισμού Μεσόνησος. Και επίσης ο κύριος Καρλής, ο κύριος Θανάσης Καρλής, είναι Chief Deputy Manager και στο Marketing Department του Οργανισμού Λιμένος Πειραιώς. Σωστά τα είπα? Εντάξει. Λοιπόν, σας καλησπερίζουμε και σιγά σιγά να επιχειρήσουμε να διερευνήσουμε λίγο την κατάσταση. Εννοείται ότι σε κάθε ολοκλήρωση όταν ολοκληρώνεται κάποια απάντηση, μπορούν να γίνουν και ερωτήσεις από τους άλλους της ομάδος ή και από το ακροατήριο, αν υπάρχουν τέτοια θέματα. Θα ξεκινήσουμε από τον καθηγητή, να μας δώσει λίγο τα φώτα του και τις γνώσεις του. Θα αναφερθούμε στα στενά του Ορμούζ και στην οπλοποίηση της ναυσιπλοείας, τουλάχιστον όπως τη βιώνουμε σήμερα. Αν σκεφτούμε ότι αυτά τα στενά αποτελούν τη σημαντικότερη αρτηρία, είπαμε προηγουμένως ότι είναι ένα choke point, αλλά είναι και μια αρτηρία για το διαθαλάσσιες εμπόριο του πετρελαίου και του LNG. Θυμίζω ότι από εκεί διακινείται το 30% του παγκοσμίου πετρελαίου και το 30% και το 20% των πετρελοειδών και 30% του φυσικού αερίου. Πώς αξιολογείται την αποτελεσματικότητα των διεθνών μηχανισμών προστασίας της ναυσιπλοείας απέναντι στην εργαλειοποίηση των στενών από περιφερειακούς δρόντες. Είτε είναι το Ιράν, είτε είναι μεταφερόμενοι όπως οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, ή κάποιος πιο απομακρυσμένοι όπως το Ισραήλ. Και πόσο κοντά φαντάζεστε ότι θα μπορούμε να βρισκόμαστε σε ένα σενάριο όπου το ασφάλιστρο κινδύνου θα καταστήσει τη διέλευση οικονομικός προβληματισμού για τον ελληνόκτητο στόλο. Και φυσικά όχι μόνο για τον ελληνόκτητο, αλλά αυτή τη στιγμή μας ενδιαφέρει αυτό. Πώς το αντιλαμβάνεστε?
Ευχαριστώ πολύ και για την πρόσκληση να συμμετάσχω σε αυτό το ενδιαφέρον συνέδριο. Θα ήθελα να πω πρώτα απ' όλα τα διεθνή στενά πάντοτε αποτελούν ένα τεράστιο γεωπολιτικό asset. Να σας θυμίσω μόνο ότι η Βρετανική Αυτοκρατορία, ελέγχοντας πλήθος στενών, κατάφερε και έγινε η αυτοκρατορία που ο ήλιος δεν έδιε ποτέ. Γιβραλτάρ, με τη Σουέζ και τα λοιπά. Και φυσικά και τα στενά του Ορμούς. Τώρα, συγκεκριμένα για τα στενά του Ορμούς, υπάρχει μία εργαλειοποίηση από δύο πλευρές. Η μία πλευρά είναι το Ιράν, που όπως ξέρετε, κατά παραβίαση του διεθνούς δικαίου, έχει αποκλείσει τα στενά και πάει ακόμα χειρότερα από μέρα σε μέρα. Δεν αφήνει καν ξένα πλοία να περνούν, ακόμα και αν καταβάλουν τα διόδια που και αυτό παρανόμως στο Ιράν πηγαίνει και επιβάλλει. Από την άλλη μεριά έχουμε και τον αποκλεισμό των ΗΠΑ στα πλοία συμφερόντων Ιράν. Και αυτό δεν είναι παλιό και καινούριο. Το έχει κάνει η Βρετανική Αυτοκρατορία στη Γερμανία στον Πρώτο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο, επίσης επί Ναπολεόντιους πολέμους. Για να απαντήσω ευθέως στην ερώτησή σας, αυτή η εργαλειοποίηση δεν συμφέρει ούτε τα κράτη του κόλπου, αλλά, για να το διευρύνω, ούτε την παγκόσμια οικονομία. Και φυσικά, όσον αφορά τον ελληνικό στόλο, κυρίως τον ελληνικό συμφερόντων στόλο, για να το διευρύνουμε, δεν βλέπω να υπάρχει κάτι θετικό αυτή τη στιγμή ως προς τα ασφάλιστρα. Έχουν αυξηθεί πάρα πολύ και εάν συνεχιστεί ακόμα για κάποιο καιρό, δεν βλέπω πώς τα ασφάλιστρα θα μειωθούν ακόμα περισσότερο, γιατί είναι το liability portfolio, που είναι ένα σωρό πράγματα που λαμβάνουν υπόψη τους οι ασφαλιστικές εταιρείες για να μπορέσουν να τα ασφαλίσουν, εάν τα ασφαλίζουν. Το μόνο που μπορούμε να πούμε, και θα ολοκληρώσω εδώ την απάντησή μου, είναι ότι τα ελληνικά πλοία φαίνεται να έχουν λιγότερο απώλειες σε σχέση, παραδείγματος χάρη, με τα αμερικανικά. Και φυσικό είναι αυτό. Και αν θυμάμαι καλά, αυτή τη στιγμή υπάρχει περίπτωση να υπάρχουν τα ασφάλεια 5% ή και παραπάνω. Μπορεί και να κάνω λάθος. Οπότε η απάντησή σας δεν είμαι... μόνο άμα λυθεί το ζήτημα αυτό, που δεν το βλέπω.
Αν τελειώσει δηλαδή η σύγκρουση. Ναι.
Και να υπάρξει ελεύθερη ναυσιπλοεία και να υπάρχει μια συμφωνία ανάμεσα στους εμπολέμους. Γιατί αν δεν υπάρχει συμφωνία μεταξύ των εμπολέμων, δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει ελεύθερη ναυσιπλοεία στο ασθενά του Χορμούς, όπως υπήρχε πριν από τον πόλεμο.
Άρα λοιπόν σε αυτή την περίπτωση υπάρχει ο κίνδυνος τα επιπλέον ποσά τα οποία χρεώνονται για τις διελεύσεις να παραμείνουν και μετά, μέσω ενός διακανονισμού. Θα μπορούσε, ας πούμε, το Ιράν να πει ότι εγώ ως αποζημίωση πολεμική ή οτιδήποτε άλλο θα κρατήσω κάποια χρήματα για να μπορέσω να επανορθώσω τις ζημιές και τα λοιπά, και εσείς θα το πληρώνετε.
Δεν μπορεί να το κάνει παρά να το επιβάλλει. Απλώς υπάρχει μια σκέψη σε μερικούς με το μοντέλο της συνθήκης του Μοντρέ. Εάν γίνει κάποια διεθνή διάσκεψη και υπάρχουν προβλέψεις που θα μπορεί να υπάρξει, όχι όπως το Μοντρέ τέλη, αλλά για να μπορέσει το κράτος το οποίο έχει την ευθύνη, είτε είναι το Ομάν είτε είναι το Ιράν, να παίρνει ορισμένα χρήματα για να διαφυλάτει τους φάρους, για την ασφάλεια, αν χρειαστεί. Οπότε, όπως είναι ακριβώς στη διέλευση των Δαρδανελίων και του Βοσπόρου. Αλλά αυτή τη στιγμή δεν βλέπω κάτι να γίνεται πάνω σε αυτό και μάλλον τα πράγματα πάνε και προς το χειρότερο, θα έλεγα.
Μάλιστα.
Οπότε, μόνο κατά από αυτή την προϋπόθεση θα μπορούσε να υπάρχει κάτι τέτοιο. Αυτή τη στιγμή, τα στενά του Ορμούς διέπονται από το διεθνές δίκαιο με την ελεύθερη διέλευση. Και αυτό κατοχυρώνεται από την τελευταία συνθήκη για το δίκαιο της θάλασσας. Και όχι μόνο αυτό, ακόμα και κράτη που δεν το έχουν υπογράψει, όπως το Ιράν, παραδείγματος χάρη, είναι υποχρεωμένα να το τηρούν εφόσον η πλειοψηφία των κρατών μελών του Οργανισμού Ηνωμένων Εθνών έχει επικυρώσει τη συμφωνία αυτή, τη σύμβαση μάλλον αυτή. Οπότε ακόμα και αν το Ιράν λέει ότι αυτά είναι χωρικά μου ύδατα και σε περίπτωση πολέμου μπορώ να κατοχυρώσω τον έλεγχο με οποιοδήποτε τρόπο, αυτό δεν ισχύει ακόμα και κάτω από το δίκαιο των συγκρούσεων.
Μάλιστα. Ωραία. Ευχαριστούμε.
Για τα στενά να πω κάτι, θέλω να πω ότι αν προκληθεί, που είναι δύσκολο, μία τέτοια λύση για περιορισμούς, φανταστείτε τι θα γίνει σε όλα τα άλλα τα στενά ανά την Ιφίλιο.
Ναι, στα choke points, τα υπόλοιπα.
Είναι αδιανόητο να συμβεί κάτι.
Ναι, γιατί θα υπάρχουν και άλλοι μιμητές μετά.
Και φανταστείτε τι μπορεί να γίνει στο στενό της Ταϊβάν, έτσι.
Ναι. Μάλιστα. Ωραία. Θέλω να πάμε τώρα στον κύριο Πρέσβη, να βάλουμε ένα ερώτημα. Έχουμε αυτή τη σύγκρουση, η οποία μπορεί να κρατήσει λίγο ακόμα, μπορεί να κρατήσει πολύ περισσότερο, μπορεί να είναι και πιο μεγάλη, να έχουμε ένα flare-up της ανάφλεξης και να μπλεχτούν και άλλοι μαζί, να το πω έτσι απλοϊκά. Οπότε πλέον ο Περσικός να είναι ένα ντόμινο εφέκτο που έχουμε πλήρη αποσταθεροποίηση. Αυτή τη στιγμή υπάρχει μια συνεργασία Ελλάδας-Κύπρου-Ισραήλ και στον τομέα της ενέργειας και σε στρατιωτικό τομέα, όπου εκεί μπορεί να οθηθεί η Ελλάδα και μπορεί να οθηθεί και η Κύπρος
στο να προχωρήσουν σε κάποια πράγματα που δεν έχουν γίνει. Π.χ. το καλώδιο, π.χ. ο EastMed κτλ. Πόσο ανθεκτική είναι αυτή η συμμαχία Ελλάδος-Κύπρου-Ισραήλ ώστε να υλοποιηθούν αυτά, ή θα έχουμε από την άλλη μεριά μια αντίδραση τύπου κάζους μπέλι που θα τα κάνει τα πράγματα ακόμα πιο μπερδεμένα. Θα μου πείτε είναι πολύ υποθετικά, αλλά αυτό που είναι σίγουρο είναι ο άξονας Ελλάδας-Κύπρου-Ισραήλ που είναι υπαρκτός και δουλεύει, και από εκεί και ύστερα είναι το γεγονός ότι σε ένα ρίσκο που καταραίει ο Περσικός, τι γίνεται με εμάς, γιατί θα πιεστούμε κι εμείς να πάρουμε αποφάσεις. Θα έρθει η στιγμή που θα πρέπει να διαλέξουμε ποιον θα πάμε και ποιον θα αφήσουμε. Πώς το βλέπετε αυτό?
Ναι, πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα ερώτηση και βεβαίως θα πρέπει να ξεκινήσω λίγο από την γενικότερη κατάσταση όπως την περιγράψατε. Δηλαδή το γεγονός το ότι ζούμε πια σε έναν κόσμο όπου έχουν οπλοποιηθεί, have been weaponized όπως λένε, σχεδόν τα πάντα. Από την ενέργεια μέχρι τις διόδους, μέχρι την τεχνολογία, μέχρι και τις, αν θέλετε, χρηματοπιστωτικές μοχλεύσεις. Τι σημαίνει αυτό? Σημαίνει το ότι έχουμε μπει πια στην εποχή της συναλλακτικής σχέσεως μεταξύ των χωρών. Μου δίνεις για να σου δώσω. Και με πολύ έτσι λογιστική, θα έλεγα, καταγραφή, εάν είναι όλα σωστά. Μέσα σε αυτό το περιβάλλον, χώρες μικρές ή μεσαίες σαν την Ελλάδα, ναι, διατρέχουν περισσότερους κινδύνους, διότι οι συμμαχίες στις οποίες ανήκουν δεν έχουν πια τον σύνδεσμο τον οποίον είχαν κάποτε, ούτε και την αξιοπιστία, αλλά είναι συγχρόνως και ευκαιρίες. Πιστεύω λοιπόν το ότι σε αυτόν τον γενικότερο περίγυρο η χώρα μας, μαζί με την Κύπρο, και βεβαίως θα πάω μετά στην τριμερή συνεργασία, έχει ευκαιρίες να αναδειχθεί γεωπολιτικά, κάτι το οποίο δυστυχώς δεν έκανε μέχρι τώρα. Και ήδη το κάνει, δηλαδή η παρουσία ελληνικής φρεγάτας ή ελληνικών αεροσκαφών στην Κύπρο, η παρουσία ελληνικών αντιτορπιλικών στην Ερυθρά Θάλασσα ή στην Λιβύη με την ειρήνη, την ευρωπαϊκή αυτή πρωτοβουλία και ούτω καθεξής, η γεωγραφική της θέση, το γεγονός ότι θα ξεκινήσουμε επιτέλους να αντλούμε όσα πετρέλαια ή φυσικό αέριο υπάρχει στο υπέδαφος μας, κάτι το οποίο έπρεπε να είχαμε κάνει εδώ και αιώνες, στην υπερβολή του βεβαίως. Όλα αυτά προσδίδουν μια ιδιαίτερη γεωπολιτική σημασία, ένα ιδιαίτερο γεωπολιτικό βάρος στη χώρα μας. Το βάρος αυτό ενισχύεται ακριβώς και από την συνεργασία Ελλάδος-Κύπρου-Ισραήλ. Βέβαια, δεν υπάρχει αμφιβολία το γεγονός ότι ο πόλεμος αυτός ο οποίος μένεται σήμερα στο Ιράν, και μου κάνει εντύπωση ότι δεν ελέγχθηκε στο προηγούμενο πάνελ, οφείλεται κυρίως στο ότι εξυπηρετεί Ισραηλινά συμφέροντα. Και το ότι η πολιτική γενικότερα του Ισραήλ έχει πολύ λίγους φίλους στο εξωτερικό, έχει αρχίσει να έχει και πολύ λιγότερους φίλους και εντός του Ισραήλ.
Ναι. Λειτουργεί ανάποδα.
Ακριβώς. Αυτή λοιπόν η ταύτισή μας με το Ισραήλ θα πρέπει να την αντιμετωπίσουμε με ιδιαίτερη, θα έλεγα, πολιτική και γεωπολιτική δεξιοτεχνία. Με μία έτσι χειρουργικής επέμβασης ακρίβεια. Να παίρνουμε εκείνο το οποίο πραγματικά μας συμφέρει και δεν μας προκαλεί περισσότερα προβλήματα. Υπό αυτήν λοιπόν την άποψη, νομίζω το ότι θα πρέπει να προωθήσουμε αυτή την συνεργασία. Εγώ βεβαίως, επειδή έχω υπηρετήσει και πολλά χρόνια στην Τουρκία. Ανήκω στους ανθρώπους οι οποίοι προσεγγίζουν τα θέματα αυτά με πολύ ευρεία αντίληψη. Θα πρέπει να δώσουμε στην Τουρκία να καταλάβει, και εμείς και το Ισραήλ, το ότι αυτή η συμμαχία, αυτός ο συνεταιρισμός δεν στρέφεται εναντίον της Τουρκίας. Ακόμα και στον East Med θα πρέπει να λέμε το ότι εάν η Τουρκία, η οποία ούτως ή άλλως είναι ενεργειακό hub στην περιοχή, πολύ μεγαλύτερο από εμάς, θα μπορούσε να συμμετάσχει εάν το θέλει. Το λέω αυτό διότι δεν μου αρέσει να αποξενώνουμε την εξωτερική μας πολιτική με βάση, θα έλεγα, σλόγγαν ή ταμπελίτσες. Ακούστηκε εδώ για την Κίνα, ακούστηκε για τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, για την Ρωσία. Εάν η Ελλάδα θέλει πραγματικά να παίξει έναν σοβαρό ρόλο, η διεθνή συγκυρία της δίνει την ευκαιρία να αναπτύξει σχέσεις, όχι κατά ανάγκη συμμαχίας, αλλά σχέσεις συνεργασίας με περισσότερες χώρες. Η Κίνα είναι μία από αυτές τις χώρες. Δείτε το παράδειγμα του λιμανιού του Πειραιά. Ο Πειραιάς είναι ένα, αν θέλετε, κομμάτι του Belt and Road της Κίνας. Και μάλιστα το καλύτερο κομμάτι, θα έλεγα. Λοιπόν, νομίζω ότι εάν αντιμετωπίσουμε όλες αυτές τις κρίσεις σήμερα με αυτό το πνεύμα, αυτές οι κρίσεις είναι και μοναδικές ευκαιρίες για τη χώρα μας.
Ναι, παρακαλώ.
Μιλήσατε για άξονα.
Ναι.
Δεν πρόκειται περί άξονα. Ελλάδα, Κύπρο, Ισραήλ.
Ναι.
Είναι κακός να το αποκαλούμε άξονα. Οι άξονες δημιουργούν και αντιάξονες.
Ναι.
Και επί της ουσίας δεν είναι άξονας. Είναι μια συνεργασία. Εκεί που είναι πιο ουσιαστική συνεργασία είναι διμερώς ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στο Ισραήλ, που έχει και στρατιωτική, ας το πούμε, χρειά.
Ναι, το άξονας είναι και λίγο σχηματικό. Μπορεί να είναι λίγο παρελκυστικό, αλλά είναι και σχηματικό για να καταλαβαίνόμαστε λίγο σωστά. Ο λόγος για τον οποίο, και το κλείνουμε την ερώτηση αυτή για να προχωρήσουμε στους υπόλοιπους, είναι το γεγονός ότι τέθηκε αυτή η ερώτηση, διότι η Τουρκία αυτή τη στιγμή έχει αρχίσει και αντιμετωπίζει τα προβλήματα που ίδια δημιούργησε, σιγά-σιγά. Με διάφορους τρόπους το βλέπουμε αυτό. Ίσως να μην είναι ακόμα στο επίπεδο της σύγκρουσης, αλλά κανείς δεν ξέρει αν αύριο το πρωί ξυπνήσουμε και δούμε να έχει γίνει μια στρατιωτική επιχείρηση εις βάρος των δυνάμεων της Τουρκίας. Αλλά αυτό είναι στρατιωτικό θέμα και δεν νομίζω εμπλέκει την ενέργεια. Ξεκινώντας όμως από αυτές τις καταστάσεις, αρχίζουμε και σκεφτόμαστε τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε εμείς. Ωραία. Ευχαριστούμε για τη δική σας συμβουλή. Θα πάω λίγο ανάποδα από το τέλος και θα ήθελα το κομμάτι να μπούμε και σε λίγο πιο τεχνικά θέματα με τον κύριο Δήμα, να μιλήσουμε λίγο για τα rival projects. Είχε γίνει μια συζήτηση για τους διάφορους διαδρόμους, για τον IMEC, για το σχέδιο των 4 θαλασσών, το οποίο το έχει βαφτίσει έτσι η Τουρκία. Ήταν στην ουσία ο μεσαίος διάδρομος, απλώς η Τουρκία το πρόσθεσε, το εμπλούτησε λίγο και μίλησε για 4 θάλασσες, για τον Περσικό, Κασπία, Εύξηνο Πόντο και Αιγαίο, χρησιμοποιώντας την ορολογία της γαλάζιας πατρίδας. Ως εκ θαύματος το παρουσίασε ο κύριος Μπάρακ τις προηγούμενες μέρες στους Αμερικανούς συμπατριώτες του και μίλησε για τη μεγαλοπρέπεια του σχεδίου των 4 θαλασσών. Το κλείνουμε αυτή την παρένθεση. Ας το έχουμε στο μυαλό μας. Το ερώτημα λοιπόν είναι το εξής. Μήπως τελικά αυτός ο γεωπολιτικός διεμβολισμός που γίνεται με τα rival projects αυτά, όπως τα συζητάμε και όπως παρουσιαστήκανε, ο Middle Corridor κτλ. Μήπως να έχουμε τον κίνδυνο ενός momentum μετατόπισης των εμπορικών ροών κάπως προς τα βόρεια, με την έννοια των χερσαίων και ημιχερσαίων, έτσι, που να παρακάμπτει την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο τελικώς
και να κάνει τον EastMed και τον IMEC, πάω τώρα στον IMEC, στρατηγικά προβληματικούς πριν ολοκληρωθούν. Αυτό είναι hit μεγάλο για τον IMEC και έχουμε επενδύσει πολλά στον IMEC. Έτσι. Πώς το βλέπετε?
Λοιπόν, πριν να πω αυτό, θα ήθελα να προτείνω ότι ίσως σε αυτό το πάνελ να κάνουμε και μια συζήτηση τι θα απομείνει από τον πόλεμο, γιατί δεν έχει τελειώσει, δεν το έχουμε δει όλο το έργο και καλό θα ήταν να το κουβεντιάσουμε, όπως και ποιοι είναι χαμένοι και κερδισμένοι, όπως μέχρι στιγμής, όπως φαίνεται. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό.
Ήταν στις αμέσως επόμενες ερωτήσεις.
Λοιπόν, τώρα, όσον αφορά από αυτά που θα απομείνουν από τον πόλεμο, είναι οι πολλές στροφές που θα γίνουν και πολλές στροφές που θα γίνουν και στα ενεργειακά. Είναι γνωστό, όλοι το λένε, όλοι οι αναλυτές, ότι μιλάμε για τη μεγαλύτερη ενεργειακή κρίση που έχει βιώσει η ανθρωπότητα. Και όλοι λένε επίσης ότι και τώρα και αυτή τη στιγμή να σταματούσε ο πόλεμος, η ενεργειακή κρίση θα εξακολουθούσε για ένα πολύ μεγάλο χρονικό διάστημα, λόγω του ότι έχουν καταστραφεί υποδομές και για πολλούς άλλους λόγους. Επίσης, μια άλλη παρατήρηση που έχει να κάνει ως απάντηση στην ερώτηση είναι ότι η θάλασσα θα παραμείνει πάντα θάλασσα. Ο θαλάσσιος δρόμος είναι ο φτηνότερος και θα είναι πάντα εκείνος ο οποίος θα προσελκύει την παγκόσμια οικονομία. Τα άλλα τα έργα είναι φαραωνικά. Όταν λέμε για τον IMEC, δεν εννοούμε να φτιάξουμε έναν αγωγό βεβαίως που να ξεκινάει από την Ινδία και να φτάσει στην Ευρώπη, αλλά εννοούμε μία γέφυρα, εννοούμε ένα κόριδορ, ο οποίος θα συνδέει ποικιλοτρόπως, ακόμα και γεωπολιτικά, όσους εμπλέκονται σε αυτή την αλυσίδα. Έχουμε πολλά να κάνουμε στον ενεργειακό τομέα. Έχουμε να κάνουμε τη στροφή προς την πυρηνική ενέργεια και μιλάμε όχι για τα φαραωνικά έργα της πυρηνικής ενέργειας, αλλά τα πολύ μικρά, τα οποία θα μας δώσουν δυνατότητες και στην καθημερινή χρήση. Έχουμε να κάνουμε ακόμα μεγαλύτερη στροφή στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας. Έχουμε να κάνουμε με τις διασυνδέσεις που υπολοιπόμαστε και ως Ευρώπη και ως Ελλάδα και ως κόσμος ολόκληρος. Διότι αν είχαμε καλύτερες διασυνδέσεις, θα είχαμε διασφαλιστεί πάρα πολύ ενεργειακά και όλα αυτά θα μπουν τώρα στο κλεισιοσκόπιο, θα ερευνηθούν και θα πέσουν πολλά χρήματα προκειμένου να αναπτυχθούν όλα αυτά τα πράγματα. Όλα τα άλλα είναι κουβέντες να λέμε και από τον κύριο Μπάρακ. Θυμάμαι όταν είχαμε προχωρήσει τον περίφημο αγωγό Μπουργκάς Αλεξανδρούπολης, ο οποίος ήταν ένας αγωγός που είχε τα εχέγγυα να προχωρήσει και δεν προχώρησε για γεωπολιτικούς λόγους. Ξέρετε πόσα άλλα rivals projects είχαν βγει στη γύρα? Καμιά δεκαριά. Ο καθένας σκεφτόταν ό,τι ήθελε. Και το κάνουν για διαφόρους λόγους. Έτσι γίνεται και τώρα.
Το Ναμπούκο ήταν...
Ναι, πάρα πολλά.
Μάλιστα. Πάντως, ο πυρήνας του IMEC ξεκίνησε από την ενέργεια και δευτερευόντως για όλα τα υπόλοιπα. Δηλαδή, ήταν για το σκεπτικό το βασικό ήταν για να μπορέσουν να έχουν μέσω Ινδίας, έτσι. Αλλά, εν πάση περιπτώσει, στο σκεπτικό του Ισραήλ, που ήταν ο κύριος partner, ήταν το ενεργειακό. Αυτό θέλω να... Το είπαν ήδη, δηλαδή.
Η βάση του είναι γεωπολιτική και από εκεί και πέρα προχώρησε στο ενεργειακό. Ναι. Θέλω να πω, γιατί ελέγχθη προηγουμένως κάπως, να πω δύο λόγια για την Τουρκία. Η Τουρκία θα ήταν με βεβαιότητα στους χαμένους ή θα υπάρξει στους χαμένους στην περίπτωση που θα αλλάξει το καθεστώς στο Ιράν. Τότε δεν θα αποτελεί το ανάχωμα της Δύσης, αλλά φαίνεται ότι η Τουρκία επηρεάζεται πάρα πολύ και θα επηρεαστεί πάρα πολύ και οικονομικά, διότι έχει μία δύναμη οικονομία η οποία θα την επηρεάσει.
Ναι, βεβαίως.
Εγώ θα ήθελα να προσεγγίσουμε τον IENE όχι σαν ένα διάδρομο, αλλά σαν ένα δίκτυο χωρών που θέλουν να αποκαταστήσουν μία συνεργασία, διότι συμφωνούν σε πάρα πολλά θέματα γεωπολιτικής και μη. Διότι αν το δούμε μόνο ως διάδρομο, το είπατε και μόνο σας, δεν μπορεί να ανταγωνιστεί ούτε τους χερσαίους διαδρόμους που ήδη υπάρχουν και λειτουργούν, ούτε βεβαίως και τον θαλάσσιο διάδρομο, ο οποίος είναι ο δικός μας, με την έννοια δηλαδή του ότι ο θαλάσσιος διάδρομος της κινεζικής πρωτοβουλίας καταλήγει στον Πειραιά.
Ναι.
Και βεβαίως το IENE είναι κάτι το οποίο σαν διάδρομο το διεκδικούν χώρες με πολύ καλύτερες υποδομές από τις δικές μας. Φανταστείτε να φτάνει κάτι στον Πειραιά, πώς προχωρεί στην Ανατολική, στην Κεντρική Ευρώπη. Με τι, με το σιδηροδρομικό δίκτυο που έχουμε, ή εάν πάρει στην Θεσσαλονίκη, γιατί ο Πειραιάς κατέχεται ήδη από τους Κινέζους. Και ο IENE είναι το δέος του αντίπαλο. Λοιπόν, ναι, και είναι έτσι, αλλά πώς. Ξέρετε ότι 30 χρόνια μετά που ακαδημαϊκά αναβαθμίσαμε τη Θεσσαλονίκη ως την Μητρόπολη των Βαλκανίων, δεν υπάρχει ακόμα σύνδεση του λιμανιού της με την σιδηροδρομική γραμμή που πηγαίνει στη Σόφια ή στην Αθήνα.
Σωστά αυτά όλα. Είναι σωστά. Απλώς... Ωραία. Κάντε τη διευκρίνηση για να προχωρήσουμε στις τελευταίες ερωτήσεις. Ναι, διευκρινίστε το, διευκρινίστε.
Να πούμε καταρχάς ότι το λιμάνι του Πειραιά είναι το λιμάνι της χώρας μας, ελληνική εταιρεία με ξένους μετόχους. Αυτό είναι το πρώτο, πρέπει να θυμόμαστε, με πλειοψηφία ξένων μετόχων περιλαμβανομένου του ελληνικού δημοσίου και του υπερταμείου. Άρα, να το βάλουμε λίγο σαν στο μυαλό μας όταν αναφερόμαστε στο λιμάνι του Πειραιά. Τώρα, σε ό,τι αφορά τις υποδομές, μετά το 2009 που έγινε η πρώτη παραχώρηση, οι υποδομές αυξήθηκαν σε τέτοιο βαθμό, στο Πειραιάς πλέον να είναι μέσα στα 5 μεγαλύτερα λιμάνια της Ευρώπης. Και εγώ, επειδή είμαι 20 χρόνια στο λιμάνι, άρα πριν την παραχώρηση, να πω ότι είμαστε σε ένα σημείο στο να μπορούμε πια να δεχτούμε όχι μόνο το Belt and Road, αλλά και τον IMEC. Γι' αυτό και το πρώτο σχέδιο που παρουσιάστηκε είχε τον Πειραιά μέσα. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό...
Είχε την Ελλάδα. Η συμφωνία που υπεγράφει στην Ινδία δεν αναφέρει την Πειραιά, αναφέρει την Ελλάδα.
Σίγουρα, αλλά δεν υπάρχει άλλο λιμάνι στην Ελλάδα που να μπορεί να εξυπηρετήσει αυτούς τους όγκους. Δηλαδή...
Τα λιμάνια της Ταιριέστης και της Μασσερίας έστρεψαν τα κεφαλώντας στην Ινδία να υπογραμμίσουν ότι ο Πειραιάς είναι στα χέρια των Κινέζων. Ναι,
αυτό μπορεί να το είπανε, αλλά πάντως... Ναι. Έχει ξεκινήσει η συζήτηση. Πάντως, να πούμε ότι η σιδηροδρομική σύνδεση που όταν πια έγινε εφικτή, γιατί ο λόγος που δεν υπήρχε σιδηροδρομική σύνδεση είναι πάλι γεωπολιτικός. Από πάνω τα βόρεια σύνορα στη χώρα μας ανήκανε στη συνθήκη της Βαρσοβίας, άρα ήταν έτσι κι αλλιώς δωρονάδωρο. Αυτό όμως όθησε τη χώρα μας και ο Πειραιάς έχει τις πυκνότερες και καλύτερες συνδέσεις διαθαλάσσης με όλες τις χώρες και της Μαύρης Θάλασσας και της Ανατολικής Μεσογείου και της Βόρειας Αφρικής, το οποίο είναι ένα πλεονέκτημα το οποίο δεν είναι εύκολα υποκαταστάσιμο ούτε από την Ταιριέστη που μόλις τώρα αποκτήθηκε από τη Μέρσκ, ούτε από άλλο λιμάνι που είναι πολύ βορειότερα και άρα σημαίνει μεγαλύτερη πλεύση. Παρόλα αυτά, από το 2010 έχουμε καταφέρει και έχουμε
πάνω από 150.000 κουτιά από το 0. Αυτό είναι τεράστια αύξηση φορτίου σιδηροδρομικού και είμαι στη ευχάριστη θέση να σας πω ότι στις 11 Μαΐου, σε περίπου 15 μέρες, θα έρθει και το πρώτο φορτίο με αυτοκίνητα από το εργοστάσιο της Stellantis στη Σλοβακία για τη δική μας αγορά και το σχέδιο είναι ότι θα τροφοδοτούμε πλέον με αυτοκίνητα και την Αίγυπτο και το Ισραήλ και θα έρχονται σε εμάς τα αυτοκίνητα από τα εργοστάσια. Σιδηροδρομικός. 11 Πέμπτου είναι η πρώτη σιδηροδρομική σύνδεση.
Πολύ ενδιαφέρον αυτό. Να κάνω και μια δεύτερη ερώτηση. Ναι, συγγνώμη. Ναι. Πάνω σε αυτό που είπατε, για να ολοκληρώσω και μια ερώτηση που είναι κοντά σε αυτά που είπατε, επειδή έχει σχέση και με την οικονομία. Αν αυτή η κρίση, έτσι όπως τη βιώνουμε, παγιωθεί ή τραβήξει πολύ μεγάλο χρόνο, και έχουμε την ελληνική ναυτιλία που ελέγχει το 60% του στόλου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Θα μπορέσει η ελληνική ναυτιλία να ισορροπήσει ανάμεσα σε ένα περιβάλλον το οποίο έχει τέτοια αστάθεια και στην ανάγκη για να εξυπηρετήσει τις εφοδιαστικές αλυσίδες που έτσι κι αλλιώς βασίζονται στην ελληνική ναυτιλία? Πώς το βλέπετε δηλαδή? Λαμβανομένων υπόψη όλων αυτών που λέτε και του Πειραιά και των δυνατοτήτων που έχουμε.
Νομίζω ότι η ελληνική ναυτιλία ανδρώθηκε μέσα από γεωπολιτικές κρίσεις από την εποχή του Κιουτσούκα Ιναρτζή και θα συνεχίσει να ανδρώνεται, αλλά και το λιμάνι του Πειραιά, το οποίο είναι κομμάτι της ελληνικής ναυτιλίας, έχει αντιμετωπίσει τα τελευταία 10 χρόνια τη μία κρίση μετά την άλλη, χωρίς να έχει βλαφθεί ούτε η όγκη, ούτε ο ρυθμός ανάπτυξης. Δηλαδή, το κλείσιμο του Σουέζ...
Έχει μια ανθεκτικότητα δηλαδή.
Ναι, ακριβώς.
Ιστορικά.
Ναι. Ακριβώς. Το κλείσιμο του Σουέζ πριν από 2 χρόνια όταν ξεκίνησε η Γάζα, έγινε ξαφνικά μια πολύ μεγάλη συζήτηση ότι το λιμάνι του Πειραιά θα καταρρεύσει διότι ήταν ο πρώτος σταθμός μετά το Σουέζ. Η πτώση ήταν μόλις 6%, 7%, γιατί ακριβώς το λιμάνι του Πειραιά έχει αυτή τη γεωγραφία, αλλά κυρίως τις συνδέσεις που δεν είναι εύκολο να υποκατασταθεί, όχι γιατί ανήκει στους Κινέζους, στους Έλληνες, αλλά γιατί η μακροχρόνια ιστορία του έχει δημιουργήσει θαλάσσιες διαδρομές, οι οποίες δεν είναι εύκολο να υποκατασταθεί. Να δώσω ένα παράδειγμα, δηλαδή αν αυτή τη στιγμή η Ιαπωνία θέλει να στείλει το Ιώτα αυτοκίνητα στην Τινησία, μόνο το λιμάνι του Πειραιά έχει σύνδεση.
Άρα από αυτή την άποψη είμαστε σε μια κατάσταση με ελληνική. Επομένως βλέπετε μια ευστάθεια στο σύστημα το δικό μας ακόμα, έτσι. Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ. Υπάρχει κάτι άλλο σε αυτό? Θέλετε να... Θέλω να κάνω μια τελευταία ερώτηση στον κύριο Λιακάκο. Γιατί
Έχω μια παρουσία να κάνω.
Ορίστε.
Έχω μια παρουσία σε ένα γρήγορο power.
Ναι, βέβαια. Ναι.
Μπορώ να ανέβω?
Ναι.
Ή θέλετε να απαντήσουμε πρώτα?
Έχω μια ερώτηση. Θέλετε να κάνετε την τοποθέτησή σας όπως θέλετε. Κάντε την τοποθέτησή σας.
Σαν να όσο πιο γρήγορος γίνεται.
Ναι, μπορώ να το πω τώρα.
Συγγνώμη, αυτό...
Το κουμπάκι.
Εκεί.
Απλώς δεν στέκεται εκεί πέρα. Φεύγει κάτι.
Ναι, εντάξει. Θα το καταφέρουμε. Εντάξει, βλέπω και εδώ την... Κυρίες και κύριοι, καταρχάς να ευχαριστήσω τον κύριο Σταμπολή, το IENE. Είναι πάρα πολύ πολύτιμη η συμβολή του. Λιθαράκια που χρειάζονται στο σύστημα το δικό μας, της Ελλάδας, της ελληνικής ναυτιλίας. Ευχαριστώ τους αγαπητούς συνομιλητές, εσάς που μας παρακολουθείτε. Μετά την πραγματικά έτσι, ευρύτερη γενεοπολιτική πλαισίωση της συνεδρίας, η δική μου παρέμβαση εστιάζει σε ένα μικρό αλλά κρίσιμο ερώτημα, μικρότερου εύρους μάλλον, τι σημαίνει η κρίση στα στενά του Ορμούζ για την ελευθερία της ναυσιπλοείας και ειδικότερα για την ελληνική εμπορική ναυτιλία. Το Ορμούζ δεν θεωρείται απλά ένα στενό πέρασμα στο χάρτη. Δεν είναι δηλαδή απλά μια κουκίδα που τη βλέπουμε και την παρατηρούμε από το Google Maps. Πρόκειται για ένα γεωπολιτικό διακόπτη παγκόσμιας ενεργειακής κυκλοφορίας και για την Ελλάδα λοιπόν, που διαθέτει μια τόσο ισχυρή ναυτιλία, πανίσχυρη θα έλεγα, δεν συνιστά ένα μακρινό περιφερειακό ζήτημα. Είναι ύψης της σημασίας ζήτημα εθνικού, ευρωπαϊκού και οικονομικού ενδιαφέροντος. Από ό,τι βλέπουμε, στο στενό του Ορμούζ διάρχεται ένα τεράστιο μέρος των ενεργειακών ροών. Πολλά έχουν χιλιοϊπωθεί σήμερα και στο δικό μας πάνελ και από προηγούμενους έγκυρτους συνομιλητές. Μην ξεχνάμε ότι διέρχονται πριν την επιχείρηση Epic Fury των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών και του Ισραήλ, διερχόντουσαν 20 εκατομμύρια βαρέλια ημερησίως, το 20% του αργού πετρελαίου, το 20% περίπου του LNG, οπότε οποιαδήποτε παρεμπόδιση ή απειλή αποκλεισμού δεν επηρεάζει μόνο τις χώρες του Περσικού κόλπου, επηρεάζει παγκοσμίως τις τιμές ενέργειας, τα ασφάλιστρα κινδύνου, τους ναύλους, τα χρονοδιαγράμματα, τα πληρώματα, έτσι και πολλά από αυτά είναι εγκλωβισμένα τόσο καιρό μέσα σε αυτό τον κόλπο και την παγκόσμια γενικότερα εφοδιαστική αλυσίδα. Με απλά λόγια, όταν διαταράσσεται το Ορμούζ, δεν διαταράσσεται, η ταραχή δεν μένει μόνο στο Ορμούζ. Μεταφέρεται σε όλα τα λιμάνια, τις αγορές, τις ασφαλιστικές συμβάσεις και εννοείται στους καταναλωτές, στο πορτοφόλι μας, σε εμάς. Και επιτρέψτε μου εδώ να φέρω την ελληνική διάσταση. Η ελληνόκτητη ναυτιλία είναι τεράστια. Αριθμεί περίπου 5.700 πλοία, αντιπροσωπεύει περίπου το 20% του παγκοσμίου στόλου και το 61% της Ευρώπης και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Δεν είναι μια λεπτομέρεια. Η ελληνική ναυτιλία παίζει τεράστιο ρόλο και θα παίξει στο μέλλον, διότι όπως υπόθηκε κιόλας, η ενεργειακή διάδρομη, η θαλάσση, είναι και η πιο φθηνή και είναι και το παρόν και το μέλλον. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι η Ελλάδα δεν είναι ένας απλός παρατηρητής. Είναι μια χώρα με παγκόσμιο αποτύπωμα στην ναυτιλία και τα άμεσα ελληνικά συμφέροντα πλήττονται αυτή τη στιγμή όταν κλείνει ένας παγκόσμιο choke point, ένας ενεργειακός λαιμός όπως είναι το Ορμούζ. Να πω ότι σε αυτό το σημείο ότι ανεξαρτήτως σημαίας που ανήκουν τα πλοία έτσι στην Ελλάδα, στρατηγικά η ιδιοκτησία, η διαχείριση, η τεχνογνωσία, τα κεφάλαια και το επιχειρηματικό συμφέρον συγκροτούν ένα υψής της σημασίας οικοσύστημα ναυτιλιακό για τα ελληνικά συμφέροντα, άρα η ναυτιλία ανεξαρτήτως σημαίας αποτελεί ενιαίο γεωοικονομικό μέγεθος ελληνικών συμφερόντων. Και τώρα θα έρθω στην αρχή της ελευθερίας της ναυσιπλοείας. Η ελευθερία της ναυσιπλοείας δεν αποτελεί μια αφηρημένη αρχή. Είναι η αόρατη υποδομή στην οποία κινείται το παγκόσμιο εμπόριο. Μην ξεχνάμε ότι χωρίς αυτή, κάθε παράκτιο κράτος που ελέγχει ένα κρίσιμο πέρασμα θα μπορούσε να μετατρέψει τη γεωγραφία σε εργαλείο πίεσης. Θα μπορούσε να αποφασίζει ποιος περνά, ποιος δεν περνά, να θέτει πολιτικά ζητήματα. Οπότε εδώ αυτό ακριβώς επιχειρεί να αποτρέψει η Σύμβαση για το Δίκαιο της Θάλασσας, η UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. Δηλαδή να μην γίνει η ίδια η θάλασσα πεδίο αυθαίρετης ισχύως και εργαλείο εκβιασμών, αλλά χώρος κανόνων προβλεψιμότητας και διεθνούς κυκλοφορίας. Άσχετο αν δεν το βλέπουμε αυτή τη στιγμή. Και στην περίπτωση λοιπόν των στενών και του Ορμούζ, που χρησιμοποιούνται για την διεθνή ναυσιπλοεία, το κρίσιμο σε αυτή την περίπτωση είναι το λεγόμενο transit passage. Το άρθρο 37 της Σύμβασης για το Δίκαιο της Θάλασσας, ή αλλιώς UNCLOS, ορίζει το πεδίο εφαρμογής. Πώς δηλαδή δημιουργείται ένα τέτοιο στενό. Αυτό συμβαίνει όταν ένα τμήμα ανοιχτής θάλασσας ή ΑΟΣ μέσω μιας στενής λωρίδας συνδέεται με ένα άλλο αντίστοιχο τμήμα. Το άρθρο 38 της Σύμβασης για το Δίκαιο της Θάλασσας κατοχυρώνει τι είναι αυτό το transit passage, αυτό το δικαίωμα που έχουν όλα τα παράκτια κράτη μέσω πλοίων και αεροσκαφών για συνεχόμενη και ταχεία διέλευση, η οποία δεν πρέπει σε καμία περίπτωση να παρεμποδίζεται. Και εδώ αυτό είναι το κρίσιμο, το σημείο. Στο Ορμούζ δεν μιλάμε για μια απλά αυλαβή διέλευση, μιλάμε για ειδικό καθεστώς διεθνών στενών. Και η βασική αρχή εδώ είναι, επιτρέψτε να πω, είναι πολύ απλή. Δηλαδή, κανένα παράκτιο κράτος δεν μπορεί να μετατρέψει μονομερώς ένα διεθνές στενό σε ιδιωτική πύλη ελέγχου της παγκόσμιας οικονομίας. Και μάλιστα το δίκαιο της θάλασσας δίνει και κάποια δικαιώματα στα παράκτια κράτη στα οποία βρέχονται αυτά τα στενά. Συγκεκριμένα το άρθρο 42 επιτρέπει ρυθμίσεις για ζητήματα όπως η ασφάλεια της ναυσιπλοείας, η θαλάσσια κυκλοφορία, η προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, η αποφυγή της ρύπανσης. Όμως αυτές οι ρυθμίσεις δεν μπορούν να οδηγήσουν τα παράκτια κράτη σε άρνηση ή παρεμπόδιση του transit passage. Ειδικά το άρθρο 44 για τη Σύμβαση του Δικαίου της Θάλασσας, όπου το δίκαιο της θάλασσας οι βασικές του αρχές αντανακλούν και σε εθνικό δίκαιο, άρα είναι εφαρμοστές συλλήβδινα από όλα τα κράτη και πρέπει να είναι. Όπως σας είπα λοιπόν, το άρθρο 44 απαγορεύει από οποιοδήποτε κράτος που έτσι βρέχεται το διεθνές στενό να παρακολεί την συνεχόμενη διέλευση της ναυσιπλοείας. Οπότε το παράκτιο κράτος έχει δικαίωμα ρύθμισης στην περιοχή, δεν έχει όμως το δικαίωμα στρατηγικού στραγγαλισμού. Έχει δικαίωμα ασφάλειας, δεν έχει δικαίωμα αποκλεισμού, έχει κυριαρχικά δικαιώματα, έχει κυριαρχία στα χωρικά του ύδατα, όμως δεν έχει κανένα δικαίωμα να μετατρέπει ένα διεθνές στενό σε εργαλείο γεωπολιτικού εκβιασμού. Και τώρα πάμε στο Ιράν, που έτσι έχει αρκετά ενδιαφέρον να δούμε ποια είναι η άποψή του και τι έχει κάνει με το δίκαιο της θάλασσας. Και έρχεται, όντως τίθεται ένα ερώτημα συχνά, τι γίνεται με το Ιράν που δεν έχει επικυρώσει τη σύμβαση. Για να δώσουμε μια ακριβή απάντηση σε αυτό. Το Ιράν υπέγραψε την σύμβαση για το δίκαιο της θάλασσας, αλλά δεν την κύρωσε. Άρα δεν λέμε ότι το Ιράν δεσμεύεται ως συμβαλόμενο μέλος της UNCLOS, λέμε κάτι πιο προσεκτικό και στέρεο, ότι η μη επικύρωση της σύμβασης δεν μπορεί να λειτουργήσει ως άδεια μονομερούς παρεμπόδισης του διεθνούς στενού, διότι ο πυρήνας της ελευθερίας της ναυσιπλοείας έχει βαθιά εθιμική διάσταση, όπως σας προανέφερα, οπότε έχει υποχρεωτική εφαρμογή. Και δεύτερον, η υπογραφή μιας συνθήκης γεννά τουλάχιστον υποχρέωση καλόπιστης συμπεριφοράς. Όπως λέει και το άρθρο 18 της Σύμβασης της Βιέννης για το Δίκαιο των Συνθηκών, ένα κράτος που δεν έχει κυρώσει αλλά έχει υπογράψει μια συνθήκη, αν μη τι άλλο, μέχρι να την αρνηθεί εντελώς, πρέπει να απέχει από οποιαδήποτε ενέργεια που να βλάπτει αυτή τη συνθήκη. Επομένως, άμα θέλουμε να κάνουμε έτσι μια ασφαλής διατύπωση για το ζήτημα του Ιράν, το Ιράν μπορεί όντως να μην είναι συμβαλόμενο μέρος της Σύμβασης για το Δίκαιο της Θάλασσας ή αλλιώς της νέας Σύμβασης, αλλά δεν μπορεί σε καμία περίπτωση να επικαλείται την μη επικύρωση για να νομιμοποιήσει την παρεμπόδιση της διεθνούς ναυσιπλοείας. Και εδώ να πω κάτι το οποίο πάλι αναφερθήκαμε και πριν. Όλα τα περάσματα σαφώς δεν είναι ίδια και πρέπει να αποφύγουμε αυτή την σύγχυση που πολύ συχνά προκύπτει και θα τη δούμε και στο μέλλον. Άλλο ένα φυσικό διεθνές στενό, όπως είναι το στενό του Ορμούζη, τα στενά της Μάλακα που είναι ανάμεσα από Μαλαισία και Σιγκαπούρη. Άλλο ένα στενό που ρυθμίζεται από ειδική συνθήκη, όπως είναι εκείνο του Μοντρέ, η συνθήκη του Μοντρέ, η οποία ρυθμίζει το στενό του Βοσπόρου και των Δαρδανελίων, και άλλο μια τεχνητή διόρυγα, όπως είναι ο Παναμάς ή το Σουέζ, όπου στις τεχνικές διόρυγες βλέπουμε ότι όντως πληρώνονται τέλη διέλευσης, λόγω που άμεσα συνδέονται με την υποδομή, με τη λειτουργία, με τη συντήρηση του έργου, τη διοίκηση του έργου και σαφώς υπάρχει και ένα ανταποδοτικό όφελος. Στα φυσικά όμως διεθνή στενά, η βασική νομική λογική δεν είναι η εμπορική αδειοδότηση της διέλευσης, είναι η μη παρεμπόδιση της διεθνούς ναυσιπλοείας. Άρα δεν μπορούμε να μεταφέρουμε μηχανικά τη λογική του Σουέζ ή του Παναμά στο Ορμούζ. Και από εκεί και πέρα βλέπουμε... Ναι, βεβαίως, κάνω πολύ γρήγορα. Το Ορμούζ είναι κρίσιμο για ένα ακόμα λόγο, αυτό που είπαμε και πριν, ότι δεν πρέπει να δημιουργηθεί προηγούμενο, διότι αν γίνει αποδεκτό ότι ένα κράτος μπορεί να εργαλειοποιεί ένα φυσικό διεθνές στενό, τότε το προηγούμενο δεν θα μείνει μόνο στον Περσικό κόλπο, μεταφέρεται στα στενά της Μάλακα, ένα τεράστιο ενεργειακό choke point άνω των 23 εκατομμυρίων βαρελίων ημερησίως, που είναι ο κύριος εμπορικός και ενεργειακός βραχίωνας της Κίνας και της Ανατολικής Ασίας, στα στενά του Μπαμπ ελ Μαντέμπ, κάτω στην Ερυθρά θάλασσα, στις πύλες των Δακρύων, στην Νότια Συνική θάλασσα και σε οποιαδήποτε άλλη κρίσιμη θαλάσσια αρτηρία. Οπότε, όπως βλέπουμε, είναι ένα τεστ για το αν η παγκόσμια ναυσιπλοεία αυτή τη στιγμή πραγματικά θα παραμείνει ένα σύστημα κανόνων ή θα μετατραπεί σε ένα σύστημα εκβιασμών. Από εκεί και πέρα, έτσι για να το πάω λίγο πιο γρήγορα, το κόστος του Ορμούζ βλέπουμε ότι παρουσιάζεται έτσι επιπλέον κόστος σε ασφάλιστρα, ναύλους και παρακάμψεις. Φαίνεται γιατί το Ορμούζ βέβαια δεν αποτελεί απλά μια γεωπολιτική κρίση, συνιστά μια ασφαλιστική κρίση, ναυλαγορά, κόστος καυσίμων, καθυστέρηση φορτίων και τελικά όλα αυτά που βλέπουμε εδώ οδηγούν σε πληθωριστική πίεση. Δεν έμεινα πολύ για να κλείσω. Και κλείνοντας, η ελληνική ναυτιλία δεν μπορεί να αντιμετωπίζει τέτοιες κρίσεις μόνο αμυντικά ή αποσπασματικά. Χρειάζεται μια πραγματικά ενιαία θεσμική φωνή, όχι με βάση μόνο τη σημαία του κάθε πλοίου, αλλά με βάση το σύνολο του ελληνόκτητου ναυτιλιακού οικοσυστήματος. Και πρέπει να είμαστε σαφείς, η ελληνική ναυτιλία σε καμία περίπτωση δεν πρέπει, έτσι, που είναι παγκόσμια δύναμη στη θάλασσα, δεν πρέπει στο εσωτερικό να λειτουργεί ως απλός αποδέκτης κυβερνητικών επιλογών. Οφείλει να ζητά στρατηγική, όχι απλές διευκολύνσεις, να απαιτεί πιο καθαρή ναυτιλιακή πολιτική, ενεργότερη παρουσία στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, ισχυρότερη διπλωματική προστασία, ρεαλιστική πολιτική ασφαλείας για κρίσιμους διαδρόμους και αποφασιστική υπεράσπιση της ελευθερίας της ναυσιπλοείας. Όχι με κομματικούς όρους, αλλά με όρους εθνικού συμφέροντος. Η ελληνική ναυτιλία δεν ζητά κάποιο προνόμιο, ζητά θεσμική προστασία μιας λειτουργίας που να κρατά ανοιχτή την ευρωπαϊκή οικονομία. Δεν ζητά καμία εξαίρεση από την κρίση, ζητά σταθερότητα κανόνων, γιατί χωρίς την ελευθερία της ναυσιπλοείας η παγκοσμιοποίηση πάβει να είναι δίκτυο και γίνεται όμηρος της γεωγραφίας. Πραγματικά εύχομαι σε εσάς να είστε ενωμένοι ώστε να είστε δυνατοί για να μπορείτε να επιβάλλετε όχι μόνο το δικό σας όφελος, είναι και εθνικό όφελος. Η ελληνική ναυτιλία οφείλει να είναι η αιχμή του δώρατος της Ελλάδας και πραγματικά το εύχομαι μέσα από την καρδιά μου. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την προσοχή σας.
Ευχαριστούμε. Ναι, επειδή είμαστε στην ολοκλήρωση, ναι, παρακαλώ.
Αναφέρατε το άρθρο 44, ότι ακόμα και το δικαίωμα ασφάλειας δεν δίνει τη δυνατότητα στο Ιράν να αποκλείσει τα στενά του Ορμούζ. Το δικαίωμα της άμυνας σε ανέτεια στρατιωτική επέμβαση ξένη δεν του δίνει κάποιο δικαίωμα, δεν ξέρω, το ρωτώ. Δικαίωμα άμυνας σε ανέτεια στρατιωτική επέμβαση.
Να το θέσω λίγο διαφορετικά. Αυτά όλα που είπατε είναι πολύ ενδιαφέροντα και πολύ ωραία. Υπό την προϋπόθεση ότι όλοι όσοι είναι οι εμπλεκόμενοι δρόντες σε τέτοια θέματα θα πρέπει να έχουν την καλή πρόθεση να εφαρμόσουν το διεθνές δίκαιο, να ακολουθήσουν τους κανόνες που προβλέπει ο καταστατικός χάρτης του ΟΗΕ, κουλουπού. Έτσι, για να δεν είμαι και τόσο ειδικός. Να ολοκληρώσω. Ναι. Θέλω να καταλήξω λίγο εκεί. Το πόσο το σέβονται κάποιες χώρες στο διεθνές δίκαιο το έχουμε δει τα τελευταία χρόνια, όχι μόνο τα τελευταία και πιο πριν. Οπότε αυτό είναι ένας ενδυνάμει κίνδυνος, πολλά από αυτά που λέμε να μην είναι υλοποιήσιμα. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι δεν πρέπει να προσπαθούμε, σαφέστατα, έτσι. Αλλά από εκεί και ύστερα καλό είναι να έχουμε στο μυαλό μας ότι δεν σκέφτονται όλοι με τον ίδιο τρόπο.
Ναι, αλλά θα γίνουμε ζούγκλα διαφορετικά.
Είμαστε ζούγκλα, απλώς πρέπει να τη μαλακώσουμε αυτή τη ζούγκλα. Το θέμα είναι ότι αν πάμε με τη λογική ότι όλοι θα είμαστε καλοί, δεν νομίζω, θα έχουμε εκπλήξεις. Το λέω τώρα αυτό γιατί τα έχουμε ζήσει γι' αυτό.
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι...
Με όλη το θάρρος της γνώμης που έχω και της εμπειρίας. Τα σύνορα λέγανε, συγγνώμη για να το κλείσω, το 1989 ο κύριος Φουκουγιάμα έλεγε τελείωσε η ιστορία, δεν αλλάζουν τα σύνορα, δεν γίνονται πόλεμοι, είμαστε όλοι ευτυχισμένοι. Και σύνορα αλλάξανε και πόλεμοι γίνανε και καταλήψεις γίνανε και κατακτήσεις γίνανε και σφαγές. Μέχρι τώρα συνεχίζονται.
Ναι, αλλά βλέπετε ότι η συγκεκριμένη το συγκεκριμένο πλαίσιο εδώ ματώνει όλη την παγκόσμια οικονομία, έχει άμεση επιρροή σε όλους. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι το Συμβούλιο Ασφαλείας του Οργανισμού Ηνωμένων Εθνών, τα 5 μόνιμα μέλη έχουν δικαίωμα βέτο. Οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, η Ρωσία, η Κίνα, η Γαλλία και το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο. Οπότε γι' αυτό βλέπουμε ότι παραβιάζουν συστηματικά το διεθνές δίκαιο, διότι δεν δέχονται τις επιπτώσεις. Και αυτό είναι ένα θέμα και θα πρέπει ο ΙΕ...
Σοβαρότατο θέμα, όχι.
Βεβαίως,
δεν είναι θέμα.
σοβαρότατο.
Δεν λειτουργεί ο ΙΕ.
Τηρούν για τους άλλους μέχρι το τελευταίο γράμμα του διεθνούς δικαίου το τι προβλέπει, το τι προβλέπουν όλες οι διατάξεις, αλλά οι αυθαιρεσίες δυστυχώς γίνονται. Το θέμα είναι ότι αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε μια παγωμένη κατάσταση. Δυστυχώς το Ιράν, με αυτή την πολύ αποτυχημένη κατά την άποψή μου πολεμική επιχείρηση, διότι πολιτικό σκοπό δεν είχαν οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Το Ισραήλ είχε, το Ισραήλ όντως είχε ένα endgame, θεωρούσε κίνδυνο το Ιράν, τους πρόξεις, τους πληρεξούσιους, τους Χούθι, τις πολιτοφυλακές που είναι στις χώρες του λεγόμενου άξονα της αντίστασης ή άξονα του κακού, δεν ξέρω, όπως ο καθένας θέλει να το ερμηνεύσει, τη Χεσμπάλα, όπως τη λένε οι Άραβες, τη Χεσμπολά, στη Συρία. Είχε λοιπόν ένα πολιτικό σκοπό. Οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες χαθήκανε λίγο στη μετάφραση. Μιλήσανε για πυρηνικό πρόγραμμα, μιλήσανε...
Ναι, για να το μαζέψουμε λίγο. Έχετε δίκιο σε αυτά που λέτε. Απλώς το νόημα της παρέμβασης που έκανε ήταν ότι υπάρχει πρόβλημα. Σαφώς και πρέπει να το δούμε όλοι.
Και δεν πρέπει σε καμία περίπτωση το Ιράν σε αυτό... Ανεξάρτητα της σφαιρικότερης εικόνας, βεβαίως δεν πρέπει σε καμία περίπτωση να δημιουργηθεί προηγούμενο. Το στενά πρέπει να είναι ανοιχτά. Από εκεί και πέρα όλα τα άλλα...
Καλό θα το να το καταλάβουν
όπως
όλοι.
και από την άλλη πλευρά δεν πρέπει να βομβαρδιστούν σε καμία περίπτωση υποδομές ενέργειας, γέφυρες, κέντρα αφαλάτωσης, τα οποία ακριβώς είναι εγκλήματα πολέμου. Συνιστούν δηλαδή παραβίαση των συμβάσεων της Γενέβης, παραβίαση του πρόσθετου πρωτοκόλου, του διεθνούς ανθρωπιστικού δικαίου.
Ωραία.
Αλλά πρέπει να παλεύουμε, δεν πρέπει να είμαστε απλοί θεατές.
Νομίζω μια τελευταία παρατήρηση.
Δεν είμαι νομικός, αλλά αυτό το οποίο είπε ο κύριος Πρέσβης αναφέρεται ασφαλώς στην αυτοάμυνα του άρθρου 51. Είναι ότι δεν του δίνει το απεριόριστο δικαίωμα, ακόμα κάτω από το δίκαιο των ένοπλων συγκρούσεων, να προβαίνει σε τέτοιου είδους επιχειρήσεις αποκλεισμού. Ακόμα και αν θεωρεί, και όπως είναι, έχει γίνει επιτεθεί. Υπάρχει κάποιες ζητήματα αναλογικότητας και τέτοια. Δεν του δίνει δηλαδή απεριόριστο δικαίωμα να επικαλεστεί κάτι τέτοιο. Πρέπει να είναι συγκεκριμένα ζητήματα. Δεν ξέρω αν σας διαφώτισα ακριβώς. Μάλιστα. Μόνο μια και πήρα το μικρόφωνο, μια μικρή παρατήρηση για τον IMEC. Το IMEC είναι στα χαρτιά. Βασική προϋπόθεση για να μπορέσει να λειτουργήσει και να υπάρξει ένας δρόμος που είναι καταρχήν για εμπορικά αγαθά από την Ινδία προς την Ευρώπη, θα πρέπει να επιληθεί το ζήτημα όχι μόνο του κόλπου του Χορμούζ, αλλά αναγκαστικά θα περάσει από τη Σαουδική Αραβία και μετά θα πάει στο Ισραήλ. Για να γίνει κάτι τέτοιο πρέπει η Σαουδική Αραβία...
Στην Ιορδανία πρώτα.
Και μετά στην
Συρία.
Ναι. Για να γίνει κάτι τέτοιο θα πρέπει να υπάρξει η συμμετοχή της Σαουδικής Αραβίας στη συνθήκη στο Αβραάμ. Αυτή τη στιγμή δεν υφίσταται κάτι τέτοιο. Ωραία να το χρησιμοποιούμε, αλλά να ξέρουμε και πού βαδίζουμε.
Το λέω με την έννοια ότι προημερών ο κύριος Πρωθυπουργός συζήτησε με τον κύριο Μακρόν για το θέμα του IMEC. Γι' αυτό σας το λέω.
Και ξέρετε γιατί είναι πολύ σημαντικό επίσης.
Ναι.
Θα μπορούσε, ο IMEC είναι ο India Middle East Energy Corridor, δηλαδή είναι ο ενεργειακός και εμπορικός διάδρομος Ινδίας Μέσης Ανατολής Ευρώπης. Ναι, λέω όμως θα είναι ενεργειακός και εμπορικός διάδρομος. Και η Σαουδική Αραβία που παράγει και αυτή τη στιγμή δύναται να παράξει υδρογόνο, θα μπορέσει να το διοχετεύσει, θέλει να το διοχετεύσει στην Ευρώπη μέσω αυτού του διαδρόμου, και αν ο EastMed, ο οποίος θέλει και τα κατάλληλα κοιτάσματα κιόλας για να μπορέσει να είναι βιώσιμος, που ούτως ή άλλως είναι και project of common interest, έχει αποδειχθεί ότι είναι βιώσιμος, θα μπορέσει επίσης να χρησιμεύσει και ως αγωγός υδρογόνου. Και αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, διότι για το δίκαιο της θάλασσας, για την γεωπολιτική θέση της χώρας μας, διότι έτσι θα βλέπουμε και άλλες χώρες να αναγνωρίζουν τα κυριαρχικά μας δικαιώματα. Οπότε θα πρέπει οπωσδήποτε να το προωθήσουμε το project αυτό γενικά και να προσπαθήσει η Ελλάδα να πιέσει να καταλήγει στα ελληνικά λιμάνια.
Σε αυτό συμφωνούμε απόλυτα. Ναι.
Έχω την εντύπωση ότι αφιερώσαμε πολύ περισσότερο χρόνο από ό,τι πραγματικά αξίζει στον IMEC. Και βεβαίως ξεχνάμε μία διάσταση πολύ σημαντική, την ανταγωνιστική διάσταση του IMEC, που είναι κάτι το οποίο θα είναι έτοιμο εντός ολίγου. Μιλώ για τον διάδρομο πραγματικό από το λιμάνι του Ιράκ στον μηχό του Αραβικού κόλπου, Ιράκ, Τουρκία, Ανατολική Μεσόγειος, Σμύρνη, όπου υπάρχουν οι περισσότερες υποδομές, με εξαίρεση το λιμάνι Φόζ στο νότιο Ιράκ. Γι' αυτό πιστεύω ότι ο IMEC είναι ένας φανταστικός διάδρομος, τον οποίο θα πρέπει να πάψουμε να τον βλέπουμε σαν διάδρομο. Υπογραμμίστηκε πολλές φορές την προηγούμενη εβδομάδα στο Delphi Economic Forum, IMEC να προσεγγίζεται ως ένα δίκτυο, μια συμμαχία σε εισαγωγικά συνεργασίας μεταξύ χωρών που έχουν κοινά συμφέροντα και κοινή, αν θέλετε, γεωπολιτική άποψη στα σπουδαιότερα θέματα. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Υπάρχει κάτι άλλο κάτι να προσθεθεί? Κύριε Δήμπα, από τη μεριά σας κάτι να προσθέσετε από αυτόν που... σχεδόν έχουμε ολοκληρώσει. Λέω κάποιο έτσι...
Εκείνο που έχει σημασία είναι ότι υπάρχουν... θα μείνουν ορισμένα πράγματα από το πόλεμο. Και ένα από αυτά είναι η στρατηγικοποίηση της Ιφιλίου, του κόσμου. Ένα άλλο επίσης είναι ότι θα αναδειχθούν καινούργιες συμμαχίες. Βλέπετε τι έγινε με τα Ηνωμένα Αραβικά Εμιράτα.
Ναι.
Ένα τρίτο είναι ότι η ενέργεια θα πάρει άλλες κατευθύνσεις. Είναι πάρα πολλά, όπως είναι πολλά επίσης αναφορικά με τους χαμένους και τους κερδισμένους. Επειδή υπόθηκαν αρκετά για την Κίνα, θέλω να πω ότι η Κίνα είναι σαφώς κερδισμένη. Όλοι ανέμεναν ότι η Κίνα
θα είναι ο χαμένος.
Πολλές απώλειες. Ωστόσο, η Κίνα δεδομένου την ανάπτυξη των ανασύμων πηγών της, δεδομένου ότι έχει μεγάλες αποθήκες πετρελαίου και φυσικού αερίου, δεδομένου ότι έχει μεγάλες δηληστικές ικανότητες, και αν παραταθεί η κατάσταση αυτή, έχει και τη δυνατότητα να ξαναχρησιμοποιήσει, το χρησιμοποιεί, αλλά σε μεγαλύτερη έκταση τον άνθρακα, η Κίνα θα ευτυχήσει να δει τις εξαγωγές της για τις νέες τεχνολογίες σε πολύ μεγαλύτερο βαθμό λόγω του πολέμου. Οι ίδιες οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες της Αμερικής θα τις ζητήσουν εξαρτήματα για να πληρώσουν τα πυρομαχικά, τα οποία θέλουν πολύ χρόνο να τα αναπληρώσουν. Κοιτάξτε πώς γίνεται η διασύνδεση σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Και ξέρετε ότι... και κάτι άλλο επίσης, ενώ η Σεούλ και το Τόκιο υπέστησαν πανολεθρία κυριολεκτικά λόγω του πετρελαίου, της έλλειψης και του για το LNG, είδαν αυτές οι χώρες, η Κορέα, να μην έχουν καθόλου αμερικάνικη ασφάλεια, η οποία όλη έχει μετατεθεί
Αλλού, ναι.
και αρχίζουν και θέτουν ερωτηματικά.
Προφανώς.
Λοιπόν, και ένα τελευταίο είναι, σε σχέση ο πρόεδρος της Κίνας, σε σχέση με τον Τραμπ και τον Πούτιν, έδειξε μία υπευθυνότητα, δεν είμαι Κινέζος, έτσι δεν έχω καμία σχέση, λέω τι βλέπω, σε σχέση με την αντιπαλότητα που δείχνει και ο Τραμπ και ο Πούτιν.
Αυτό έχει καταγραφεί, ναι.
Πολλές χώρες να στρέψουν τον ενδιαφέρον τους στην Κίνα ως πόλο σταθερότητας.
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, πολύ σύντομα...
Ο ΣΥ είναι statesman. Αυτή είναι η διαφορά. Είναι statesman, γι' αυτό.
Ωραία. Ευχαριστούμε. Λοιπόν, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ όλους. Ήταν πολύ χρήσιμα αυτά που συζητήσαμε. Ναι, ναι. Και ευχαριστούμε και εσάς που σας κουράσαμε πολύ σήμερα. Αλλά δεν είμαστε οι μόνοι που σας κουράσαμε. Δεν ξέρω, δεν το...
Ναι, μάλλον, γιατί δεν... Δηλαδή, ακούγεται. Λοιπόν, φτάσαμε στο τέλος της σημερινής εκδήλωσης. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω καταρχάς όλους τους ομιλητές, τους συντονιστές και κυρίως θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω και τους χορηγούς μας, που είναι ο ΟΛΠ και η Κόσκο και East Mediterranean Maritime Limited του Θανάση Μαρτίνου και η Ένσκο του Ηλία Καριδογιάννη, εταίρο του IENE, και τα Maritimes και Energy GR που ήταν χορηγοί επικοινωνίας και ασφαλώς το Ναυτικό Επιμελητήριο Ελλάδος και το Association of Banking and Financial Executives of Hellenic Shipping, το Γιώργο Ξηραδάκη. Χωρίς τη βοήθεια όλων αυτών θα ήταν λίγο δύσκολο να οργανωθεί η σημερινή εκδήλωση, η οποία, όπως είδατε, ήταν σαρωτική από πλευράς περιεχομένου. Καλύψαμε ένα πολύ μεγάλο φάσμα θεματολογίας, από τη μεταφορά ενεργειακών προϊόντων και πρώτων υλών, από τη κατηγοροποίηση, το classification των πλοίων, που είναι πολύ σημαντική, από το ρόλο του πετρελαίου, LNG, LPG, στις αγορές διεθνώς, και μετά πήγαμε στα γεωπολιτικά και τα θέματα ασφάλισης και ασφάλειας στα πλοία και τους ναύλους, καταλήγοντας στα καθαρά οικονομικά, περιβαλλοντικά και γεωπολιτικά θέματα. Είναι λίγο δύσκολο να κάνουμε μία αποτίμηση και να βγάλουμε κάποια συμπεράσματα. Δεν θα επιχειρήσω κάτι τέτοιο αυτή τη στιγμή, αλλά αυτό που θέλω να σας πω, ότι μέσα στις επόμενες μέρες θα έχουμε ολοκληρώσει την καταγραφή όλων όσων υπόθηκαν. Έχουμε παρουσιάσεις, έχουμε σημειώσεις, έχει βιντεοσκοπηθεί όλη η εκδήλωση. Αυτή θα αναρτηθεί στο site του IENE και θα ενημερωθείτε με email για τη διαθεσιμότητά του και θα βγει και ανακοίνωση στο site, ώστε όλη αυτή η πολύτιμη γνώση και εμπειρία και οι καταθέσεις εμπειριών από όλους τους εκλεκτούς προσκεκλημένους να είναι ελεύθερα προσβάσιμες. Αν θέλετε καταληκτικά μπορούμε να πούμε κάτι, είναι ότι επιβεβαιώσαμε για μία ακόμα φορά τον πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο που παίζει η ναυτιλία και ειδικώς ιδιαίτερα η ελληνική ναυτιλία στο παγκόσμιο γίγνεσθε και οι προκλήσεις οι οποίες υπάρχουν σε διεθνές επίπεδο, βλέπε σημερινή κρίση στον κόλπο, είναι και κρίση ελληνική αυτή τη στιγμή. Είναι αναπόφευκτο αυτό. Και με αυτές τις σκέψεις θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω για μία ακόμα φορά και ελπίζουμε όχι πολύ μακριά στο μέλλον να επαναλάβουμε το σεμινάριο αυτό, το οποίο είναι εξειδικευμένο σεμινάριο. Είχαμε την χαρά και την τιμή να έχουμε υψηλόβαθμα στελέχη της αγοράς, από ναυτιλιακές εταιρείες, από εταιρείες services, από classification. Δεν ήταν ένα ακαδημαϊκό σεμινάριο, ούτε ένα photo opportunity σεμινάριο ή εκδήλωση. Ήταν μια συνάντηση εργασίας, θα έλεγα. Και γι' αυτό όλοι συμβάλλατε και ευχαριστώ θερμά για μία ακόμα φορά και ελπίζουμε πολύ σύντομα να επαναληφθεί αυτή η εκδήλωση με ακόμα μεγαλύτερη συμμετοχή. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.